All right, boys, we're back here on NHL 23, and we got a special one here. We have gone back to the year 2013. We've gone back a decade to go and re-sim the last decade and see just how it plays out. And look at this. You can tell we really are back a decade because the good old Arizona Coyotes, where are they? Because this is alphabetical. Where are they? They're in Phoenix still. Now, as you see right here, Seattle is still here. Vegas is still here. I could have taken them out because I had to do this in a custom league for the salary cap. But instead, I decided I'll just make them shitters, because they did come into the league eventually. I would have taken them out, honestly, if Vegas didn't just win the cup. But since they just won the cup, I'm just going to leave them in, see if they can maybe, in their own weird expansion this way, see if they can somehow take the league by storm and win it still. So, as you can see, Seattle, they're dog water, but this is still an incredible roster. Now, I did not make this roster. Let me shout out the guy who did, because this is just incredible, and I'll show you just how incredible it is, and you will continue to see just how incredible it is. So this roster was made by Abraham_shoot on PlayStation. And man, this roster, incredible. So as you can see, everyone has X factors for the most part. In game, it honestly makes it better. I really like it that way. And this just is such a throwback. So many great teams. We'll go through everyone real quick. First, all the offense, then the defense, then the goalies, just so you can really take this all in. Anaheim, led by Ryan Getzlaf and Corey Perry, Teemu Solani. Who remembers the NHL 14? Andrew Cogliano. And who was the other one? I think Kyle Palmieri was the other one. Were voted as like who you could vote for on the cover athlete. When you got guys like Solani, Perry, and Getzlaf, like they didn't want to duck on it. The Bruins, man, just a couple years after their ring, could have been a dynasty, became a regular season dynasty, but never in the postseason. This team stacked: Jerome McGinley, Louis Eriksson. Honestly, we'll just go back and show defense too. We'll just do team by team. Defense: Beauchemin, Lovejoy, not a very good defensive team, but you see the young guys. Sammy Vatanen, rest in peace. I mean, he's not dead, but like his career with the injuries. Hampus Lindholm, current Bruin. Cam Fowler. Goalies: Jonas Hiller and Freddie Anderson. Boston: Tuukka's in the net with Chad Johnson. On defense: Chara, Boychuk, Hamilton and Kruger kids, Matt Barkowski, Andre Mazzardos. Buffalo: Tyler Myers, only a 78. Damn, I didn't realize that. I thought it would have been higher. Like an 80, I think in NHL 14, maybe he grew to an 86, but he was good. He was 86, 87. Forwards: absolute dog water. Goalies: Jonas Enroth, but Buffalo does have the GOAT, John Scott, down here. What a guy. Carolina: Jeff Skinner, Stahl, Semin, Andre Loktuanov. I've done a franchise with these rosters. Let me know if you want me to do one. And this guy, for whatever reason, he goes off. He should not go off. My one criticism is there's not enough snipers. A lot of guys are just power forwards, which I guess I kind of get because of the era. It was more physical, but there should have been more snipers. Elias Lindholm. This defense: John Michael Lyles, very mid defense. Justin Falk down there though. Cam Ward though, kind of low in 84. Sergei Bobrovsky in 87. Nick Foligno, Ryan Johansson, Cam Atkinson, Nick Kinnan, Wisniewski, the Flames, the Giordano, but they're already starting to, I forget, do they have a Kippersoft? No, they have Kari Ramo. That's a throwback, and Joey McDonald and Yoni Ortio. Damn, what a bad team. Of course, this team is in their dynasty a year after they win a cup, because this is 13-14, the year the Kings win it. You got Hossa, Taze, Kane, Shaw, Sharp, Sod, still a load. They had one more ring in them. Key, Seabrook, Jalmerson, Corey Crawford, loaded squad. And also, they like to touch kids. Management over there, kind of weird pastime. The young Avalanche, man, they had some rough times ahead, but they knew what they had in Landeskog, McKinnon. Dallas already got Sagan and Ben. Defense, Goligoski, Trevor Daley, goalie, Kari Lettinen, and Tim Thomas, legend, being their backup. Who's called Varlamov and Gene Sebastian Gurr still in the league. Jimmy Howard over there in Detroit. Pavel Datsyuk nearing the end of his prime. Same as Zetterberg. And rough years ahead. Edmonton, the dog shit. Will they get the bullshit Connor McDavid luck again with all of these guys? Who knows? Yakupov, what's his potential in this low top six? That's fair. Florida, Sean Bergenheim out. Barkov, man, this team is dog water. Also, Brian Campbell, though, on D with, they had Lou. Lou's still around. Okay. LA, team that won the cup with Jonathan Quick, Toffoli, Kopitar, Gaborik, Justin Williams, Jeff Carter, Mike Richards, Dustin Brown, Trevor Lewis, Kyle Clifford, man, so many lovable guys. Doughty, Muzzin, Martinez, Voinov, Green, Willie Mitchell. It's loaded. Minnesota, they just signed Ryan Suter, 12 years. And where's the other one? Zach Parise, 12 years. Now, the big question I'm wondering is how the salary cap will go. Danny Heatley sighting. Because in my franchise, man, like teams, like players were asking for way too much. The salary wasn't scaling right. I'm hoping that I was able to fix it for this because my only real test was that franchise, and I went about 5 years in. I didn't do a full 10 years like this to catch up to modern day. And the draft classes, so like the final few years obviously aren't going to be good, but you'll see. There's quite a few names in each draft class. I was honest, I'm so impressed. Genuinely, that's why I'm making a video. So impressed. Schneider, Brodeur, he kind of disrespected Marty Brodeur. That's all right. Michael Ryder, Patrick Elias. I don't know why he has him listed as a center. He was always a winger. Yager, Henrique, Zajac. Don't have a young, maybe he's in the system. I don't know why they don't have a young Adam Larson. And, man, this defense, man, Nashville, Yossi Weber-Ellis, if only they got the offense with it. All they had was Hornqvist. And I forgot Seth Jones before the big trade to Columbus. I believe he was traded to Columbus from Nashville. I know he had a stint in Columbus, but Islanders with Evgeny Nabokov, I always loved him. I always thought he was super underrated. John Tavares, especially in San Jose. Kyle Okposo. It's a pretty mid team like they are now. The Rangers with Marty St. Louis, Rick the Dick, Brad Richards, Derek Stepan. I really was a fan of this version because of all the Lightning players. Hendrik Lundqvist, of course, their head coach. That's when they had John Tortorella, fucking Haas. Ottawa, Bobby Ryan, Spezza, prime Erik Karlsson. Before all the injuries and shit, but he had a resurgence this past season. I hope he can keep it up, man. I'm a fan of him. Voracek, aging Vinny Lecavalier. They really thought he'd be something for him at 33. Crazy. Claude Giroux. Is Ville Lano here, or where's Ville Lano? Is he in? I know I'm getting sidetracked all of a sudden, but now I kind of want to see where's Ville Lano right now. It's random. It's a random name, but there he is, Ville Lano. Fucking fuck. I'm a Bruins fan, by the way, so Flyers, Ville Lano, that 2010 year, I remember it. Shane Doan from the Phoenix Coyotes, legend, Radim Verbata, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, Captain Keith, Mike Smith, Pittsburgh Fleury, and then, of course, the two-headed monster. How many, bro? And also, watch out for James Neal in this sim, because in mine, he became a 60-goal scorer. This guy might pop off. Who else? Paul Martin, Brooks Orpik, a young Ole Mata. And this Shark squad that could never get a ring. Vlasic, Dan Boyle, Brent Burns, Jason Demers. Just a loaded defensive squad. Then on offense, Marleau, Couture, Pavelski, Joe Thornton, Martin Havlat, a young Thomas Hurdle down here. Goalies, Niemi is a little overrated in this. Elliott and Ryan Miller, I forgot on his little stint with the Blues. He shouldn't be an 87, honestly. Steen, fuck you, Backus, Tarasenko, Oshie, Roy, Schwartz, Sabaka, love me some Vladimir Sabaka, Pietrangelo, Shattenkirk, Bouwmeester. I didn't mean to go to their power play. Who cares about that? Tampa Bay before the rings. Filppula, Stamkos, a young Kucherov, man. These guys are young. Palat, Panic, also young. Ryan Callahan. Goalies, a Ben Bishop and Lindback, not even a Vasilevsky. Toronto, Bernier and Reimer. Bernier's a little high. JVR, Phil the Thrill legend. How many hot dogs is he eating on this team? Whoa, the legend, David Clarkson. And what a contract, 7 years, 5x5. What was that? A scout player. Why is that on? I don't know. Vancouver, the Sedin Twins, another team that could never get a ring. That's why at least Boston got one, because there's some great teams that never got a ring. Vegas, again, another team with just absolute bums on it. Don't worry about them. Winnipeg, Kane, Little, Blake Wheeler in his prime, a young Scheifele, Andrew Ladd. What a good squad. Dustin Byfuglien, goalies, Andre Pavlik, yep. Washington, Yaroslav Halak is still here with Braden Holtby. I don't know. By this time, I know Holtby took over because he fucking took out Boston that round one. So by this point, they had completely moved on. And I thought Michael Neuwirth would have been their other goalie. I think they got Washington wrong, but I could be wrong. Ovi, Backstrom, Grabowski, Troy Bauer. Still overall, though, you guys got to admit, this is a incredible roster. Everyone is custom made. And now let me show you guys the draft classes before we kind of start simming and getting ahead on this. Just so you guys know who is upcoming in this year's draft. The draft ownership is obviously on Classic. The scouting rank, of course, some guys aren't going to go quite where they went in real life because the guys got their potential way up, and so the game's just going to auto adjust. So we got guys like Pasternak, Draisaitl, Aaron Ekblad, Braden Point, Sam Reinhart, Dylan Larkin, Nikolai Ehlers, William Nylander. Who else is in this draft? Igor Shesterkin is in this draft. And I know there are usually, just for whatever reason, a couple guys. Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. Braden Yeager? Oh, I don't know. Oh, he must just be like someone he had to. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, well, maybe they'll pop up at some point with the auto. I have everything on auto, so the Kings, or not the Kings, Seattle, they'll be doing their own thing. We're going to sim. I'll come back whenever there's a major trade that pops up. I'll come back at the trade deadline so you guys see where everything is at in the standings for 2013. All right, boys, here we are. We're at the trade deadline. Every team is about 60-ish games in, some a little more. The Coyotes have already played 69 games. Jesus Christ. But let's take a look at what it's looking like in the year 2013 through 2014. The Blackhawks up on top. The Coyotes, they had a special run that year. The Flames without Jerome Ginlars and without Mika Kiprusoff. He's already gone, somehow doing good. I don't know how. LA sneaking in just like real life. Sad to see the Sharks are already starting to fall off. You know, they were so good. Like, their team is absolutely loaded with low. Oh, well, we already looked at them, but like, you guys saw that. Like, they are loaded. I don't know how they're doing so bad. In the East, Toronto is somehow a great team. You know that won't last in the playoffs. Pittsburgh, Boston is up there. Detroit, Carolina somehow up there. Buffalo is somehow up there. Currently, somehow, Washington is out with that loaded squad with Ovi, Backstrom in their primes, that elite goaltending duo of Holtby and Halak. But we're at the trade deadline. Let's see if anyone big goes down. Hopefully, it'd be kind of cool to see a crazy trade, because I will show you guys the cap right now. As you know, we're Seattle. It's whatever, like, expansion team. But I'll show you guys what the cap is looking like. Available, so top guys: Halak, Byfuglien, Kimmo Timonen, Christian Ehrhoff, James Wisniewski, Mike Fisher. Okay, so there's actually some names: Mikko Koivu, Matt Molson. Damn, Minnesota's selling. Yeah, so there's actually a lot of names. We'll see if anyone goes down. But now let me guys show you the cap real quick. So in real life, the cap was at around $63.5 million at this point, because it just went down because of the lockout year. But as you can see, a lot of teams, like every team is well under that amount. So I don't know if every team really just happened to cut salary that year, or if the guy that made these rosters didn't quite get the salary right, or maybe I just don't really know, because 63 was the lowest it was ever at, because it was getting lowered from 70 to 63. But as you can see, guys, like, this guy really did a lot of work. Like, shout out to this guy again. Like, just for the most part, I felt like I've noticed. Oh, and something he also did to make sure it somehow like stayed kind of true to life. Something I noticed, he gave some people extensions. Like Bergeron, he already got that 8-year contract, which is cool to see. And then who else? I don't know. There's some other guys, but I will come back if there are any big trades that go down. Hopefully, it'd be cool to see something go down, but yeah, I'll come back when we see something go down. Oh, well, let's look at the trade summary and see if there's anyone been moved already. Anyone big? John Scott got traded to New Jersey. That's good to see. And then Toronto traded for Derek McKenzie, probably a mid-round center. Or not mid-round center, but like a mid-overall, like kind of like 82, 83 is my guess for him. Maybe he's higher. Honestly, let's just take a look at how good he was. As it was for a second-round pick, maybe Toronto's really loading up, and they're the best team in the league. So let's take a look at what the best team in the league is like right now. And where is the new guy? Is he not that good? Oh, there he is. Oh, he's only an 80. 80 overall, got traded for a second? Damn. Grinder. I mean, it's a cheap salary. A lot of cheap salaries for, of course, back in the day, but damn. Okay. So they traded Toronto traded a second. Oh, they traded a second next year? Okay, Anaheim getting Andre Burakovsky from Washington, along with a 3rd and 5th for Matthew Perreault. He's taking 85 overall. This guy's got put on waivers. Okay, I know there's another one that happened at least, so let's just go to the activity feed, take a look at it, and then I will see you after the Stanley Cup, and we'll go over a complete season debrief. Other moves, Ben Lovejoy went, I'm pretty sure that's back to Pittsburgh. I'm pretty sure he was in Pittsburgh for Tristan Jarry and a 2nd and 4th. Okay, so the Anaheim Ducks have yet another goalie of the future. Chicago got a 3rd and a 5th in Matthew Housechuck for a 2nd and 3rd. Matthew Housechuck, that's a nice little depth guy. Teemu Selanne got traded for a 2nd and a 3rd. Holy shit. Okay, Washington loading up. Calgary, that's, who cares, them get scared. Toivo Teravainen got traded for Matthew Frolik, Mark Stewart, and whoever Party is. Okay. And then Devin Setaguchi to New Jersey for a 2nd and 3rd. Dallas gets Kevin Biesca for Tim Thomas in a 2nd. That's a cursed image right there. Tim Thomas in a Vancouver Canuck jersey. Jamie McBain in a 3rd for a 2nd and 3rd. Let's see. Sammy Salo. Damn, Washington loading up in year 1. Will Washington buying all in work out? We shall see. That's crazy. Let's take a look at Washington real quick, because they really loaded up for year number 1. They are and weren't they outside of the playoffs? I think they were just outside, if I remember right. So that's crazy. Let's take a look at the new look Capitals. Ovi, Backstrom. You have Teemu Selanne now on line 1. I don't know what this. Matthew Perreault now on the left wing. Like, they just don't have the center depth. Like, give Kuznetsov a year or 2 game. Why would they go all in with this roster? Like, it could get it done because, teams have holes, especially in this roster. Not because players are missing, of course, but because, that's just the way this guy scaled the ratings. I really like how he did the ratings, honestly. Like, I'm just a big fan of him. The way, like, 90s feel like a superstar. Like, there's not a lot of them. Just the way, like I said, I'm a big fan of the way everything is, like, spread out ratings-wise. Is really just the just the sheer fact about like the player positions, and I feel like there's not quite enough goal scorers. Like I said before, there's not enough snipers. There's so many people are power forwards, but the ratings are nice. That's what I guess matters, is like players play well. I fuck with how the ratings are overall wise. It's not bad. I think some of the players are a little off though, but you know, for what this roster is, it does an insane job at encapsulating it, because like you think about like all the work that has to go into it, not only the teams, but like if you were to do this for like the NFL, yeah, you gotta do every NFL team, but NHL, now you gotta do all the minor league players, you know. And then you also have prospects, Madden, of course you'd have to make draft classes, but NHL, you gotta make all the prospects too. And then also, you know, and then there's 2K. 2K, it's already done for you, which, hey, I think every sports game should be like that. 2K, they got shit going on over there. 8 teams: Chicago, Calgary, Phoenix, Colorado, Dallas, Vancouver, St. Louis, and the real life champion Kings. And at the 8th seed, Eastern Conference, you got Boston, Toronto, Pittsburgh, Tampa, New Jersey, Detroit, Carolina, and New York. And wow, Washington went all in and it backfired. They dropped from 9th to 12th. Damn, it's hard being a Capitals fan. This is pre-Cup, so it's tough being a Caps fan. No ring for Ovi. That's gonna be interesting. Can Ovi still capture at least one ring like he got in real life? You know, so many storylines that ended up happening. At the end of year number 1, it's the Pittsburgh Penguins getting the cup in 2013. Let's take a look at this. I think for future years, I might actually just go day by day just for the postseason, so you guys can actually see like literally everything, how the series go, because you know, I just kind of simmed past it, and now I'm thinking, damn, maybe I should have showed it. But anyway, this is how the playoffs went. Pittsburgh, the 1 seed, they take out Detroit in 5. They then sweep Carolina, get through Toronto in 6. Toronto beat Boston in 7. That's wild. That will not happen again. That's how you know this is a video game. Then Pittsburgh beat Chicago in 7. LA, now crazy about their series with Vancouver in round 1. They were up 3-0. They then go down and they end up winning in the series in 6. Then they lose to Dallas in 7. So they really went 2-1. They went 4 wins and 6 losses in a span. Like, can't be doing that. Chicago really took care of business, though, pretty much in every round. Ran through St. Louis, ran through Phoenix, Dallas, and then there was Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh also, like we just saw, running through everyone. Carolina got through New Jersey in 5. Boston was able to get rid of New York in 5. Phoenix almost went on the magical run, but then Chicago stopped them. Oh, crazy. AHL, if you care, the Hershey Bears ended up winning it. So a wild first year. Just so you guys can get a better, even more of a sense of like what this universe is, I will just, for now on, just do the playoffs and just kind of be with you guys for the whole thing and just kind of do regular season sims, I think. So Pittsburgh winning the cup in year 1. Boston, god damn it, that's the most Bruins thing I could see. Boston picking up the President's Trophy. It will not save the conference champions because I had to do a custom leagues to be able to adjust the salaries and everything. But, you know, we know who the conference champions were. We know who played Pittsburgh. It was Chicago. Individual awards. Art Ross goes to Crosby. Hart Memorial goes to Crosby. James Norris, Duncan Keith. Lady Bing is Teddy Purcell. Okay, Teddy. And Stamkos, because everyone's technically a rookie because they're all custom players. So MVP 2.0, Steven Stamkos. Conn Smythe, Chris Letang, a defenseman. I don't think I've ever seen a defenseman win the Conn Smythe. We're going to have to look at the stats. Vezina, Corey Crawford. Damn. And the Jennings, Corey Crawford. So the best defensive team, the Blackhawks, ended up losing in 7. They had the Vezina winner. Bill Rafferty or whatever, wins the Bill Masterson. Okay, I don't know how that's possible. Jack Adams Capaduca, the Flames head coach. The Selkie goes to Kopitar. It's not Bergeron's award in this universe. Lindsay, Sidney Crosby, the Maurice Richard, Alexander Ovechkin. Let's take a look at the Pittsburgh Penguins and their special run. Pittsburgh. And Chris Letang went off. We'll take a look at it in a second. But Chris Kunitz, 28 points. He had a 30-goal season. Crosby, 26 points. Malkin, 24. Damn, this team was just loaded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players were over point per game on this team. Incredible. Defense, Chris Letang had 29 points. So 6 players in total. Fleury put up a 907. Let's now take a look at the season leaders. And then we will also take a look at the overall stats. Leading goal scorer in 2013 is Ovi with 62. Curtis Glenn Cross. Are you kidding? Curtis Glenn Cross had 54 goals. Talk about a crazy career he's gonna have in this universe. So Curtis Glenn Cross, a third line, fourth line player in his career, jumped up to 86, or maybe the guy made it. I didn't notice him before though. 54 goals. Kessel had 51. Stammer had 49. Crosby had 48. Hornqvist 46. Pacioretty 45. Radim Verbata 44. Patrick Sharp 43. Your assist leaders: Duncan Keith at 72. Duncan Keith was point per game. Teddy Purcell at 70, Yossi 65, Filppula 61. Teams really use their defensemen in this. Plus minus. Well, we're gonna see that first. Crosby, Chara, Boychuk. So that Bruins D line, Chara and Boychuk, was deadly. I guess with that forward core too with Bergeron. Point leaders: 2 players get over 100. Crosby and Stammer. 98 from Kessel and Purcell. Neal at 95. See, 42 goals. Look out for James Neal. He's going to have a 60-goal season for sure by the end of this. Yeah, 46 goals from Hornqvist. We already saw that earlier, but 92 points. Defenseman point leaders. How many people in point per game? 3. Keith Burns and Erik Karlsson all go over point per game. 4. Mark Giordano. He's just hurt for 20 games, but he had 73 points. And now goalie stats. Who were the best goalies? Let's go minimum like 30 games. So, because I don't want backups in this for the goalies. I only care about the starters. What's this? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so your wins leader, Corey Crawford, only guy with 40 save percentage. I don't know how this guy did it, but this guy got really good goalie stats and really good goal scoring stats, and I love it. Corey Crawford, 925. Bob, 922. 917 from Carey Price. 917 from Mike Smith. 916 from Schneider. Lundqvist. Rask had a 915. Howard, 914. Steve Mason, 913. The worst goalies: Craig Anderson, an 888 as an 87. Jesus. Pekka Rinne sucked. Who the fuck? Oh, yeah, okay. I just thought I'd be like, what the fuck? Okay. Oh, wait, there's point leaders? Wait, we need to go back. I didn't think there'd actually be point leaders. We need to go see who was the top performing goalie in the NHL. That is what matters most. This is our real MVP. This is all we care about. Who is the point leader for goalies? Who went all out this year? And 3 people tied: Jimmy Howard, Jonas Enroth, and Dan Ellis. We all had 3 points. Congrats. Okay, let's go into retirements. I don't think anyone retires year 1. Last time I did this, I forget though. Let's see if anyone retires. The draft lottery. Ottawa wins the lottery. You're never going to see that in the real NHL. Edmonton jumped to 2. Seattle and Vegas fall. Well, rip their rebuilds. That's hilarious. So we already saw the draft class. Let's see their actual official ratings, also retirements. And then we will jump to the start of next season, and I'll show off some of the biggest moves. We had one, Sean Heshka. I think you're just one of the real guys that there's a couple filler guys, but for the most part, it's all good. Coach retirements, there you go. They're all not real. Retired players that are now a scout. Somehow only 1 player retired, but now there's 2 new scouts. I don't know how that happens, but that happens. Now let's start the NHL draft. Will any big drama go down? So let's take a look at the top 5, see if there's any really big movement. I mean, there probably won't be if there's not a check. So maybe Minnesota moves their pick. Sources say that Artemi Panarin is being traded. James Wisniewski is being traded. Damn, we'll see if they actually get traded. But pick 1 goes to David Pastrnak. He'll be in Ottawa. Still made it to the Atlantic Division. Damn, sucks to not have him. And just like real life, Edmonton gets Draisaitl. Can they get Connor McDavid too and complete their trio? Seattle, who at this point doesn't exist, but like I said, could have taken them out. They're going to become a team anyway by the end, so it's like, might as well just leave them in. So why not? And they get Aaron Ekblad. Vegas, they are going to get Braden Point. Let me know if you guys want me to do another resim, honestly, and take Seattle and Vegas out. I just felt like it made sense for them to be here, especially Vegas, since they are going to end up getting a cup in the 10-year window. So why not just actually see, you know, can they get a cup again? So let's sim to the next round. Let's take a look at the other guys that ended up going. There aren't that many real life people, but there's some. So let's see. Sam Reinhart, Dylan Larkin goes to Philly. Ehlers goes to Washington. Anyone else? William Nylander goes to Nashville. Igor Shesterkin goes to Winnipeg. Let's see. Thatcher Demko. Thatcher ends up in Vancouver anyway. That's nice to see. I want to say this guy might be real, but I don't know. Anyone else? Devin Tays goes to Toronto. Okay. As you can see, like, some guys do get spread out, but like the real surefire guarantees, like, they're going to get moved up. Let's see if our scouting department, I know there's a couple other later, so let's see if our scouting guys found anyone. It'd be kind of nice if they did, but I don't know if they did. Oh, Alex Nedeljkovic is in this. Ville Husso is here. Who else is in this draft? Who else? That might be it. Oh, and there's some names. There are some names. So the top UFAs in this free agency: Radim Verbata, Matt Molson, Michael Grabowski, Jerome McGinley, UC Jokinen, Thomas Vanek, Ryan Whitney, I believe, or is this Roy? It's Roy or Ryan. I'm pretty sure it's Ryan though. Oh, it's Ray Whitney. Jesus. David Legwand is there, defenseman. Dan Boyle, Kimmo Timonen, Anton Strawman, Matt Niskanen. Okay, there's a lot of guys. We'll see who gets picked up. Oh, and Seattle will be going after Ryan Miller. There's also Halak, Reimer, Tim Thomas, Evgeny Nabokov. So let's go ahead. We are here at the start of year number 2. And I know I was just going to show the free agent signings, but then I thought if I simmed to like the start of, or like the end of free agency, I'd be able to go back and see all of the signings, but it only saves the past month. Now I know. So I will do a better job at just like keeping track of that during the actual offseason. So instead, we're just going to go through all the teams again and just really look at the major additions and see who could actually have big improvements. In Anaheim, right off the bat, they got Nick Bonino from Pittsburgh. Derek Roy where's Derek Roy coming from? From St. Louis. I mean, they really added. And they got Kimmo Timonen. And these guys went ham in free agency, also signing Ron Hainsey, Lindholm's better. This team looks good this year. And John Gibson is now progressing. He is now their goalie. Thomas Greiss is Boston's new backup. Boston. Carl Soderberg has progressed immensely after that year 1. They also have a Radek Dvorak now. Okay. Defense, they don't really have anyone new. Buffalo, do they have anyone really new worthwhile? Not really. Buffalo looks like dog shit. Carolina, they have added, doesn't look like they really added anyone other than Frolik. Is Sakara new? No, he was there last year. Okay, I think they just are lining people up differently. Columbus, do they have anyone new? Columbus won the Jerome McGinley sweepstakes. Okay, I don't think he would have ever done that in real life. They were able to actually keep James Wisniewski, and they signed Anton Strawman. Damn, this is a strong defensive core. Surprised they kept Wisniewski, because if you remember, he was on the trading block. Giordano, Brody won. Okay, Calgary looks the same. Curtis Glenn Cross, line 1, baby. Johnny Gaudreau is starting to progress. There's Sean Monahan. What do you give Monahan? High top 6. Okay. Chicago, they still got Panarin. He was on the block. I can't believe they were willing to trade him just like they did in real life. Goddamn. Teemu Solani down here on the 4th line for Chicago. He's ring chasing. See, Colorado, they ended up signing who they get. They got Radim Verbata to be their new, like, bro, Colorado's stacked now. Especially with McKinnon already progressing up to an 88. And they signed Verbata at an 88. And did they also sign P.A. Parento? Oh, no, he was there last year. Okay, I was just about to be like, holy shit. Okay, next team, Detroit. I think it just skipped over Dallas. So, okay, we'll go back for that. Or Vanek's already here in real life, right? Oh, no, he was in Montreal. I know he ended up in Detroit, too, which is why I was like, oh, was he already here? So they ended up getting Thomas Vanek a little earlier. Maybe this was when they got Thomas Vanek. Dallas went and got Kevin Bieksa, but they got him last year at the trade deadline. I remember that. But they did sign Benoit Pouliot. He won like the Bill Masterson or some award this past season, so good for them. Florida, they're rocking with the exact same squad outside. They got Scott Gomez now, so that's cool. Edmonton, they're still rocking with their exact same squad of bums. Draisaitl's a 74 on line 4. Oh, they got Sammy Salo to be on line 1. Good for them. He's on line 3 on a championship squad. Oh no, on a team that missed the playoffs, and now they're going him on line 1. Let's see. LA's running it back pretty much the exact same. Minnesota, they signed UC Jokinen, and Matt Cook was down there. And they got Dan Boyle. Okay, Minnesota, they know they got to win since they got Suter and Parise locked up for as long as they do. Damn. Montreal, I've seen their players all over, so they might be a little weaker. Oh, they signed Michael Grabowski. Okay. A fine replacement, but still not that deep of a squad. New Jersey, they ended up signing, they still have him from last year, Devin Setaguchi. And then defensively, who do they have? They don't have anyone. Nashville, anyone new? Not for Nashville. Yeah, Nashville's the exact same. Islanders, a year later, look pretty similar. I feel like the Islanders, though, like, even though it's like a decade ago, like, they still feel like a similar squad. Like, I feel like they never really change it up. They stick with their midness, and they are just kind of cool with it. Let's keep going. Ottawa, did they have anyone new? We might have gone past all the cool new people, honestly. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. Martin Erat is now here in Phoenix. We'll see if they can have a back-to-back here. That would be crazy. Pittsburgh, the reigning champs, added Milan Mikalik, but this team looks weaker overall. But Jake Gensel's now here. Manny Malhotra is on the 3rd line. They should go with Braden Suter. San Jose, are they looking any different? They added Martin Havlat. Defensively, they lose Dan Boyle. They bring in Brogan Rafferty. Let's see, St. Louis now. They don't have anyone really new. Well, David Moss on the 3rd line, but he's not going to be special. Tampa Bay added Olli Jokinen. Toronto, they don't look like they're adding anyone. Yeah, they look pretty much... they added Jake McGinn. Vancouver, these guys really look like the exact same team. They added Sean Thornton and Chris Tanev. I think they added Chris Tanev. Vegas, Matt Molson, Ray Whitney, Lee Stepniak, John Scott. Vegas trying to become a team a couple years earlier. Matt Barkowski, Zidlicki. Did they get the goalie? They did not get a goalie. Winnipeg, Pavlik. Then even strength, they got Ladd Little, Toivo Teravainen from that trade. Okay, Washington, after going all in a year ago and failing, they have, they're basically, Kuznetsov, they're putting on line 1 as an 80. Man, they are begging him to grow faster. And then let's take a look at what Seattle is rocking for the 2014 season. 2015, the real life champions. I believe this was Chicago, Tampa Bay this year, unless I got my years mixed up. Yeah. AI do the lines. What? Jesse Winchester, Daniel Winnick, Stefan Giunta, Aaron Ekblad, goalies, James Reimer and Yaroslav Halak. I'm glad the game made sure that, hey, we might be dog water, but we will have goalies. All right, boys, I will now see you guys at the end of year. Well, I'll see you guys basically at the trade deadline of year number 2. We'll go through how everyone's looking heading into the playoffs, and I will see you then. All right, boys, so at the trade deadline of the 2014-2015 season, let's take a look at how these teams are stacking up. Chicago, 103 points. They're looking to rectify what happened last year. Nashville, 83. Anaheim, 76. Vancouver, 74. 71 for Calgary. 70 Minnesota. LA, San Jose rounded out, 69-68. San Jose has played 7 more games, though, than LA. So I don't know if San Jose is sticking around, especially when Colorado has 67 points at 59 games played. Dallas, 65 points and 61. St. Louis, 65 and 62. Phoenix fell off and only 63 points in 66 games. And then Winnipeg, Edmonton, Seattle, and Vegas rounded out. You know it's bad when you're on the same level as the 2 teams that don't exist right now. Edmonton, Winnipeg doing their thing. Edmonton expected. Pittsburgh looking to repeat, has 101 points. Washington, 94. They're making up for last year. Lightning, 89. Ottawa, 84. Boston, 78. But they've played 10 less games than like everyone else. Montreal, 77. Detroit, 70. New Jersey's at 67 and only 61 games played, so they could still make it easily over a team like Detroit. You got New York, Philly at 63, Florida 61 with New York at 61, and you got the bottom feeders, Buffalo, Toronto, and Columbus. Toronto is clearly a one-year wonder. They should have went all in. I don't know why they traded their second-round pick this year. They should have done it last year. Okay, so now with that being said, who sold at the deadline? Player and pick trading. Matt Calvert to LA for a second. Okay, Kyle Quincy to New York for a second. San Jose trading away Matt Irwin for a pair of thirds. Ryan Jones to Ottawa for a third. Cam Atkinson to Florida for 2 seconds. Okay, Florida making some moves. Paul Ranger for a second. Montreal game Mackenzie Weaver for a pair of seconds. Justin Braun to New York for a second. Steve Ott. Ottawa also making some moves, getting Smead and Mitchell for a second, a fourth. Ottawa getting some depth players. I see Matt Reed over to Phoenix for a second. Sammy Salo and a fourth in exchange for a second. Jerome Ginla to Washington for Brooks Lycan a seventh. Washington is loading up. Todd Bertuzzi to Phoenix. Brandon Dubinsky for Brian Bickle. Holy shit. Well, they do. I'm pretty sure, did Chicago? No, they got a Nisi. They did some. I know when they traded Panarin, I'm pretty sure they got a center. But that's crazy. They do a trade still with Columbus. But instead of Panarin, it's Brian Bickle, and they do much better. Mark Letestu to Montreal. Wisniewski to Tampa Bay for a second and a sixth. So will those buys work out? I think this year, Washington is going all in again. I think it's got to work out for them. I think they're probably the cup favorites. Like, just with that addition of Jerome Ginla, that is a crazy addition. I think they still needed a center, though. And then trading away Brooks Lake doesn't help. But they also got Saku Koivu, though. I don't know. I think they're a good team. It's really going to be how can Kuznetsov do, because he's an 81, but he's young, so he has the upside, and he could overperform, but he could also underperform. Yeah, because I've noticed that in Chelsea's, like, after the deadline, it's like everything flips on its head. Always does, almost, it feels like. Like, it's such an interesting sim engine, I'll say that. Just the way, the streakiness that you can sometimes get. Like, you'll have an insane team, but man, there will be a time where you'll get streaky no matter what. At least it feels like it. I mean, on occasion, sometimes you feel like you just run through everyone, but you'll still have like a 3-4 game span where you're like, whoa, what just happened? But anyways, let's look at the playoff teams. Ducks, Flames, Canucks, Kings, Blackhawks, Predators, Wild, Avalanche all make it. The Kings had less than 90 points. There you go, Kings. In the Atlantic, over on the East, 110 from the Lightning, 108 from Boston, 97 from Ottawa. Canadians get 97, Toronto 80. Toronto made the playoffs. That was an insane turnaround. Do you guys remember where they were? they were like one of the worst teams in the league. Then you got Pittsburgh going up to 122 points. The Capitals won 2 more games than Pittsburgh, but had no OT losses, so they only had 118 points. They won 59 games, and the Devils made it with 40. That is insane. 2 teams with 59 wins. Cool, end of season now. Okay, so let's go day by day for this postseason. Let's see who ends up winning it. It's going to be crazy, I think. So Anaheim goes up 1-0. You know, Calgary's up 1-0, Boston's 1-0, Tampa's 1-0, Washington's 1-0, and Pittsburgh is 1-0. Let's keep simming. 1-1 series all across the board in the Western or in the Pacific Division set of games. 2-1 now for Calgary. Ottawa is up 2-1. Anaheim's up 3-1. Calgary's 3-1. Washington sweeps New Jersey 4-0. Pittsburgh's up 3-1. Nashville's up 3-1. Chicago and LA are tied. Ottawa's 3-1. Tampa's 3-1. Now this is a good question. So if you're like a Toronto, in this case, in this hypotheticals case, like, are you happy that your team just made the playoffs? Because you were bottom feeders looking at a top 10 pick. And then you end up having this insane turnaround just to get smacked out of round 1. It's like, well, what was the point now? Like, the players are like, some of them might just save their job, but still, Pittsburgh, Washington, Tampa, Ottawa. Wow, Ottawa took out Boston. LA, Nashville. I'm pretty sure LA came back. And then Anaheim, Calgary. Calgary goes up 1-0. Nashville is up 1-0. Ottawa's up 2-0, 1-1 series between Pittsburgh and Washington. I'm mainly excited about that one. 2-1 between Anaheim and Calgary. Ottawa's 2-1. Not Ottawa. Washington is up 2-1. Crazy. Speaking of Ottawa, how is their series going? Ottawa's up 3-1, so they're up 2-1 too. Nashville swept LA. That's crazy. Nashville's actually going on a run. Anaheim, can they take out Calgary? No, not yet. Anaheim still up 3-2. Washington now is up 3-2. Tampa's up or down 3-2 as Ottawa's up 3-2. Anaheim gets the job done. Pittsburgh and Tampa both force game 7s, and the winner of those series are Tampa and Washington. Ottawa blew a 3-1 lead. That is crazy. Pittsburgh couldn't quite complete the comeback. My pick for Washington to win it, still looking good. Then Anaheim and Nashville out west. I don't know why in the eliminated teams it's only showing the Western Conference teams now. There's a nice little glitch EA. In custom leagues and normal franchise, that doesn't happen. So Washington's up 2-1. Nashville is up 2-1. Who will win their conference finals? Who is going to the Stanley Cup? Nashville is up 3-1. Tampa is down 3-1 as Washington makes it. Nashville makes it. We have a Washington-Nashville final in 2015. So a year early for Nashville. They made it in 2016, I believe. It had to have been 2016. And then Washington, or was San Jose 2016, Nashville was the next year. It's something like that. And then Washington makes it to their final. So Washington goes down 1-0. Nashville's up. Nashville can't take control. It's a tied series now. Now Washington goes up 2-1. Nashville, can they bounce back? No, it's 3-1. Is Ovi gonna get his first cup in 2015? No, not yet. Nashville makes it 3-2. Washington gets it done, and the Henderson Silver Knights win the Calder. So the Washington Capitals win the Stanley Cup here in 2014, 2015. Here's your playoff tree. Damn, Washington. Pittsburgh was a little scary, but outside of that, they kind of took care of business. Here's the AHL if you care. Henderson kind of ran through everyone. Holy shit. So let's take a look at the awards. Stanley Cup, Pittsburgh year 1, Washington year 2, Chicago wins the President's Trophy. Art Ross goes to Crosby, Hart goes to Crosby, the Norris goes to Keith again, Lady Byng goes to Chris Letang, the Calder goes to Jake Gensel, Ovi gets his Conn Smythe, Vezina went to Braden Holtby, Braden Holtby, because they also got the Jennings. Bill Masterson went to Andy Green. Connor McLeod is the Jack Adams winner in Ottawa. Taze gets the Selke this time. Lindsay with the Crosby. And then the Maurice Richard, James Neal. Are we going to see the first 60-goal season from James Neal? That's what I was telling you guys. It happens for whatever reason with these rosters. James Neal is him. Entire league. Forwards, almost. He got 57. Tied the league leader, though, with Ovi. Sharp, 47. Patch is 46. Crosby, 46. Perry, 45. Taze at 44. And Lee and Verbata both had 42. Your assist leaders, let's see. Joe Thornton was 75, Crosby 67, Marcus Johansson was 65, Lucic had a 30-60 season. Holy shit. Louis Eriksson. See, like, this guy, that's not real. It should be 30 goals, like 30 assists. Like, what's Louis Eriksson doing? Like, that's why I mean not enough goal scorers. Like, some of the goal scorers just are not goal scorers for whatever reason. Kane had 60 assists. Points. Crosby, 113 points. James Neal, 106. Lucic, 96. Kane, 95. Thornton, 95. Malkin, 92. Patches, 90. Defenseman-wise, your point leader, Letang, 106. Keith, 105. Letang also had 25 goals, along with PK, who had 25 goals, 98 points. Carlson had 27 goals, 97 points. Burns, 94 points. Mike Green, 92 points. Yandel, 83 points. Goalies. Who were the best goalies that were starting? Wins leader, Corey Crawford, back-to-back years. Save percentage, 920 from Holtby, 919. Luongo, 918. Markstrom. Was he already there? Or did they just happen to trade for him just like, oh, he's already put there? Okay. I feel like that's a couple years too early, but it's whatever. Brian Elliott, 914. Okay. Oh yeah, we can check out the point leaders for the Capitals. I forgot to do that. Player stats. So the Washington Capitals now. No, not the entire league, just Washington. Forwards. Ovi was the only 1 point per game. Iginla's ring chasing paid off finally. Saku got another ring. Baxter and Perreault got a ring. Defense and John Carlson was nearly point per game. Goalie Braden Holtby did his thing. Let's check out the retirements now. The draft lottery results. Buffalo wins the lottery. Philly wins the lottery. Couldn't happen in real life. New York falls though. Carolina, Winnipeg, Columbus, San Jose, Edmonton, Florida, Detroit. Top 12. Okay. And then Seattle, Vegas, 3 and 4. You know, who cares about them? Not in the league yet, technically. So as long as they're doing ass, we're technically chilling. Now, retirements. Cal O'Reilly, Chris Phillips, legend, Sammy Sallow, Todd Bertuzzi, Sean Thornton. A lot of the grinders are starting to go. Craig Adams, Sergei Gonchar, Martin Handzus, Brett Suter, goalies, Joey McDonald, Dan Ellis, the point leader. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. Oh, I hope it's not. Oh, it might be too late. I forgot to check out the point leader for the goalies, but now it might be too late because it's past retirements. Oh, maybe not. Okay, good, it's not. Let's check out the goalie point leaders. Hopefully, one of the ones that retired would not have made the list. Marc-Andre Fleury got 4 points. Congrats to him being the best goalie in the NHL. Real quick, before we actually start, we got Connor McDavid, Mikko Rantanen, Jack Eichel, Mitch Marner, Kaprizov, Aho. Let's see, anyone else popping up here? Rupe Hintz, Timo Meyer, Zach Werenski, Matt Barzell, Thomas Chabot, Noah Hannafin. There should be a Jake DeBrusk somewhere. Also a Zach Senyshyn. Hey, you know, Boston really blew that, huh? So Buffalo, in real life, they got fucked over, had to pick second and get Jack Eichel. But in this universe, they are going to get Connor McDavid. Where's Edmonton picking 10? We'll see who they're going to get instead of McJesus. Philly is going to get Mikko Rantanen. Vegas is going to get Jack Eichel, just like real life. Oh, fuck. Seattle, our pick. Oh, are they going to get Mitch Marner into Seattle? They are. The Rangers are going to get Kirill Kaprizov. Carolina's going to get Sebastian Aho, just like real life. Timo Meyer goes to Edmonton. Rupe Hintz to Florida. Barzell to Detroit. Werenski to the Islanders. Kyle Connor to St. Louis. Thomas Chabot to Toronto. I think they got a really good defenseman last year too, so Toronto's loading up. Okay, let's see if there's any other names really quick that are... Daniel Vladar goes to Calgary. He'd end up going there in real life. Montembeault goes to Nashville. Another goalie. All these mid goalies. This guy really made sure he got all the mid goalies, huh? Let's see. Anyone else that we can recognize? No. Anyone in round 4? Now we might really just be completely random. Yeah, I think we're at a point where we are completely random. Okay. That's cool. Okay. Let's go check out who are going to be the top free agents this year. It's going to be an interesting class, I hope. Anyone big? Chicago got Matt Cook from Minnesota. Okay. Signings. Boston signed Jan Hayda. Nick Holden to Colorado. Josh Harding goes to Pittsburgh long-term. Koivu goes to Tampa, along with Eric Cole and Francois Beauchemin. Tampa Bay making some signings. Roosevelt is there in Edmonton. Devin Setaguchi to Ottawa for 4 years. Justin Williams goes to Vegas. Philip Grubauer goes to LA. Sean Horkoff to Washington. Ray Emery to Boston. Emerson Edom to Carolina. Eric Furr to St. Louis. Chris Versteeg to Seattle. Ryan Malone to San Jose. Gotch to Dallas. Adam McQuaid to Philly. Tim Thomas kicking it around in Calgary. Barrett Jackman to Anaheim. Jesse Winchester to Edmonton. Carl Hagelin goes 6 years to Ottawa. Maxime Lapierre to Minnesota. Mike Hoffman re-signs in Ottawa. Sergei Bobrovsky goes to Buffalo. Kyle Yarncroc re-signs in Nashville. Evgeny Nabokov goes to Dallas. Antti Niemi goes to Winnipeg. Bernier goes to Buffalo on a long-term deal. Colin Wilson goes to Dallas on a 6-year deal. Havlat signs with Montreal. Zibnik Mikalik goes to 3 years in Edmonton. David Booth goes to 1 year in Seattle. Patty Maroon goes 5 years in Ottawa. Gustav Nyquist goes 5 years in Calgary. Ben Bishop goes 4 years in Buffalo. So Ben Bishop and Bobrovsky went to Buffalo? Jesus. Nick Foligno to Colorado. Clark MacArthur to Toronto. Andre Sekura, 5 years to Florida. Braden Holtbeast, after winning the Cup, says, "Skip, fuck you, Washington. I'm going to go to Columbus." Bobby Ryan goes to Carolina. Thomas Hickey to Detroit. Boychuk to Phoenix. Kadri is going to Vegas. Schneider to New York. I'm pretty sure that happened in real life. That's funny. Mike Brown, Greg Campbell, Marty Brodeur kicking it around still in Chicago. Mark Stahl re-signs in New York. Beagle goes to Boston. Danny Heatley goes 2 years to LA. Brandon Morrow goes to Chicago. Cam Atkinson goes a year to St. Louis. Justin Braun goes 4 years to Tampa. Alec Martinez 5 years to San Jose. Wow. And Silverberg resigns in Anaheim. A lot of crazy moves, honestly. Who else is still available? I don't know what Buffalo is doing, loading up on 2 goalies, though, at a high price tag. And there are a lot more guys. Holy shit. Patrick Kane is still here. Who's the team interested? Buffalo? Oh my God. Martin St. Louis is still here. Who's he looking to go with? He's looking to go to Dallas right now. Dallas and Buffalo both loading up. Florida and Buffalo again trying to get this Smith guy. Michael Ryder's still here. Dwight King is still here. Goalies. Fleury is still here. Devin Dubnyk wants only $500,000. Every team should be biting on that. Yo, I'd give him 7 years right now. Buffalo went out and got Patrick Kane for Connor McDavid. What a duo. Let's take a look at Buffalo on opening day. So Buffalo's walking Marcus Foligno, Connor McDavid, he was drafted as like an 80. And in the first offseason jumps to a 91. Patrick Kane, 95. Stewart. I mean, this team, it looks better than last year. It does. Defensively, they're kind of loaded with Ehrhoff. Tyler Myers has grown to an 84. McCabe, McNabb, they added Wisnowski. And then goalies, you got Ben Bishop. What the fuck? Didn't they sign another goalie? who is their AHL? Wait, Bishop, Bobrovsky. Who is Buffalo's? We're going to have to go to proposed trade. How many goalies does Buffalo have? We go to Buffalo goalies. What are they rocking in net? Why? Why would they do this? Why would they sign Bernie? I mean, it's cheap, but you already have Bishop at that. What were they thinking? Did they not think they were going to get Bobrovsky at only $5 million? Holy shit, they got Bob out of steal. Well, I mean, they got and they have Linus Ullmark. They have Ullmark as just a natural prospect who's already here. So that's Buffalo. Holy shit. Is there any straight up sellers already? Columbus knows they're bad. Edmonton knows they're bad. Who else is a straight seller? Philly's saying they're bad. Vegas, of course. Vancouver. Even though Vancouver signed Timonen, they went out, signed arguably the best. They have Cam Ward. They went out, got Cam Ward. They went out, signed Kimmo Timonen. They have a stacked decor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, having to go Joel Myrenberg, who in real life, I don't think he's 21 at this point. He's probably like 16, but oh well. And then forward-wise, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, yeah, their offense is god-awful. Their offense really is bad. They still got the Sedin brothers, though. So, guys, I'll see you guys at the trade deadline. Honestly, we'll go through real quick. I'll show you guys all the lines. Just the major ones. If there's anyone like really crazy where I'm like, whoa, like that's crazy. Just real quick. If you guys want to stop, you can. Boston looks like they're going to be dog water. Buffalo, we already saw them. They're the most interesting team in the league. I mean, if Buffalo trades one of those goalies, Bobby Ryan to Carolina, we can see that. Bobby Ryan. I mean, honestly, Carolina is building for the future because when Aho is good enough, this will be a deadly team. Especially now with Bobby Ryan on that team. But, man, if Buffalo can just trade for a forward with one of those goalies, they are really going to be loaded. Oh, you know what? I'll just do that after. We'll quickly run through again, look at all the team's goalies, and just see if there's a team. Like, I'm now invested in Buffalo, and I don't give one fuck about Buffalo. But they have turned into the most interesting team in the league when you have 3 current guys who can be a starter and one that's gonna be good enough to start in the future. It's like, man, what are you doing? Look at these teams. Minnesota, I think Minnesota looks really good too. They look like they're ready for a ring. Montreal, yeah, they're not that good. New Jersey, who do they got? Ryan Clough has grown in his mid-30s because he started out as like an 83, 84. That is crazy, that Ryan Clough. And Yager's still kicking it. He was like an 86, but that makes sense. Yager really was still kicking it. Kirill Kaprizov being on line 1 on the Rangers. Crazy. Ottawa, they're not that good. They're pretty mid. They're a really physical team, though. They were really physical. They're like if they're in the playoffs, you would not want to play Ottawa. Regular season-wise, though, you're like, they're not a good team. Phoenix, kind of the same way, but they're just a really physical team. They have no skill at all. Pittsburgh looking to go on another run. San Jose, yeah, they're starting to collapse a little. Hurdle's getting good, but Ryan Malone on your second line is kind of weak. That whole bottom 6 is bad. St. Louis bottom 6 is terrible, but they got good defense. So maybe that can help with the weak bottom 6. Tampa Bay looks really good. Wait, what was Kucherov is now up to an 87. Okay, so he's starting to get up there. Toronto has 0 centers. They have Thomas Chabot playing as a 71. That's funny. Vancouver, like I said, they got the offense. Don't really have much. They got the defense, not much offense. Vegas, they're starting to build a team. Molson, Kadri, Justin Williams, Braden Point, Jack Eichel, Ray Whitney, Lee Stepniak. Defense, Paul Martin, Zidlicki. Okay, Matt Barkowski, he has some X factors. Goalie, Anders Nilsson. Like, hey, Vegas, they're trying to become competitive, and they honestly, I think they're getting there. Winnipeg, but man, like trading all those first round picks, I don't know what they're thinking. Winnipeg, They're not that good. Okay. Now let's quickly run through. Oh yeah, the reigning champion Capitals. Can't forget them. What are they looking like? Why is it out of order? That's what I don't get. Why is Winnipeg coming before Washington? I don't know. Okay, let's quickly run through the goalies, and then I will see you guys at the deadline. Gibson and Anderson, Rask and Ray Emery. Rask starting to get dropped. Bishop, Bobrovsky, and then Bernier. Insane. Carolina, Khudobin, Chad Johnson. They're going with the former Bruins, just like real life they went with at one point. Holtby, Forsberg. Goalie, Calgary. Oh, okay. I was just about to be like, what are you doing with Tim Thomas as your starter? But they're just going with Brian Miller. Maybe they got back-to-back start. Corey Crawford, Brodeur, Colorado, Varlamov, and Gian Giroux. Lettinen and Nabokov in Dallas. Detroit, Howard and Mrazek. Ben Scrivens and Michael Neuwirth. Luongo and Malik, whoever the fuck. Quick and Grubauer. Darcy Kemper and Nicholas Backstrom. Carey Price, Thomas Greiss. Scott, okay, New Jersey, you better be calling fucking Buffalo. I mean, you're not a good team, but like, to not have any goaltending, come on. Nashville is Pekka Rinne, Corey Schneider in New York with Jonas Enroth, and you got Lundqvist and this Koskinen guy in New York with the Rangers, Anderson and Lehner in Ottawa, Philly has Jason Peters and Steve Mason. They could call up Buffalo. Mike Smith, Alex Stalock, but they're bad, so maybe not. Josh Harding, the new face of Pittsburgh with Matt Murray coming up. San Jose went with Marc-Andre Fleury. Honestly, I actually really like that move from San Jose. Brian Elliott, and still in St. Louis. You got Vasilevsky's come onto the scene in Tampa Bay. Okay, no. Toronto, okay. We know Vegas, Winnipeg, Washington, okay, Buffalo. You should be banging on either, honestly, Washington's door so they get a better goalie one, or Toronto's door. What the fuck? Go get their, like, yo, and they have picks. Toronto has multiple first-round picks, man. You better, Buffalo, be calling up Toronto. But, guys, I will now see you guys at the trade deadline, and maybe Buffalo will trade one of their goalies, hopefully for them. All right, boys, here at the deadline, let's take a look at who the top teams are going into the deadline. In the Western Conference, you got Calgary, Chicago, Nashville, Minnesota, Phoenix, LA, Anaheim, San Jose. Dallas is fighting for a spot, so is Winnipeg. Colorado's still in the mix. Vancouver kind of falling off. Yeah, and then we're in the bad teams. And as you can see, Vegas and Seattle still down here at the bottom. Eastern Conference, you got Pittsburgh, Tampa, Buffalo, Washington, Boston, Ottawa, New York, and Columbus. Anyone really fighting? Carolina, Montreal, kinda. Everyone else, not really. And New York and Toronto really bottoming out. Toronto really did shit last year too. It's weird. I feel like some of the biggest trades, it doesn't show. And the Islanders get Strawman, a third, Drew Stafford, and Columbus gets Zach Werenski. So they get him. Did they move him or did they, or was he drafted? I forget. But if he was drafted by New York, funny that Columbus says, no, we want him in this universe too. Were there any other big trades? I hope Buffalo did a trade. So Carl Alsner and a third to Philly for Scott Hartnell and a third, okay. Nashville gets Daniel Winnick for a couple of seconds. The trade we already saw pop up. Manny Elniuk for a third and Derek Dorsett, okay. Volchenkov, Zubris, and Scott Darling to Pittsburgh for Josh Harding. Interesting. Pittsburgh saying, fuck a goalie, we want the players. Dallas gets Adam McQuaid for some shit. Tristan Jerry gets traded to Florida for Brian Campbell and a fourth. Sam Gagner to Anaheim for a second for Zidlicki. Okay, Islanders getting some depth. Nick Spaulding to Detroit for a second. Detroit getting robbed. Paul Martin for John. Oh, and so Jonathan Bernier does get moved. Vegas acquires him for Paul Martin. And then Vegas gets Marian Hossa for Lee Stepniak. What the fuck? Carl Gunnarsson for a second. Michael Raffle to Boston. And then Calgary gets Jack Johnson for a couple of picks. So that's kind of crazy. So let's take a look at Buffalo, and I want to look at Vegas because Vegas is a little interesting. And Pittsburgh, like, do they not have a goalie now? Like, that's insane for Pittsburgh to say fuck a goalie, especially because that's usually their biggest issue. So Buffalo, with that trade, what they get, a defenseman? Yeah, they got Paul Martin. Yeah, this D-core, they really loaded up on defense. They're really saying fucking offense, though, because, like, even the second line, I feel like it's really weak compared to some of these other teams that we see. And, of course, they still got that 1-2 tandem. Vegas now, they are starting to kind of look like a team. They get Bernier on top of getting an aging Marian Hossa. I don't know why they do that and not just keep selling, but whatever. And then Pittsburgh, another very interesting. Oh, so Volchenkov is going on line 1 for him. Okay, so that actually kind of makes sense. They got top 2 D-man along with a third line winger in exchange for their goalie. But now they're going to actually run it with Scott Darling, who's been dog shit. So Pittsburgh, I expect to drop off, honestly, because Volchenkov isn't that good. And Josh Harding, like, unless his stats were really shit, he was probably serviceable. And I'm guessing, considering the Penguins were the best team in the league, he was doing serviceable. So we'll see if there's any big switches in the standings. You don't need a 91 and 89. And it's weird, like, maybe Custom Leagues changes up the sim engine, because I feel like teams notoriously don't really do that. Like, that's something you'd see in, like, NHL 14. Maybe I just haven't really paid that much attention to other teams in my franchise modes. But the fact that happened, like, at least they moved them and they didn't just hold on to them forever. But the fact that they even held on to them the trade deadline, crazy. But here we are at the start of the postseason. Let's take a look at we need to sim another day because some teams are at 81 games still. Okay, now is everyone at 82? Yeah, everyone's at 82. So the Penguins, Capitals, Islanders, Blue Jackets make it from the Metro. In the Atlantic, the Lightning, Sabres, Senators, and Bruins make it. In the Central, the Preds, Blackhawks, Coyotes, Avalanche, and Jets make it. And the Pacific, the Flames, Kings, and Sharks all make it. Let's take a look at some league leaders. Forwards, John Tavares has a career year, 110 points, has 3 years left at $6 million. McDavid in his rookie year puts up 50-50. Ovi had 58 goals. James Neal still cooking. Crosby 100 points. Tays 100. Kane 96. Mike Camilleri had 94 points. He did have one insane year where he did completely go off. It wasn't nearly for 94 points, but he did actually have a one-off year like that. Malkin, Stamkos, Gaudreau, Lucic. Goal leaders, anyone really missing? Let's see. Camilleri, Jeff Carter had 46 goals. Sharp, Host had 45. Perry, 43. Patches, 43. Tavares, Lee, and Kane all above 40 assist leaders. You had John Tavares at 68. Crosby, 67. Gaudreau, 66. Is he already taking off? You have 88 overall for Gaudreau. Backstrom's at 65 assists. Krejci had 60 assists. Okay, now let's take a look at the defensive point leaders. Expecting, Carlson, Keith, Burns still running the show. Giordano, Dustin Byfuglien is now added to the list of top guys. So is Alex Pietrangelo now. PK Subban's up here along with Victor Hedman. Your top goalies. Let's do the points before we sort. So the biggest point man, we got 5 from Corey Crawford, beats our current record of 4 by Fleury, and Scrivens ties the record. Good for them. Congrats to them. Now let's go ahead and see who the real top performing goalies are. Save percentage wise, Josh Harding played what? That can't be right. Okay, that was for his one game in New Jersey. I was just about to be like, there's no way he went the whole year without allowing a single goal. But no, he went 5 shots without allowing a goal. He had a 920, so he doesn't count. Well, he'd still actually be first. Corey Schneider also had a 920. Khudobin at a 919. Sergei Bobrovsky's at a 919. Niemi's 919. Smith's a 919. Letnin's 915, Varlamov 912, and 910 for Quick. And real quick, let's see who the worst starting goalie in the NHL was, just for fun. Jorgen Hannenborg, 879, a 63 for Toronto. And Scott Darling, Pittsburgh starting goalie,
was the second worst goalie in the league. So I don't know how far Pittsburgh's going to get. But let's see now. Oh, fuck. Okay, game's glitching. Whoa, what's going on? We're lagging. Okay, Jesus. The menu's just so slow. Needs to be crisper every year. Okay, so heading into the postseason round 1 matchups, you got LA, San Jose, Calgary, and Winnipeg, and then Buffalo, Ottawa, Tampa, Boston, Washington, New York, Pittsburgh, Columbus, and this is going to be a good one. And it's Chicago, Phoenix, Nashville, Colorado. So let's see who can end up getting past round 1 as Tampa Bay and Calgary both go up 1-0. So does San Jose and Washington. Calgary is up 2-0 now. Crazy madness as San Jose also goes up 2-0. Winnipeg's now 2-1. Nashville's up 3-0. It's a 1-1 series between Chicago and Phoenix. Will we have any sweeps? No sweeps yet. Yes, we do. Nashville sweeps Colorado. Pittsburgh sweeps Columbus, says fuck a goalie. Tampa's up 3-1. Buffalo's up 2-1. San Jose now sweeps LA. A lot of sweeps, honestly, going down here in round 1 as Calgary wins their series 4-2. Phoenix takes out Chicago and underdog wins 4-1. Buffalo's up 3-2. Tampa Bay has blown their lead. It's 3-3. Washington's up 3-2. Can Boston actually come back down? I think they're down 3-1 as Calgary moves on to face San Jose. Phoenix, Nashville. Boston came back down 3-1 to take out Tampa Bay. They'll face Buffalo. And then a classic matchup between Pittsburgh and Washington now. Let's see how this goes. That's crazy. I can't believe Boston just came back. That's not something you'd see them do. They like to blow leads. 1-1 between Calgary and San Jose, 2-0 between Pittsburgh, Washington, 2-0 between Boston and Buffalo, and Phoenix is up 2-0. And Boston might actually go on a run. And as I was going to say, they might go on a run. They lose. San Jose is up 3-1. Pittsburgh sweeps Washington. They are yet to lose a game. Boston's up 3-2. Nashville is up 3-2. San Jose takes care of Calgary. They win 4-1. We're in a new round as Boston takes out Buffalo, I'm assuming in 6, to go up against Pittsburgh and San Jose, Nashville. Crazy. I think this was close to like 2016, which is funny. Like the teams that made it around that time. So San Jose, Nashville, Boston, Pittsburgh. San Jose's up 1-0. Pittsburgh is up 1-0. Game 2 now for the two teams. Nashville ties the series. Boston ties the series. Oh, San Jose goes up 2-1. Boston goes up 2-1. Who will go on to the Stanley Cup Finals in 2015? Nashville ties the series. Now they go down 3-2 to San Jose. Boston goes up 3-2 over Pittsburgh. Game 6. San Jose and Boston both get it done in 6. It's San Jose and Boston. This would have always been a fun matchup. Even as a Bruins fan, I was hoping this would be a matchup because of Jumbo Joe playing his former team. Boston rocking Lucic, Bergeron, Louis Eriksson, Krejci, Carl Soderberg, Marchand, Michael Raffle they acquired at the deadline, Chris Kelly, Riley Smith, Daniel Payet, Jay Beagle, and Cody McLeod. Defense, Krug, Hamilton, Hayda, Chara, Bryson Martin, and Kai Wisman. Hey, that's just going to happen, I guess, when you have not the most complete rosters. Rask and Ray Emery rocking it in net, and then San Jose in net. They got Marc-Andre Fleury, who is going off. They got Joe Thornton, Logan Couture, Joe Pavelski coming back from injury, Marlo Hurdle, Ponikarovsky. At 18 years, damn, this kid looks special. They took him 9th. Tommy Wingles, Steve Ott, Thomas Kopecky, Brian Flynn, Philippe Dwyer, and Matt Nieto. Whoa, this kid's 19. Damn. They took this guy in the 5th round. Absolute steal. And Matt Nieto there. Velasquez, Burns, Demers. I mean, it's going to be hard for Boston to win this, honestly. And they have Ryan Malone hurt. If he can be back soon. Oh, we should see if, let's see if Boston has any injuries. Because maybe that's why their depth is so weak, unless they're just actually a weak depth team. So San Jose, we saw
Ryan Malone out till May 27th. And then Boston, do they have any injuries? That guy, I don't know who that is, so we can't be that good. So let's go ahead and see who wins the Stanley Cup in 2015. Game 1 goes to the Boston Bruins. Game 2 goes to the Bruins. Game 3 goes to San Jose. They're back in the series. It's still alive. 3-1 Boston. No way they blow this. And it's 3-2 San Jose. Are they going to blow a 3-1 lead? No, they're not. The Boston Bruins have won the Stanley Cup in 2015. And the San Diego Gulls, the Anaheim Ducks minor league team, wins the Calder. Or not the Calder, the AHL championship. What is it called? I don't know. Do it say? Oh, it is Calder. Okay, they win the Calder. Okay, so Stanley Cup final. Boston got done in 6 against San Jose and Pittsburgh and Buffalo. Tampa Bay, they went down 3-1, came back. Crazy run for the Bruins. If only they did that in real life, but it never did. So Stanley Cup so far, year 1, 2013, it was the Pittsburgh Penguins. Year 2, 2014, the Washington Capitals. And year 3, 2015, the Boston Bruins. This is not how it went in real life. A lot of Eastern Conference teams getting it done here. And the President's Trophy winner was Pittsburgh. So the President's Trophy winner still yet to win it all. And I think Pittsburgh really lost them when they traded away their goalie. Art Ross, John Tavares, Hart Memorial, James Neal taking it from Crosby. The Norris finally goes to someone new in Eric Carlson. Lady Byng also goes to Carlson. The Calder goes to Connor McJesus. The Conn Smythe goes to Louis Eriksson. Okay. Vezina, Sergei Bobrovsky. The Jennings went to Scott Darling. Jesus. Bill Masterson, Mark Fane. Jack Adams goes to Columbus. The Selke goes to Anze Kopitar. The Lindsay goes to James Neal. And the Maurice Richard goes to Alexander Ovechkin. Now, if we look at the postseason stats, let's take a look at the Boston Bruins and their miraculous run. Louis Eriksson put up 33 points. Lucic got 31. Marchand 30. Who was the goal scorer? Just Marchand, huh? Lucic and Bergeron also kind of scored. These guys were top heavy as hell. These guys sucked. I can't believe they won it. There's that defense, Krug, Hamilton, Chara, all getting double-digit points. Tuukka had a pretty good run. So good on them. Let's now go to retirements. Who will be retiring this season? It's stuck in free agency, which is nice. And Toronto wins the lottery. Is this the Austin Matthews year? Because they might have just gotten Austin Matthews. Carolina jumps. Seattle falls yet again. Big shock. The Rangers, Florida, Detroit, New Jersey, Toronto again. It's a top 10 pick. Vegas, come on. Vancouver, Montreal, Edmonton, Philly, St. Louis, Anaheim, Dallas, Minnesota. Go to view draft class now. Let's see who is supposed to go. It is Austin Matthews. That's crazy. They're going to get their savior again. To Chuck McAvoy, Adam Fox, some other big names. Retired players. Let's see. Martin St. Louis retires from Dallas. Brandon Morrow retires from Chicago. Edmonton loses Willie Mitchell. Vernon Fiddler goes away into St. Louis. Derek McKenzie, Toronto's big trade acquisition for like a second or whatever, goes. Adam Hall, Andrew Ference, Matthew Tennyson. Anyone else down here? No. Okay, Rob O'Gara, goalies. Anyone big? Tim Thomas and Marty Brodeur go. Brodeur in 892 in his little stint. Leland Irving is also gone. Rip Leland Irving. It's Thomas, St. Louis, Ference, and Derek McKenzie. Okay. Will they take their savior, Austin Matthews? They do. 85 high franchise to Chuck 84 medium franchise. Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to do that. Seattle, they take Charlie McAvoy. Okay, let's sim to the next round. Take a look at the other guys that went. We had an Adam Fox. Let's see. Jesper Bratt went. Alex DeBrincat went. Bratt to Detroit. DeBrincat to New Jersey. Tage Thompson to Toronto. That's a deadly center court. Imagine Matthews, Tage Thompson. Of course, in real life, they also have Tavares in this. They will not. He's still in New York. Jake Chichurin went to Philadelphia. Patrick Laine to St. Louis.
Let's see who else. Any other big first rounders here? No, not like real life people. Okay, let's sim entire draft. We'll quickly go over the we'll look at every round and see if there's anyone else that we can see real quick. Round 2, is there anyone here? I don't think so. Let's see. I don't see anyone. You guys might see someone. If you guys do see someone, let me. Oh, Carter Hart goes to Boston. Big goalie there. And then see, I know it can't be Cam Fowler. So San Jose gets someone with the same name. Oh, is Wool? Is that a real? I know there is a real life guy named Wool, but is that actually him? Is that also Jesper Fast to St. Louis? Maybe. I don't know if these guys are actually these guys or if they're just like coincidental names, but I think that would definitely be it. There's no way he put someone down here. Yeah. Okay. So let's move on to free agency. It's led by Alesh Hemsky, Dan Hamhuis, Andrei Anisimov, Yuri Hudler, Eric Stahl, Ryan Kessler, P.A. Parento, T.J. Brody, Jakob Silverberg. Goalies: Niemi, Fleury, Ward, Scrivens, Martin Jones, Jonas Enroth. Trading done. Derek Moore gets traded to Washington for a second. And now signings, any big signings: Luke Schenn to Seattle, Volchenkov to Detroit, Plekanec to Columbus, Anton Forsberg to Minnesota, Pittsburgh gets Jay McLennan, James Shepard goes to LA, Steve Auck goes to Ottawa, Chris Thorburn to New Jersey, Jay Beagle to Carolina, Michael Rosewall to Colorado, Francois Beauchemin goes back to Colorado, Jordy Ben to Anaheim, Danny DeKeyser to New Jersey, Seth Jones re-signs with Nashville, okay, Andrei Markov goes to Philly, Ray Emery Buffalo, Polak to Seattle, Ryan Malone goes to New Jersey, Darren Helm goes to Winnipeg, Cam Atkinson goes to Calgary, Fleury now in San Jose, he's going to be sticking around there on a 4-year deal. Daniel Winnick to Ottawa on a 2-year deal. Olli Jokinen also going to Ottawa. Abelkader signing a 3-year deal in Dallas. So Dallas gets fucked, not Detroit this time around. Brian Giunta to LA. Chris Russell to Florida. Alex Killorn to Phoenix along with Nick Foligno. Okay, Phoenix bolstering a little. As they went on a deep run, like they could be a potential Stanley Cup team. Lars Eller to Detroit, Gudas to Seattle, David Booth to St. Louis, TJ Brody goes long-term to Carolina, P.A. Parento goes to Columbus, Ryan Kessler goes to Vegas, okay. Eric Stahl then goes to Vancouver to replace Ryan Kessler along with Yuri Hudler. Artem Anisimov goes long-term to Vegas, Alesh Hemsky goes to Anaheim, Orlov re-signs for a year in Washington, Barrett Jackman goes a year to the Rangers. Freddie Anderson, what are the odds? Toronto's just trying to do what they did in real life. Now they get Freddie Anderson on a 2-year deal. Daniel Alfredson, who's still in the league, goes to Calgary. Marco Scandella signs a 5-year deal with Boston. Okay. Mike Hoffman to Toronto. Shane Doan to Minnesota. Troy Brouwer to Pittsburgh. Franz Nielsen to Buffalo. Ekholm to Carolina on a long-term deal, Eric Johnson to Florida, Jeff Petrie to New Jersey. You'll see the rest of the signings when we look at the teams in the start of the 2016-2017 season, who in real life, I believe, this was Pittsburgh's first year of their back-to-back, so we'll see who can get it done in this sim. All right, boys, here at the start of 2016, let's take a look at these teams. Burakovsky, Sam Gagner, Corey Perry, Hemsky, Getzlaf, Raquel. Honestly, Anaheim doesn't look bad. Outside of a couple wingers, they do not look bad defensive-wise. Yep, that bottom pair is a little weak, and then in net, 89 John Gibson, not bad at all. The reigning champs, Boston with Rask, loaded up squad. Soderberg went up even more. Krejci's down here. They added some depth. Like, this team honestly could repeat. They really could repeat. Adding Marco Scandella to that top 4. Buffalo now. Now this team I could also see taking over as Hodgson jumps up to an 89, steals line 1 from McDavid. That's interesting. That is interesting. In net, do they still, Bishop, Bobrovsky, 290 goalies. Carolina rocking with Khudobin again. Forward-wise, they add Matthew Tkachuk through the draft, but honestly, overall, they look pretty similar. And this time, Andrei Loktuanov is turning into what he was in real life. I don't know how he did it in my one sim I did. They also got Matthias Ekholm. Is this his first year here? And yep, Matthias Ekholm's first year here. So this defense, Carolina, not a bad looking squad. Calgary or Columbus. What? Shouldn't it be, where was Calgary? Oh, they're after Columbus for some reason. Okay. This team does not look good at all. Columbus is dog water. They do have James Wisniewski, but oh, they also have Braden Holtby. Okay. Calgary, Ilya Sorokin and Ryan Miller. That's a pair. Goudreau, Mike Hamill, Larry's killing it. Cam Atkinson they added. Daniel Alfredson, I remember they added. Chicago, they're still trying to get one ring out of the two they would get during this stretch. Or no, they already would have had one of the rings, right? I'm trying to think if they would already have 2 rings or if they would still be only at 1 ring. I think, no, because LA won it in 2013, 2014. So they would already be at 2 rings. So still trying to get that 3rd ring that they would end up getting. Colorado still looking very similar. Dallas, Kari Lehtinen, this team's still looking quite similar. They don't look that good, honestly. They got depth, but they don't really have any stars. Detroit, honestly, same exact issue. They got depth, but their stars are aging out, and I'm guessing they're making money. Yeah, 5 years. They gave Henrik Zetterberg 5 years at $6 million. Jesus, good luck. Good luck, Detroit. Edmonton now. Draisaitl's starting to take his own. Honestly, Edmonton doesn't look that bad if they got a goalie. They don't look that bad. Florida, they got Luongo. Just like real life, they got Patrick Elias now. Brad Boyes is on line 1, so you know they're not good. They do have Anders Sakura, but their defense pretty weak. LA, also, they're looking for their first ring, or are they also looking for ring 2 at this point? Oh, fuck. Those early 2010s, like I know Chicago wins 3, LA wins 2, but the exact years they do it, I always get mixed up on. They're looking, honestly, their forward core looks a little weak. Minnesota, Darcy Kemper, Parise, Palmville, they look like the exact same team from last year, honestly. I know they got Shane Doan, but they look really similar outside of that. Montreal looks as bad as ever, honestly. They're not looking too special. Carey Price still in net, though. New Jersey with their freshly added Josh Harding. What is this winging? Damian Brunner and Drew Stafford are your top 2 wingers. Then it goes to Chris Thorburn and Cody McLeod. What is this forward core? Ryan Malone on line 2. New Jersey needs to get some forwards. It's one way or another. Nashville, holy shit. Nashville, I think they're probably looking to win the cup. Even with this weak forward core, like they're probably trying to win a cup right now. With that D core, they could do it, even with that weak ass forward core, honestly. Let me know, who do you think is winning this season? Lee Stepniak, how the mighty have fallen, because he's on line 4 now, and he just had 44 points, and I guess I thought he did better. I thought he did much better. Never mind. Mighty have not fallen. He's just not that good. The Rangers, Chris Kreider, JT Miller, Kirill Kaprizov. You know, same exact spot. They don't have a center. Just like real life. Goalies, they still got Lundqvist, but their D-core's not that good. Ottawa, Craig Anderson, one of the worst goalies in the league a couple years back. They have Mark Stone and David Pastrnak. Honestly, if they can get goaltending, do they have defense? This team might be looking to win a cup. I don't even think they made the playoffs last year, but look for this team to make some moves. Philly, they have Mikko Rantanen playing center, Claude Giroux, Wayne Simmons, Vinny Lecavalier on line 2. Their D-core's not that bad. They don't really have a goalie, though. Phoenix now, Mike Smith in net. Their forward core, a bunch of mid. But if they got the D-core, that might be good enough. I mean, they got a big 3, which in this universe, that's been the key, is really have a big 3 on defense. Ekman Larson, Yandel Boychuk is a big 3. Pittsburgh just have Chris Letang, bunch of mid. Yeah, this team's not good. Pittsburgh is not. Actually, I take it back. It's not that bad. And I'm going back to being they're not that good. Matt Murray at 22 years old is going to be looking to be their starter at 78 overall. San Jose's got Fleury along with a pretty all right core, but of course this is now an aging core where last year was definitely their best chance to win a cup. St. Louis, Bouwmeester, Shattenberg, some mid, and then their forward core is honestly really loaded. This is a good forward core. insanely good. Goalies, Brian Elliott. Look out for St. Louis this year. Tampa Bay has Vasilevsky, Kuch, Filppula, Stamkos, Purcell, Johnson, Palat, Upshaw. Okay, defense, Hedman, Braun, Carl. I don't think that's a Stanley Cup winning team. Toronto, first overall pick, Toronto, with Austin Matthews on line 1. I mean, he's a big addition, but Tage Thompson on line 4. I don't know if they're good enough yet, though. I mean, they at least have goaltending, so maybe that'll actually be a big difference now that they have Freddie Anderson. Markstrom's still there in Vancouver, but this team, they added Eric Staal. They actually added a lot of depth. Vancouver's not that bad. I'm not going to lie. They are not that bad. Vegas starting to become a team, and they are honestly starting to get loaded. Molson, Kadri, Point, Hossa, Eichel, Kessler, Anisimov, Williams, and a bunch of mid defense. Defense is all mid, but they do have Jonathan Bernier in net. Winnipeg, Pavlik, and Hellebuck still. Forward core, outside of Teravainen, and they're honestly really like Winnipeg. They did acquire Darren Helm, but I'm pretty sure he went to Winnipeg in real life at some point. Maybe I'm wrong. Their D-core is very loaded, though. And now finally, the Capitals. They re-signed Orlov for the year, if you remember. Green, Carrick, forward core, Backstrom, Ovi, Tom Wilson on line 1. Yeah, now their depth is starting to pay dividends. Look at that winging core, though. Scotty Hartnell, Nikolai Ehlers, good bottom, but that fourth line, weak. But honestly, I feel like in this universe, you can live with a weak fourth line right now. And now let's take a look at the most important team, probably the team that's going to win the Presidents and the Stanley Cup, the Seattle Kraken, who is rocking now. We got Gerby, Seaver, Marner, Lind, Boland, Versteeg, Conacher, Kruger, Chipchura. Bunch of mid. Honestly, different strategy than Vegas. Vegas went for like stars. This Seattle team's going for a lot more just kind of like role players. And then on defense, they got a good defense. They got a defense that's brewing over here with guys like Ekblad, Gudas, and McAvoy now. Then Reimer and Halak in net. Not a bad squad, honestly, from Seattle. So I will see you guys now at the trade deadline now that you guys know. Oh yeah, and look at this. Look at this stretch from Seattle to start the year. What is this? 3 games, all against LA to start the year. The Sharks in 1 at 85 points above and beyond. Chicago, Minnesota, Nashville, Edmonton, and LA all in the 76, 70 point range. Going down 7th place Winnipeg, 8th place Anaheim. Here are the rest of the bottom feeders. Man, and it sucks. Seattle's down here in last again, but Vegas starting to move up the board some. Maybe we'll see them pop up by the time their actual inaugural season was. Washington in first in the East at 97 points already. Buffalo at 88, Boston at 87, Pittsburgh at 87, Toronto at 84, they're back. New York at 81, Ottawa at 73. Remember I said look out for them. Florida at 70, Tampa's just outside along with Carolina. Here are the rest of the guys who will get traded here at the deadline. Then Columbus at 46 points. I think that's dead last. How many points does Seattle have? Is Columbus really worse? Columbus is in last place in the league. Jesus. Let's see if there's been any big trades thus far. Player and pick trading. Carolina traded a 4th and a 5th and a couple others for Tom Cicito and a 3rd. Okay. Like minor trade. Now let's sim past the deadline. Who will be buying at the deadline? Will we see any crazy trades? I'd love it. Matt Stajan, Zemgus Girgensson to Buffalo for Ben Bishop in a second. Buffalo's now down to 1 superstar goalie, and trading for Stajan and Girgensson is a decision, I guess. That was the only big one that they're going to tell us about, but I'm sure there's a couple others. And there always are, so there is. Stoner goes for a 2nd to Toronto. Markstrom goes to San Jose. Even though they got Fleury for a couple prospects, I'm guessing. Carl Higgins then goes to Washington for a 2nd and 3rd. Nikolai Kulemin goes to Boston for a couple goaltender prospects. Betts goes to Ottawa for Steve Downey. Let's see. Kimmo Timonen goes to Tampa Bay for a 2nd. Vancouver is selling hard. And if I remember, they were like one of the bottom feeders, so it makes sense. Detroit gets a 2nd for Antoine Roussel from Toronto. The Stajan Girgensons for Bishop trade. Ben Chirac goes to Florida for a pair of 2nds. Wayne Simmons to New Jersey for a couple 2nds. Cam Ward and Andrew Desjardins is traded to Pittsburgh for a couple 2nds. And then the trade from earlier, not as many trades, but that's crazy. And also, while I'm here, I might as well make sure that they're, I can't. Well, shit. We'll do that at the start of next season, see how like the free agency pool is looking, because I am actually kind of curious about that. I also want to take a look at Buffalo and Toronto, as those two teams, and Vancouver, because Vancouver really sold, Buffalo and Toronto really bought. So Buffalo now, Foligno, Hodgson, Kane, Stewart, McDavid, Nielsen. They add Girgensons and Stajan to the third line. I mean, Stajan, yes. Girgensons, How many years left to Stajan have? 2 years left at only $3 million. That's actually a really good deal for Matt Stajan. And then goalies, they're relying on Bobrovsky to beat him and looking for Ullmark to really step up. Toronto now, let's look at how they bought. They went out, let's see, they got Tage Thompson has now moved up to the second line. Mason Raymond's on line 4. They got Sestito for fourth line. They got Roussel for the third line. On defense, did they add anyone? They added this Stoner guy, Clayton Stoner, to the third pair. Okay, and now Vancouver, they were really big sellers at this year's deadline. Let's see what they got now. They got Jones in net. And now, Jesus, these guys, look at this fourth line. What is this fourth line? Third line, Daniel Sedin. That's disrespectful. Put him over this Tayu. Oh, shit. He's 19. He can play next year. Put him over him. And then on defense, 65 of 50 Samuel Turco, a 66 William Charles Bishop, and a 69 Luke Coffin. Well, that team definitely looking to try and win themselves the first overall pick with a D-core looking like that. Let's see where they were in the standings again. They were, where are the Canucks? They're in 5th. Wow, they're trying to really tank hard then, because they're at 60 points. They're in 5th. It doesn't look like they'll make the playoffs, but honestly, that's the right move, to just sell off and pray to God that your team actually can pull off a tank job if you're in that position, and in an aging core. I'm surprised they didn't trade the Sedin twins. Maybe they tried. They were probably on the block, honestly, with how many people they were moving. But let's see the race to the finish line. Who will end up actually making the playoffs, and who you guys think has the best chance of winning it? Honestly, the Predators, not a bad pick. I still like my pick of Ottawa being a good squad. Also, Toronto really loading up, but it's also Toronto. And Austin Matthews is a rookie. I don't think they got it yet. San Jose, they could all of a sudden make a run for it like they did last year, make it all the way back. I just didn't think they really had the depth, and the fact that they were aging, I just didn't know about them. And also their D-core, it's not like they had a true massive big three like some of these other teams. I'm trying to think of the Eastern Conference top squads. I mean, obviously Buffalo's up there right now. Carolina had a pretty good squad, if I remember right. As we are here with only a few more games left, absolutely crazy this 2016-2017 season. We lose to Toronto. Buffalo's up to 53 wins. How many Chicago up to? San Jose, VC's already up to 45 there. There's a quick sim past Chicago, so we're not going to see. And we go 32 wins as Toronto, or as Seattle. Oh, no, only one day. And you get everyone up to 82 games. Is everyone at 82 yet? Yes, sir. Everyone's at 82. So in the Pacific Division, you got the Sharks, Oilers, and Ducks making it. In the Central, you got the Preds, Jets, Blackhawks, Wild, Avalanche making it. In the Atlantic, you got Buffalo, Toronto, Boston, all at 111 points. Buffalo's at 112, but 3 of them, damn. Lightning and Ottawa at 97, 96. And then the Metro, Washington at 115. The Penguins at 107 and the Rangers at 103 all make it. League leaders for the NHL entire league forward-wise, McDavid had 128 points, a 60-60 season. Holy shit. From 50-50 to 60-60. Greatest player, at least in this sim. Ovi 111, Kessel 110, 106 from Kane, 99 for Matthews in his rookie year, Malkin 99, Cooch 93, James Neal 90, Patches 89, goals leader 68 from OV, 64 McDavid, 63 Matthews, Patches 56, Kane 52, and Malkin 51. Kaprizov with 48, Curtis Glencross and James Neal, the sim gods at 46. Assist leaders, Kessel at 75, Scheifele 66, McDavid 64, Marcus Johansson 62, Backstrom 62, Jakob Silfverberg in Edmonton had 61, Cody Hodgson 60, Derek Stepan 57, and Henrik Sedin with 57. Defenseman leaders, points, Riley 111, Mike Green at 97, Carlson at 89, Letang 89, Christian Ehrhoff 89, Keith Yandel 87, Burns 87, McDonough 87, and then the last one, PK Subban 82, 22 goals. Damn. 27 goals from who had 27? Keith Yandel had 27 goals. Who was the goal leader? Was it Keith Yandel? Let me just take a look at this. I'm curious. Who is the goal leader for the defenseman? Shea Theodore at 29 goals. Holy shit, almost 30 goals. Your point leader in net. So far, the current record is at 5 points, and we will not see a 5. We see a 4 from Antti Niemi. Congrats, Antti Niemi, for being the best goalie in the NHL. Corey Crawford, I'm pretty sure, was the one with 5 save percentage leaders. Bob at 924. Bishop at a 934, but got sorted underneath. Why was that? Oh, because when he got traded to Calgary, he sucked ass. Calgary got ripped off. Jimmy Howard 918, Bernier 914, Niemi 914, Lettinen 912, Halaka 911, and Fleury and Mike Smith and Schneider, and Vasilevsky all at a 910. Edmonton and Anaheim in round 1. San Jose already up 1-0 against Colorado. Pittsburgh and New York are 0-0. Washington, Ottawa's already up 1-0. And then Toronto, Boston, Tampa, Buffalo. I accidentally hit edit lines. Toronto, Boston, a classic series. We all know how that's gonna go. It's our first Toronto, Boston of this this sim. But if it's anything like a real life, we know how it's going. So, game 1 for the rest of the series, Anaheim now goes up 1-0. Chicago's up 1-0. Nashville's up 1-0. Colorado ties it with San Jose 1-1. So does Edmonton or Anaheim. That's tied. Pittsburgh goes up 2-0. Washington, Ottawa 1-1. Boston, Toronto 1-1. And Tampa goes up 2-0 against Buffalo. San Jose goes up 2-1. Ottawa goes up 2-1. Edmonton goes up 2-1. San Jose and Colorado are now tied. Edmonton goes up 3-1. Winnipeg, Chicago 2-2. Nashville 3-1 over Minnesota. Boston's up 3-1 against Toronto. Tampa's up 3-1 against Buffalo. Pittsburgh's up 3-1. Ottawa's up 3-1. A lot of 5-game series this time around, it's looking like, as Colorado goes up 3-2. Edmonton takes care of business against Anaheim. It's a game 7. Boston's up 3-2. Tampa Bay wins 4-1. Pittsburgh wins 4-1. Washington, Ottawa are going to a game 7. Winnipeg's up 3-2, and Nashville took care of business. Nashville usually takes care of business in round 1, though, I feel like. San Jose wins game 7. Washington wins game 7. We have a game 7 between Toronto and Boston. Chicago, Winnipeg goes to a game 7. Game 7, who will move on to round 2? Toronto comes back down 3-1. They slay the demons in the sim. Holy shit. Tampa and Toronto, Washington, Pittsburgh, San Jose, Edmonton, Nashville, Chicago in round number 2. Already an insane 2016 season. Edmonton goes up 2-0. Washington and Pittsburgh are tied 1-1. A lot of classic matchups. Nashville's up 2-0. Tampa and Toronto are tied 1-1. Edmonton goes up 3-0. Are they going to win a cup without McDavid? That would be insane as they sweep San Jose. I don't think they won the Presidents, but they were at least first in their division. Nashville's up 3-1. Tampa, Toronto 2-2. Washington, Pittsburgh tied 2-2. Nashville goes up 3-2. Toronto up 3-2. Pittsburgh up 3-2. How many of these will end in 6? Not all of them, as there's a game 7 between Nashville, Chicago, Tampa, Toronto, and Pittsburgh takes care of Washington. Now game 7s are being played, and the conference finals are between Edmonton, Chicago, and Tampa and Pittsburgh, not Toronto. Jesus. Edmonton and Chicago. I can't believe Nashville blew that lead. I really thought it might be their year. Chicago, Edmonton, Tampa, Tampa, Pittsburgh. Jesus Christ. I'm thinking Phil Kessel was a Penguin, and he's on the Maple Leafs in this. Chicago's up 3-0 and Pittsburgh's up 3-0. Holy shit. We're sprinting to the finals in this year as Chicago takes care of business. Pittsburgh goes up 3-1.
Can Pittsburgh get it done? And they do. It's a Pittsburgh Penguin, Chicago Blackhawk final. Will Pittsburgh capture their second ring in 5 years, or will Chicago finally get their third ring? You know, because their first two were already done in the sim. You got Panarin, Taves, Saad, Timu Solani, Sharp, Dubinsky, Ryan Jones, Andrew Shaw, Brandon Boleg, and a bunch of scrubs. Defensively, Keith Jalmerson, Letty Oduya, Scrub, and Mark Stewart. Goalie, you got Corey Crawford. And then for Pittsburgh in net, do they still have a scrub in net? I'm pretty sure they signed someone. Yeah, they got Cam Ward in net now. Forwards-wise, Gensel, Crosby, Neal, Dupuis, Melkin, McCallick, Brower, McClement, Bo Bennett, Colton Smith, Andrew Desjardins, and a scrub defense. Mata, Letang, Mazzardos, Dumoulin, and a couple of scrubs, but they are real-life Derek Engelland and Francois Boulian, but just veterans. Honestly, I mean, Chicago's got the defense, but man, Pittsburgh's got a deadly offense. It's going to be defense versus offense. Who can win it? Let's see. Game 1 goes to the Pittsburgh Penguins. Game 2 goes to the Chicago Blackhawks. Game 3, it goes to the Penguins. They go up. Can they take a stranglehold on the series? They can. It's 3-1. Can Pittsburgh get it done? And they don't quite yet. Chicago makes it 3-2. Game 6, Dallas fires their head coach as the Penguins win the Stanley Cup in 2016. Let's sim to the awards. Penguins and the Bridgeport Sound Tigers get the Calder. Congrats to them. Let's wrap up this season. When we look at the playoff tree, the Penguins get it done. Handled Tampa in 5, handled Washington in 6, handled New York in 5, handled Chicago in 6. No one really put up competition. And I was saying that last season, they looked like the best squad, but then they didn't have a goalie. So then it's like, well, they're not going to do it. This time they do. They get their second one in 4 years. So now it goes Pittsburgh, Washington, Boston, Pittsburgh again. They get their 2 just like real life, just in a different order. The Presidents this time goes to Washington. So yet again, the President's Trophy winner is not the Stanley Cup winner. And we are yet to see a Western Conference team win the finals. Individual awards, McDavid wins the Art Ross and the Hart Memorial. Morgan Riley wins his first Norris. Lady Byng goes to Phil Kessel. Matthews wins the Calder. And Anton Mazzardos wins the Conn Smythe, our second. Both of the Penguins Stanley Cups have come at the hands of defensemen, apparently. Vezina Bobrovsky captures his second as he also wins the Jennings. Bill Masterson goes to Carl Osner on Seattle. Jack Adams goes to Westgarth, the Sharks coach. Selke goes to Taves. Lindsay goes to McDavid. And the Maurice Richard goes to OV yet again. So let's take a look at the postseason stat leaders for the Penguins in the league. And Mazzardos had 29 points in 22 games. And so did Chris Letang. Holy shit. Mazzardos is going to get a boost. And he's not, bro, Pittsburgh has a steal right there. Melkin, Crosby, James Neal, Gensel, all over point per game. You have a good supporting cast around them. And I'm guessing their goalie, Cam Ward, is pretty decent. No, Cam Ward was actually ass, so they still won in spite of goaltending, so good for them. Crazy. And New Jersey wins the lottery. Vancouver, their tank job actually worked. They move up to second. Columbus falls to third. Seattle picks fourth. Then Calgary, Detroit, New York, St. Louis, Phoenix, Dallas, Toronto, Vegas still giving them lottery picks for who was it they signed? Nazem Kadri. Is Kadri even there? I don't think he was there when we last checked. Carolina, Philly, LA, Florida, Montreal. Yeah, where is Kadri? We're going to have to see that. We'll check when we go into the draft. We'll quickly go to Vegas and see how Kadri's been doing because they traded 4 first-round picks for this man. So he better be good. Retirees, Jerome Ginla retires in the AHL for Carolina. But he had some good seasons in Washington. He won a cup in Washington. Erat retires. Ryan Malone retires. Ryan Smith retires. But he was on the championship school. Oh, no, he wasn't. So he didn't get a ring. Saku retires. Wisnowski, David Moss, Matt Cook, Jason Chamara, Joel Ward, Jay McClement, all these grinders, man. Sean Horkoff, John Scott retires. He'll no longer be doing GM and playing. He'll just be doing the GM because, as you notice,
I named my guy John Scott. Goalies. Bolian retired a champion. Michael Hutchinson, Svedberg, Nicholas Backstrom, Ilya Brizgalov, Jason Labrera, and Peter Budaj. Budaj was always a cool backup. I fucked with Budaj. I thought he was a good backup. They got Ryan Kessler, but what about Kadri? Where's Kadri at? Oh, they still got Kadri. He's a 90 overall. Let's see how he's been doing there for him. He had 76 points in 82 games, 66. So they traded 4 first-round picks for a guy who's not even getting point per game for him. Jesus, that's rough. That's got to be rough for Vegas. But let's sim to the next round. Let's see who the top picks are at this year's draft. Cale Makar to New Jersey, Jason Robertson to Vancouver, Pettersson to Columbus. Let's see, Pajot. I don't know why he's a medium elite, honestly, but he goes to Calgary. Maybe that's a different Pajot. McCabe, there's him. Anyone else? Jake Ottinger to Carolina. Where did Swayman go? Oh, Swayman went first in the second round to Columbus. Luukkonen goes to Edmonton. Any other names that is really recognizable? No, it doesn't look like it yet. I don't think this draft had. Oh, is that Nick Lundqvist? If so, there's another real one. Anyone else? Anyone else? I don't see anyone else. Yeah, okay. So let's just keep going. Everyone else, randomly done. Who are the top dogs in this year's free agency? Let's see. Let's just sort by all. We don't need to split it up. Jamie Benn, Brent Burns, Brad Marchand, but is Boston giving him a deal? No, Boston's not giving him a deal at $8 million. Damn. Carpenter, TJ Oshie, Thomas Tatar, James Wisniewski, Derek Brassard, Mason Raymond, David Desharnais, Tyson Barrie, Datsuk's here. Goalies, not a lot of good goalies. Not a lot of good goalies. It's just crazy because I feel like this guy that made this roster made sure there were a lot of good goalie prospects. But maybe that's why they're all getting signed and so not a lot of good goalies in RFA. I don't know. One's Jonas Enroth to St. Louis, Colin Greening to Ottawa. Crazy, he went there in real life. Eric Furr to Toronto, Adam McQuaid to Pittsburgh on a 3-year deal. Tyler Johnson and Andre Palat to San Jose. Call him the San Jose Lightning now. Evgeny Nabokov to LA. Let's see, RJ Umberger to Ottawa. Nick Spalling to Florida. Brendan Dillon to New Jersey. Yanni Gord re-signs in Tampa Bay. Nick Bonino goes long-term with Vancouver. Joe Thornton goes to Seattle. Derek Roy goes to Calgary. Nikolai Kuhlman's in Phoenix. Brendan Smith's in Colorado. Damn, they signed another defenseman. Nashville gets Steve Downey. Michael Frolicka to Tampa Bay. Shane Doan to Ottawa. Nate Schmid goes long-term to Carolina. Interesting. Carl Alzner goes to Philly. Chris Russell goes to Montreal on a 4-year deal. Curtis Glenn Cross to Nashville. Thomas Tatar goes long-term to Toronto. David Desharnais to Seattle. Tyson Barrie to Vegas. Derek Brassard to Seattle. TJ Oshie to Phoenix. James Wisniewski goes to Vancouver on a 4-year deal. And Brad Marchand goes to Columbus, the last place team. Jamie Benn goes long-term to Vancouver. Vancouver buying all of a sudden. Luke Glendening to Edmonton, Nate Thompson to Washington, Casey Cizikas to Tampa, Mark Letestu to Washington, Antoine Roussel to LA, Brian Gionta goes to Boston to replace Marchand, I'm guessing. Fisher goes to Minnesota, Eric Howlett to Chicago, Ben Sherratt goes 4 years to Colorado. They fall for it, not Detroit. Andrew Shaw goes a year to Winnipeg, Jamie McBain to Anaheim, Dennis Weidman to Colorado, and Elvis Merzlikins goes to Edmonton on a 1-year deal. So we are here now at the start of the 2017-2018 season, and take a look at Seattle. They're becoming a team. Gerby, Brassard, Marner, Burrows, Thornton, Versteeg, David, Desharnais, Datsuk, Chipchura, Conacher, Bolin, Random Person, McAvoy, Ekblad, Gudas, Shen, Korzak, Robida, and Annette. They got Halak. I don't know if it's playoff team, but it's going to be close. They are not that same old dog shit team from years past. They're a little better. We'll check out how Vegas is because we are still in a race to see who will be the first playoff team out of those 2 expansion teams. Anaheim now. They're still rocking with basically the same squad. They haven't changed much other than gotten worse with age. So, rip John Gibson.
Boston, they're still rocking Tuukka Rask. They lose Brad Marchand, but luckily Riley Smith has jumped to an 88. Honestly, they are kind of fine without him, and they get Brian Giunta to replace him. On defense, Chara, Hamilton, Scandella, Krug, a couple randoms. I can't believe Chara has really been able to actually hold his own up until the age of 40. Like, I know in real life he could, but I'm surprised in the sim he's actually been able to. His potential has started to drop a little. Buffalo, still really waiting for them to really pop off. They had Franz Nielsen to this squad. Keep McDavid and Kane separated on different lines, but move McDavid to the wing. Defensively, it's like they just don't really have the star defenseman that you really need, and that might be holding them back. But Sergei Bobrovsky should be kind of making up for it. Khudobin in Carolina. Even strength, you got Toulouse, Stahl, Semin, Bobby Ryan, still really honestly a very similar squad. This team has not changed much. Columbus, they added Brent Burns in free agency, still have Zach Werenski. They also added Brad Marchand, a much improved team, but they were a last place team last year. And even with their new additions, I don't know if they're that much better. I don't know if they're a playoff team still. Calgary, Cam Atkinson has improved. They have Nyquist, they have Daniel Alfredson. This honestly is not that bad of a squad. They have Gene Pajot. Oh, and now looking at their defense, I take it back. They are not going anywhere. Even with Bishop and Sorokin, they're not going anywhere. The Blackhawks still looking for their first ring. They've lost 2 Stanley Cups, I'm pretty sure already, but haven't been able to win one in the sim. They're running it back with a similar squad, but added Eric Howler to the forward core. Defensively, they are still loaded. Now, for Colorado, Dan Hamhuis, Dennis Wyman, Ben Sherratt round out that kind of mid-D core. Actually, their offensive core is pretty stacked. They got some bruisers down here in the bottom 6. They got the stars on the top 6, and then Net Varlamov is not a bad squad. Dallas still rocking with Letton and Jack Campbell. They added Clark MacArthur, Abel Cater to this squad. They lose Jamie Benn, though. I think this team is complete dog water, especially without Jamie Benn. I don't see him going far. Detroit, with the added Matthew Barzal, he's kindly ready. They also have a second-year man, I'm pretty sure, Jesper Bratt. They also have Vanek on the second line, just like they ended up getting in real life. Jamie McGinn, Tommy Wingles, just a really mid squad. This team's not good. They lose Datsuk in free agency. Is Zetterberg still here? There's no way he's scratched. Where is Hendrik Zetterberg? He had like a 5. Oh, I'm blind. He's on line 1 as an 86. 4 years left there, hoping he can stick around. Edmonton, let's see if they have anything. Almost went on a run to the Stanley Cup last year, and honestly, not a bad squad. They have a chance. Their defense could be better. They don't really have a top 2 D-man. Barely have top 4 D-men, so. Florida, dog shit. Don't care about them. Actually, they have an insane D-core, but the rest of the team is dog shit. LA, still looking for their first. Well, every Western Conference team is. It's crazy how dominant the Eastern Conference teams have been. Pittsburgh every year just running through teams. Boston competing hard. Tampa Bay has competed hard. Toronto now looks like they're finally back. They were a hell of a squad in year 1 and then completely fell off after that. So far, no teams have really impressed me that we've looked at since. Just a whole bunch of mid squads. No one's looking that special. Then there's Nashville. Nashville's always going to look special with that D-core as long as they don't break it up. But man, they need help on offense. This is not a champ. Like, their offense has gotten worse through the years. Islanders still rocking with Johnny T and this Autogen Orlando Carpenter guy. The rest of the team, Timonen has completely fallen off. And just this whole team not that good. Very defensive, very slow. New York, do they have anyone? Their offense, defense, there's not that many good teams. Oh yeah, and in free agency, there was absolutely no one. I think there might have been I think Jason Zucker was still there, but he had offers. Like, I'm sure he's going to be signed or was signed. It's all right. We can actually check again now that's the start of the regular season, because I checked back in September. Philly honestly has a good forward core. Still looking here. And honestly, I kind of fuck with Phoenix. Maybe they'll do something. Pittsburgh, of course, they're trying to run it back again. And honestly, I don't think they might be able to. I don't know. That's a tough one. San Jose, I bet they're probably even weaker now. They got Mason Raymond. They signed Yager. Actually, San Jose might be their year.
San Jose, I think, actually is the best team in the league. Like, from what we've seen so far, I think it's got to be San Jose. St. Louis isn't the worst. It's not the best. Tampa Bay does look pretty good. I'll give them that. Tampa Bay does look good. They could round out the D better behind the star, but not bad. Then you got Toronto. They're looking pretty good too, not going to lie. Vancouver, after selling off everyone and rebuilding an FA with Ben and Stahl, and they got Jason Robertson. These guys could all of a sudden come back and make some noise this year. Vegas, they got Jonathan Bernier, Molson, Kadri, Point, Hosa's down to an 81 though with Eichel, Kessler, Nisimov, Williams, and defense Blake Coburn. Honestly, they're not that good. I think we honestly might have a better squad here in Seattle. Winnipeg, Hellebuck still running it with Ladd. Ladd did not get traded even though he was put on the block. Toivo Teravainen's turning into someone. Honestly, Winnipeg's got some depth. They're not a bad squad. Washington, Orlov, Carlson, Green, the big three, but their defense is ass. And I mean, Ehlers, Perreault, this team's not bad. You'd like a better a first line right winger, but not bad. Oh, they don't have a goalie though. So that's an issue. Let's check out free agency real quick, see if there's anyone. And also, I want to do a quick player search and look at the biggest contracts. So yeah, Jason Zucker is actually still here, but he is an RFA, which kind of sucks. Oh, there's teams with money. Like, oh wow, we have money and we aren't using it. Honestly, you know what? Just for the meme, we're gonna go 2 years, $3 million for Seattle. Give him even more help on offense, because why not? Unless he's an RFA. Oh, he's an RFA. We'll leave him then. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I do not care. We're going to give Seattle him. Fuck it. Let's try and he went there in real life, and I want to see if I can get Seattle into the playoffs. I haven't done anything else. This is the first thing I'm doing. But just for fun, let's see if he can sign there. And I also want to see who are the biggest contracts in the NHL right now, because I'm just curious how we've been scaling. It is now 2017. So have we hit a $10 million player yet in this sim? So the biggest salary is right now, that doesn't count, Brent Burns at 10.4 and Victor Hedman at 10.3. The defensemen have broken through the $10 million range. Kadri signed, like, bro, what was Seattle or Vegas thinking when they gave him that deal? I don't even know. The rest of the guys, kind of crazy how cheap everyone has been kind of staying, but I guess actually it makes sense with real life now that I think about it.
All right, boys, here at the trade deadline in 2017-2018, or our fifth season of the sim, Pittsburgh already at 110 points. They're gunning for the record. Currently, Boston just broke it, so we'll see if they can beat that record of, I think it's like 133 points or 135, 136 even maybe. I don't know, but Western Conference is currently Calgary, San Jose, Colorado, Winnipeg, Chicago, Minnesota, Nashville, and Edmonton. You also got Vegas, Phoenix, LA fighting for a spot. Vancouver's kind of out of it. Same with Anaheim, St. Louis, Dallas, and of course Seattle's in last. They are in dead last in the NHL, 37 points. I was wrong about them having a little comeback. Vegas is slowly improving though. In the East, Pittsburgh going off, Toronto, Columbus, Tampa, Ottawa, New York, Washington, the Islanders, Philly, Carolina's fighting, Boston's fighting for a spot. Boston always has game at hand. They'll probably end up making the playoffs because of that. I don't know why they always have less games at the deadline. Montreal, Detroit, then Buffalo and New Jersey down here. New Jersey really a bottom feeder as well. Seattle got Daniel Paille in a 7th for a 4th and 5th. And New Jersey acquired some shit for Cody Eakin to Winnipeg, okay? Cody Eakin. Winnipeg getting some depth. Now, let's see what other big moves happen here at the deadline. Michael Grabner to Detroit for a couple of seconds. A second for Johnny Mitchell. Jesus. Well, they get some thirds too. Let's see, any other? Kevin Klein to San Jose. Let's see, anyone else we recognize? Martin Jones to Ottawa for a second. Cole Lind to Detroit. Ian Cole to Phoenix. Kyle Quincy to Ottawa. Marcel Gotch to Toronto. Let's see, anyone else? Jay Beagle to Pittsburgh and Jamie McGinn to New York. Scott Hartnell to Dallas, along with a second for Jason Campbell and Mike Green to Washington. Reunion there. Kevin Bieksa going to Colorado for Alexei Kozanov. I don't know. The Zuccarello trade. Cam Fowler to Calgary. Okay, anyone else? Jordy Ben to Buffalo. Daniel, and then, yeah, that's it. Jordy Ben went for a second and third. Holy shit. Johnny Boychuk, who is going to go on their line one. Honestly, they needed defense. Yeah, and they have the forwards. That's honestly like a good trade by them. And then Phoenix, who got Zuccarello. I'm guessing they really needed forward. Honestly, they didn't really need it. They were already really loaded at forward. Now they're really complete there. Defensively, though, I don't know if they should have done that. They kind of need Johnny Boychuk. And Vegas actually makes it. So the first expansion team makes it. And 27, the year they are their inaugural season, I'm pretty sure. Wasn't it 2017, 2018? It had to have been. It was definitely that year. That's crazy. And that's the year they make it also in this. So it's actually fitting. Seattle still squirming around. Let's see who else made it. The Flames made it with a 106, Sharks 94, and Edmonton 90 points. Avalanche, Vegas had 93. I didn't say how many they had. Avalanche 96, Blackhawks 95, Jets 91, Blues 88. Okay, so the Blues actually do make it. Let's just send one more day because maybe they don't. And now it's official, and they do make it, okay? Eastern Conference, Atlantic. Every year, the Atlantic has had 5 teams. This year, it's Toronto at 112, Tampa at 103, the Senators at 98, Buffalo at 91, Boston at 90, and in the Metro, the Penguins at 63, 132 points. Don't quite beat the Bruins record. Capitals get it at 98 points, and then the Blue Jackets get in. So I was actually wrong. I said the Blue Jackets wouldn't make it with Brad Marchand signing, and also they had someone else sign, but I was wrong. They did make it. So let's look at the league leaders. Matthews 66, Ovi 58, Kyle Karner 49, Tays 45, Timo Meyer 44, James Neal 44, Pasta 43, Orlando Carpenter 43, Crosby 42, McKinnon 42, Couture 41, Stamkos 41, Jeff Carter still getting it done, 41 goals for him. McDavid 41, Kane 40. The assist leaders, P.A. Parento 74 assists, career high for him. Where the hell did this come from? I don't know. Evgeny Malkin got 69, nice. Crosby 65, Galchenyuk 65, Josh Bailey 64, Backstrom 63, Kucherov 61. Now the points, Crosby 107, Matthews 104, Cooch 98, 97 from McKinnon, 97 from Kane, 97 Malkin, 96 Tays. I feel like the point leaders is a lot lower this year than past years. Defensively though, Morgan Riley damn near 100 points at 99, Brent Burns at 93, Chris Letang 91, Alex Pietrangelo 90, Brent Seabrook 86, PK Subban 86, Keith Yandel 83, and Christian Ehrhoff at 82. Holy shit. Goal leader Shea Theodore had 26 goals, no 30 goal scores, but I know the stat everyone really cares about, the goalie points. Do we have someone breaking 5? No. Ben Bishop ties second place all-time at 4. Congrats to you. You know, all-time leaderboard, Ben Bishop, first time your name's getting mentioned, so big props to you. Wins leader, I know I haven't really looked at this, but why not? Jacob Markstrom did it, 42, not a big shock. Save percentage, Vasi at 916, Bob at 916, Holtby at 914, Crawford 913, Tuke 913, Jimmy Howard 913, Markstrom 913, and Kemper 912. Martin Jones had a good little stint since going to Ottawa. Round 1, San Jose, Vegas, Calgary, St. Louis, Tampa Bay, Ottawa, Toronto, Buffalo, Washington, Columbus, Pittsburgh, Boston, Colorado, Winnipeg, and Chicago, and Edmonton. Let's see how this goes. Hey, at least Seattle's AHL team made it. That's important for them, you know. At least someone's getting a little playoff time. As Vegas is up 2-0, Calgary goes up 2-1 against St. Louis. Then you got Colorado going up 3-0. You got Edmonton going up 2-1. And then over on the Eastern Conference side, Tampa's up 2-1. Buffalo's up 3-1. Pittsburgh has swept Boston, and Columbus goes up 2-1 against Washington. Pittsburgh has done a lot of sweeping. Calgary wins 4-1. Colorado wins 4-1. Vegas is up 3-2. Tampa's up 3-2. And Washington's up 3-2 as Buffalo also closes out Torona. And man, that's crazy. Vegas gets their first playoff series win in their first playoff appearance. Way to go, Vegas. Just like real life, will they go on a magical run this year? Edmonton, Colorado, Buffalo and Tampa, Pittsburgh and Washington. Classic series. Pittsburgh and Washington, we've seen pretty much every single year, but I guess with the divisional setup, it makes sense that we see it every year. As Calgary goes up 2-0, Edmonton, Colorado's 1-1, Tampa's up 2-0, and Pittsburgh is up 2-0. Pittsburgh is yet to lose a game. Calgary goes up 3-0. Holy shit. Did Tampa and Pittsburgh sweeps. Tampa's up 3-1, Edmonton's 3-1, and Calgary sweeps. Holy shit. The top teams, the league's top heavy, clearly, as Edmonton wins 4-1. Tampa's only up 3-2 as Buffalo is trying to come back. Can they come back? Oh shit, they cannot. And we have a Calgary-Edmonton Western Conference Final and a Tampa-Pittsburgh Eastern Conference Final. Will Pittsburgh lose a game? We shall see. Calgary has, in their own right, had a really good postseason run. As Tampa wins game 1, Edmonton ties the series up. Edmonton now takes a lead as Tampa is now up 2-1. Holy shit, is Pittsburgh going to get knocked out after sweeping round 1 and 2? They're down 3-1. Edmonton is up 3-1. Are we going to have, and we do, we have a Tampa Bay Edmonton Oilers final. And this is crazy because Edmonton does not have Connor McDavid. That is funny as hell. How does that feel, Edmonton? You are making it here being led by Leon Draisaitl, Taylor Hall, Jordan Eberle, Jakob Silfverberg, Nugent Hopkins, Timo Meier, Ray Whitney at 46 years old, Luke Glendening, David Perron, okay, Nail Yakupov, Langenbrunner, and Valentin Zugin. On defense, Clefbaum, Schultz, and just no defense after that. Holy shit. I was going to say, on offense, they're actually looking really good. I can see why they're here. Defense, nah. And net, they're rocking with Antti Niemi, who has a 9.24. And then on the other side, Tampa Bay, who has the regular season leader, not doing so hot in the postseason, Andrei Vasilevsky, 93, 23 years old. I forgot to look at the scratches as Justin Braun and Teddy Purcell are both out for Tampa Bay. They got Kucherov, Filppula, Stamkos, Callahan, Yanni Gourde, Jonathan Drouin, Michael Frolik, Kyle Brodziak, Casey Cizikas, Jonathan Marchessault, Brad Richardson, and Scotty Upshaw. Defense have Hedman, Michael Stone, Nate Prosher, Matt Carl, Mike Barbero, and Brooks Orpik. Edmonton, let's see if you have any injuries. I hope you do on defense because you look weak. Winchester, shitty forward, and Philip Larson, okay, a mid defender. Well, this is a tough series, but I think Tampa honestly has this one in the bag. I'm not going to lie. I think it's easy Tampa series. Stanley Cup is going to stay in the Eastern Conference, but is not going to stay with Pittsburgh as Tampa goes up 1-0, 1-1 with Edmonton now. Game 3, Edmonton goes up 2-1 as it is now game 4, and Edmonton is up 3-1. Holy shit, I was wrong as Edmonton, it's 3-2 Tampa Bay. Can they force a game 7? It's game 7, Tampa and Edmonton. Holy shit, will Edmonton blow a 3-1 lead? And the Edmonton Oilers close it out in game 7. They get it done. Congrats to the Rochester Americans. I'm pretty sure that's the Sabres winning the Calder. Holy shit. I can't believe it. The first Western Conference team to win the cup is the Edmonton Oilers without Connor McDavid. Holy shit. Let's look at their playoff run again. Just incredible. They really fought. What seed were they? They were the 4th seed. They take out the 1 seed Chicago Blackhawks in 6. Then they take out Colorado, the 2 seed. Then they go in 5 against Calgary. And then Tampa Bay, they almost blow a 3-1 lead. But they get it done. I can't believe it, man. I thought it was Tampa's all the way. And this year's President's Trophy winner, the Penguins. The 2 years the Penguins have not won the cup. Well, they haven't won it 3 years, but 2 out of the 3 years they didn't win the cup, they've won the Presidents. It is a true curse currently, especially in this league. Individuals, Crosby wins the Art Ross and the Hart Memorial. James Norris goes to Morgan Riley again. Lady Bing Crosby. Crosby had a career year. Jean-Ann Pageau with Calgary wins the Calder. Conn Smythe goes to Leon Draisaitl. Vezina goes to Vasilevsky. The Jennings goes to Markstrom. The Bill Masterson goes to Jonas Brodin. The Jack Adams Award goes to Vegas' head coach. The Selke goes to Crosby. The Lindsay goes to Crosby. And Maurice Richard goes to Austin Matthews. All of that. All those awards for Sidney Crosby. And he will not get a ring this year. And Seattle wins it. They've lost like every lottery. They've had a few ones that have fallen like 4, but they get it done this time. New Jersey will pick second, then Dallas, Anaheim, Florida, Vancouver, LA, Detroit, Montreal, Phoenix, Minnesota, Philly, New York, Nashville, New York again, and then Carolina. And guys, it's nice to see no Vegas. Congrats to Vegas. They made it out the mud. And they made it to the playoffs, so they aren't giving up a lottery pick. As Patrick Elias retires, Yager retires, Mark Street retires, Matt Cullen retires, Ray Whitney retires a champion, Scotty Hartnell, Bjorkstrand, this fake one, the one that is just a fake one, Johan Franzen, Teemu Solani, Dan Boyle, Mike Ribeiro, David Legwand, RJ Umberger, Michael Kempney, Daniel Briere, Michael Roosevelt, Scott Gomez, Chris Kelly, Barrett Jackman, Danis Zubris, Kimo Timonen retires, Tom Gilbert, Eric Cole, Scott Giunta, and a lot of really good defensemen are honestly going. A lot of good defensive defensemen. And then goalie-wise, who is gone? That's a goalie. Roberto Luongo is finally gone. He ended up being in the minors in Carolina his final year after being in Florida all his other years. Damn. He had 8. He had 5 years left on that contract. Holy fuck. That's crazy. Okay. So draft doesn't really matter, but we'll still go into it, see who the top picks are from the first round, and then we're just going to skim right to free agency. You got Leclerc, McFarland, Nilsson, Tamura, Enland. Okay, this is honestly a pretty weak draft. Not many high-end guys. Okay, it goes for a while. No, it doesn't. Okay, not that good of a draft. The first Canadian team since the Canadiens to win a cup. Draisaitl at 36 points. He carried. Timo Meier 21. Yeah, literally Leon Draisaitl carried. He just carried hardcore. Holy shit. That is legendary. Leon Draisaitl, Antti Niemi had a great run, don't get me wrong, but Leon Draisaitl just pulled off McDavid shit. Johnny T is here, so he might still go to Toronto. You never know. We'll see where John Tavares goes. Derek Stepan, Josh Bailey. Damn, Islanders really broke it up. Justin Williams, Cam Atkinson, Joffrey Lupul, Brandon Dubinsky, Alex Killorn, Semin, Sharp, Bozak. Defenseman-wise, you got John Carlson and Mark-Edward Vlasic, John Garrison, Matt Niskanen, Chara got let go, Enstrom, Georges, damn, the Bruins might be bad next year. Goalies, Carey Price is available, holy shit. RFAs, any big names, Rantman, Pasta, Kyle Connor, Ponikarovsky, William Nylander, Matthew Barzell, Aho, Toivo Teravainen. There's a lot of names here in the RFA market. So Michael Del Zotto is going to who is that? Michael Del Zotto, the Canadiens for 5 years at only $4 million. Let's see. Nate Thompson going to Washington for 2 years. Locked-on-off going to Phoenix for 2 years. Del Zotto, there's the 5-year deal. Chicago gets Vinny Lecavalier for a year. Sean Bergenheim to Philly for a year. Andrew Cogliano to Boston for a year. Cody Eakin to Washington. Freddie Anderson now in Florida, so Toronto has no goalie again. Jesse Winchester to LA. Jordy Ben to Dallas, just like real life. Fedor Tutin to Edmonton. David Booth to Calgary. Antoine Vermette to the Rangers. Then you got John Carlson going long-term to the Montreal Canadiens. They're loading up on defense. Pittsburgh adding defensive depth to John Michael Lyles. Jonathan Marchessault goes to Colorado. Antoine Roussel goes 3 years to the Islanders. Brian Dumoulin goes to New Jersey for 4 years. Marcus Kruger to Ottawa for 3 years. Jamie McGinn to a year for Tampa Bay. JVR to St. Louis for 3 years. Alexander Semin to Columbus. Paul Martin goes Pittsburgh for a year. Welcome back for him. Lars Eller to Toronto. Michael Granlund re-signs with Minnesota. Brandon Dubinsky goes to Dallas. Daniel Alfredsson still kicking it and is going to Florida. Okay. Mikko Koivu to Toronto or Tampa Bay for a year. Alex Chason to Toronto for 2 years. Tobias Enstrom goes to Phoenix for 4 years. Jean Gabriel Pageau goes 4 years to the Islanders, so he ends up there just like real life. That's funny. Brian Little goes to 1 year to Boston. Bozak goes to a year in New York. Alex Killorn goes 4 years to Chicago as Jeffrey Lupul, not Joffrey, goes a year to Colorado. Ruslan Pornikarovsky goes 7 years to San Jose. But I thought he was an RFA, but maybe it's a re-sign. Barzell goes 4 years to Detroit. Cam Atkinson goes 5 years to New York. I'm pretty sure Barzell's a re-sign. Nylander re-signs with Nashville for a year. Kyle Connor goes 7 years with St. Louis. Josh Bailey goes 3 years with Minnesota. I feel like I've seen Minnesota get a few guys. Derek Stepan goes to Vancouver. Vlasic goes to Dallas on a 4-year deal. They're loading up on defense. Aho resign, or he either resigns or just happens to sign with Carolina for a year, but I'm pretty sure it's a resign. Igor Sturkin goes 1 year with Winnipeg. Ilya Sorokin resigns with Calgary on a 5-year deal. Pasta resigns on a 1-year deal. Mikko Rantanen goes 6 years to Philly on a resign. Gergensons goes to Pittsburgh. Calvin DeHaan goes to Vegas. Dmitry Kulikov goes to Anaheim. Dale Weiss, Washington. Andrew Shaw, Carolina. Paul Ranger, Edmonton. And Rupe Hintz goes 2 years to Florida. And now we will sim the next season. We will see where John Tavares lands. We will sim the 2018-2019 season. We're starting to catch up to real life now. Here we go. As we just saw the very first Western Conference team to win a final. Can't believe Edmonton did it without Connor McDavid. All right, boys, here we are at the start of the 2018-2019 season, taking a look at the Seattle Kraken. They got Per Stallberg, some random guy. This went first overall. Derek Brassard, Marner, Ruchinski, Desharnais, Zucker, Versteeg. You know, the team's starting to get all right. McAvoy and Ekblad is a pretty solid 1-2. And that they got Yaroslav Halak still. Now, let's take a look at the rest of the league, because honestly, Seattle, they're not a good team. They're just straight dog water still. Unlike Vegas, who made the playoffs. So we'll see if Vegas looks even better now. Hopefully they do, because, you know, that Kadri signing still absolutely insane. Can't believe that happened. Anaheim still, they got Sam Gagner in there now, but they're still basically rocking the exact same core. And honestly, this is what they did in real life, so proud of them. They finally moved on from Cam Fowler. They're still Theodore Lindholm and Vatanen still, though. And in that, they still got John Gibson. Boston, Tuukka Rask, and Carter Hart, 80 overall, 20-year-old. Insane. Imagine that. I mean, in real life, they had Swayman, so they basically did get that. On offense, they still got Milan Lucic, absolute goon. Little Cogliano's now there. Honestly, Boston is a really good team again. They are really good. They completely bolstered the depth with Cogliano and Brian Little. I really like the squad. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to go to power play. Who the fuck cares about that? Buffalo. Let's see if they got anyone new. They're still going with McDavid on the second line, but now he's going to be able to play center. Man, Buffalo just not being able to build around McDavid. Remind you of anyone? Yeah, they didn't build around Eichel, and honestly, Edmonton can barely build around fucking McDavid. You really think about it, McDavid carries that team. Carolina absolutely loaded. Bobby Ryan, Jeff Skinner sticking around and actually being good in this universe. Anton Khudobin is an 84. Columbus led by Braden Holtby, Marshawn Johansson, Parenteau, Semin, Pedersen, Lee. Honestly, Columbus has really started to turn it around. They could be a team to watch out for. They added Brent Burns recently. Damn, watch out for Columbus. Calgary, Goudreau has finally grown. They added Gustav Nyquist and Pageau. Okay, defensively, they got Giordano. This is the team that had Cam Fowler. In net, they got Igor Shesterkin. Did we look at? Yeah, we did. His whole beat, duh. Chicago. In net, they got Corey Crawford still. Of course, kicking it. Panarin, Taves, Verbata, Tanguay, LeCavier, Saad, McDonald, Eric Howla, Alex Killorn. Bro, they have Alex Killorn on the third line? What the fuck are they doing? I don't care if he fits the bottom six. You cannot have Alex Tanguay above him. That's insane. Defensively, this is what they got. Man, they need to fire their coach. I guess Killorn doesn't like being touched. So they probably were like, oh, Tanguay. They're like, yeah, he's fucks with it. No, he doesn't. Stastny, that's just a joke. Stastny, McKinnon, Lupul is killing it. As an 88-34, he almost had a 30-goal year last year, had one the year before. Okay, Joffrey Lupul, Landeskog, Duchesne, O'Reilly, Hextall, Smith, King. Honestly, Colorado still kicking it with a good-ass team. Ben Sherratt's not dog water in this universe. Dallas still has Kerry Lettinen. Brandon Dubinsky's added on this team. Bro, this team is full of bust. This team would absolutely suck in real life. Brandon Dubinsky, Tyler Seguin, Justin Abelkader on the second line. Like, what are we doing? Well, in this universe, it might work, as on defense, they are loaded with Vlasic, Goligoski, Nikkinen, Oleskiak, and Trevor Daley. I mean, Jordy Ben, he's all right too, honestly. He's not bad. Detroit, Thomas Hickey's still there, and then everyone else is asked. Detroit is falling apart just like they did in real life. But instead of Dylan Larkin, they have Matthew Barzal. So I'm glad Detroit has ended up the exact same way. Edmonton, Antiniemi is still there. They're just running it back, man. I mean, they just won the cup, so why not run it back? Taylor Hall, the Nudes, Jordan Eberle, Silverberg, Draisaitl, Timo Meier. I mean, man, this depth, they have a lot of depth. This team is really good still. They don't really have the defensive superstars, but they got offense. They're good. Florida, they're still rocking it with this really insane defense. I think they've added to it. I think Eric Johnson might be doing that on offense, so they're a wicked weak as a 45-year-old Daniel Alfredson is on the first line. We're going to have to look at him later, because will he get 30 goals getting first line minutes? Because how many minutes? Yeah, he's only getting 14 minutes and got about 20. Damn. But Florida, this team is dog water. At least they got Philip Grubauer. Jonathan Quick is still kicking it in LA. Toffoli, Kopitar, Williams, Gabriel, Carter, Richards. This team looking for a cup. They have not been able to get one like they were in real life. And they got the big three, but they don't really have the supporting cast around the big three. Then we go to Minnesota. They have a very nice defensive core. Then on offense, Curtis Glencross he was the 40 goal scorer, right, from earlier? Goals. 50 goal scores, yeah, but that was years ago. Oh, he just had 46 in Vancouver, so yeah, Glencross, that rating is deceiving. He can get goals. But then after that, Mike Fisher, bro, why is Zach Parise and Sam Reinhart under Mike Fisher? Like, I don't care about, like, do coaches take into chemistry, like, too much? Because what the fuck is Nino Niederreiter on the fourth line below Kyle Clifford and Eric Contra? What are we doing? Who's their goalie? Carey Price is in Minnesota. Whoa, what's the contract looking like real quick? 2 years at 4.8? Bro, Montreal wishes they could get Carey. Oh, he just did dog water in Montreal. That's why. Interesting. Had to do a little bit of a prove-it deal. New Jersey has Darcy Kemper, Martin Jones, even strength, DeBrincat, Zajac, Simmons. Yeah, this team's not very good. Defense, yeah, it's just kind of mid. Makar's gonna be a stud, but it's just mid right now. Fuck, I didn't mean to do that. And guys, real quick, let's just point out one thing. For those of you, this is how I know you made it this far in the video. Why the fuck are there no line screen? What is no lines for? Who is gonna be using no lines? Like, what is it? Why is this here? Is it been in the game for years? How has no one ever taken it out and thought it's weird? Nashville doing Nashville things. Andre Loktuonov is their first line center, but they have an insane decor. They should trade for some offense just like they do in real life. But the ones they traded for in real life kind of suck. Saros and Rene. The Islanders still have Corey Schneider. I think, did they get Corey? No way. He hasn't been there, right? And just like I probably mentioned this earlier, but Corey Schneider, just like real life. I'm recording this at different times, so that's why I might be repeating some stuff that I like already realized, but like I just forgot. So I'm saying it again. Next, the New York Rangers, McDonough, Boychuk, Fox, Girardi. It's an alright D-core. Offensively, they got some really good wingers. Their center core is a little weak. It honestly reminds me of the real-life Boston Bruins. Ottawa Senators have Devin Dubnyk. Now, on an offense, Patty Maroon, Zibanejad, Mark Stone, Pasta. Ottawa is loaded on offense. And they got the veteran presence. Their defense is a little weak, but everywhere else, Ottawa could go on a run. Look out for Ottawa. Philly has one of the best first lines we've seen yet. And they got some good depth. Defensively, it's very weak. Very weak. Having Zdeno Chara on line one. And in net, you got James Reimer. Okay, Phoenix still rocking Mike Smith at 36 years old. Zuccarello, Oshie, Foligno, Nielsen. Defensively, Ekman Larson, Yandel. Bro, where is John Tavares? How have we not seen him yet? Because if you remember, guys, he's a free agent. Well, you guys probably do remember. It's for you. It's 5 seconds ago. Mata and Letang. Letang still killing it. Mazzardos is a really high overall. Crosby is a 99. Look at that. Malkin's a 96. This team is really loaded. Pittsburgh could win their 3rd Stanley Cup in this universe. San Jose has Fleury. And then on offense, Couture, Hurdle. Ponikarovsky's a 90 overall on the 3rd line. Bro, get him on the 2nd line. Play him at winger. Mason, you have Tyler Johnson on the 1st line. Get him on the 3rd line. He can play center for you. Like, bro, I could wish Bro, NHL needs to add in the feature so I can control multiple teams. Because the fact that I cannot control multiple teams is absolute bullshit. Every other sports game has it. Literally every single, except maybe FIFA. St. Louis, absolute dog water. Wait, let's make sure I didn't check. Yeah, no John Tavares. So they have a 71 Brooks like on the 2nd line. Tampa, they're a very mid team. Like, they're very well-rounded, but I don't think they're going to win a cup. Toronto, Laner's in net. And forward core, they have Matthews, Sharp. So they did not get John Tavares like real life, because that was a possibility up until this point. Vancouver, Edler, Wisniewski, Tanev, Stahl, Stepan, Horvat, and in net, Thatcher, Demko. Vegas. This team could be a team that got Johnny T because of cap room. Bernier, even strength. Center, Kadri, Point, Eichel, Hossa, Kessler, Molson, Anisimov. Gosh, there is no Johnny T. Is Johnny T in Washington with Alexander Ovechkin? Winnipeg, Hellebuck and Shesterkin. Holy shit, that's a 1-2. Scheifele, Ladd, Wheeler, Kane. Okay, it's not really that special. They got a good defense, actually. Washington, defense. Orlov, Green. Okay, nothing else. Goalies. Okay, they have nothing, which means all their money has to be in offense. Even strength. Come on. Where is he? Ovi, Backstrom, Wilson. No way. No Johnny T is on... Oh shit, he's on Montreal. Wait, let's go check out Montreal again real quick. I completely missed that. So he does still go to Canada, but he betrays his hometown team and says, fuck you, Toronto. I'm going to Montreal. The French-speaking people. Let's go. Johnny T. He's their 1st line center. I can't believe I missed that. God damn. What was that deal like? 1 year, $9 million. Okay. And their goalie was Jack Campbell, right? Well, guys, I will see you guys at the trade deadline, where we will see the rest of the end of the season, see the trades, see how everyone's doing, and crown a champion in year number 6. All right, boys, here at the trade deadline now of our 6th season of Sim. And look at that, Seattle, finally a playoff team. You also see the Oilers are up there, the Ducks are up there. You also got the Jets, the Avalanche, the Blackhawks, Sabres, Maple Leafs, Lightning, Canadiens. Blue Jackets are actually a good team in this point. Penguins, Capitals, Flyers. Joe Thornton, 39 years of age, killing in the AHL with the Sunbirds or whatever they're called. Absolutely wild. So let's head into the trade deadline. So far, there have been no trades at all, but there was one coach firing. The LA Kings fired their head coach, and as you can see, they're in dead last with 36 points, easily the worst in the NHL. Drew Doughty is available with a year left at only $7 million. That's a juicy deal. Erik Karlsson as well, Ryan McDonough, Mark Stone. Man, we might actually see some crazy trades. Let's see if there's any trades that happen. So, anyone big? Lucas Schmid to Pittsburgh. Carl Hagelin goes to New Jersey for a second, and Martin Jones. Kyle Clifford goes to Carolina for a second. Marcel Gottsch and Jake Allen go to Calgary. Blake Comeau to Nashville for a second. Cody Ceci to Nashville. Nashville's loading up on mid. Mark Letestu. Why would LA do that trade? LA acquires Mark Letestu for a second. There's no way that's Mark Stewart. To Dale Weiss to Winnipeg. Peter Mrazek to Washington. Okay. Tommy Wingles goes to Nashville. Carolina does a huge trade with Tampa for Braden Suter. And that's actually it. None of the big names got moved, which kind of sucks. But I'm assuming some of the other years where we didn't really look at it, I'm sure no one really got moved anyway. So maybe NHL 24 is already out. But the fact that there's going to be X factors like changing in it, thank God, it helps out so much more. And I think it'll let players actually regress better or more realistically. I also did see, though, they need to fix the contracts, man. People are not asking for enough money. Like, I get wanting to re-sign with a team, but some of the team-friendly deals are like too team-friendly, I feel like. A pressure system, it's a good idea in concept, but the execution seems a bit iffy, but maybe in EASHL it's a bit better. I'm so excited for it, though. I'm hoping that it plays a bit cleaner with like the deking and stuff. I'm hoping it feels more improved, because that's always the biggest question of the gameplay. Like, I'm begging for the gameplay to just be better, especially deking. Like, if I have a deker or a dangler with 95 deking, why can I not pull off a windmill deke? And I'm not saying to do this like to get past the defender and I'm just doing it bad timing. No, I mean just like in general, or like I can't put the puck between my legs. Like on occasion, yeah, but with 95 deking, I should be like consistently being able to do this. Like McDavid or Crosby, like with 95 deking, like let's think about what 95 deking means. Okay, that's my little rant about EASHL over. Maybe I can rant a little more as I go into the postseason, but probably not. We're mainly focusing on the postseason. So that's my little rant. Maybe next trade deadline. Let's see what the playoffs have in store in the Western Conference. You got Edmonton getting 117, Winnipeg getting 115, Anaheim 103, Colorado 102, Chicago 99, Phoenix 99, Seattle 96, and Calgary 91. What did LA finish with? 56 points. Like, I felt like their team wasn't that bad. Like, they completely bottomed out. And then in the East, a lot weaker conference. Buffalo led it at 101, and Edmonton at 117. Pittsburgh 100, Columbus 100, Toronto 99, Washington 92, Montreal 90, Philly 90, and Tampa 90. And then who bottomed out over here in the East? A lot more competitive, but New York's still down here with 63 points. Let's take a look at the league leaders now. 56 for Alexander Ovechkin. Another incredible year. Just every single year hasn't gone under 55. Insane. Caton 55, Timo Meier 52, McKinnon 51, Patches 48, Cooch 45, Taylor Hall puts up 44, Orlando Carpenter, auto guy 44, and Kyle Connor 44. Assists. The Nuge had 83 assists over assists per game. Insane. Cody Hodgson had 71 at 29 years old. Insane. Jakub Voracek is still killing it with Claude Giroux, Sam Gagner, Pajot at 63, Galchenyuk 60, Matt Molson 60 over there in Vegas. Your point leaders. Go Nuge at 107. Kind of low year, honestly. Kane 103. Hall 98. Draisaitl 98. Edmonton had a lot of point getters. Built a very offensive team. just like real life, but not around Connor McJesus. Where is Connor McJesus on these boards? Like Connor McDavid, he should be putting up something. Like, let's look for Connor McDavid real quick. How far? There's Connor McDavid, 75 points. Connor McDavid is a 22.92. Damn, he has completely taken a down year. He was going off, and now this year under point per game. But they still best team in the conference. So Brent Burns had 102 points as a defenseman in 81 games. Pietrangelo 97, Morgan Riley 96, Hampus Lindholm 92, Erik Karlsson 91, Mike Green 87, Letang 86, Bufflin 82. No wonder why forwards aren't getting points. The defensemen are stealing the show. Look at all of these defensemen that got 60 plus points. Goalies, though, let's take a look at this. Niemi led the league in wins. Congrats to him. Now, let's go. 40 games save percentage leader goes to best goalie Igor Shesterkin over there in Winnipeg. Bob in Buffalo comes in second. Mike Smith a 918, Corey Schneider 918, and Varlamov 918, and Shoutout Rask with a 915. Halak, Grubauer, Pavlik 911, 910s, and your point leader. And we have a new record holder, Andre Pavlik, at 6 points, breaks our current record. Holy shit, an 81 goalie. I wonder how. Oh my God. Even with the 85 puck playing frequency, that's insane. Fleury, a past winner. How much does Fleury have? Now I'm curious. What's your puck playing frequency? 99. And Pavlik with his 85 got 6 points. Incredible. Congrats, Andre Pavlik. Historical number. Remember, that is our most important leaderboard. And you know what's cool is we're going to be able to go through the record books of every team after the sim is done, because all the players are custom made. So everything is going to be set of this last 10 years. So we're actually going to see who the best leaders were, or the decade leaders basically. So round ones, Seattle, Anaheim, Edmonton, Calgary, Colorado, Chicago. Arizona's already up 1-0 against Winnipeg. Buffalo's up 1-0 against Tampa. Toronto, Montreal, Columbus, and Washington. Pittsburgh's up 1-0 against Philly, and Calgary was up 1-0 against Edmonton. I didn't say that earlier. Now Seattle in their first playoff series ever gets their first playoff win ever, winning 4-0. I'm hyped for Seattle hockey. Toronto goes up 1-0. Tampa ties the series. Calgary goes up 2-0. A 7-6 overtime loss for Seattle? No way. Then a 4-3 loss. Mitch Marner's doing everything he can to win this series versus Anaheim. Another 4-2 loss. No, is Seattle gonna lose in their first? They win 6-4. Sorry, I'll update the other series. I'm too hyped on Anaheim, Seattle here. 3-3 between Edmonton, Calgary. Colorado is up 3-2 against Chicago. Winnipeg, Arizona are tied. Toronto swept Montreal. Buffalo takes out Tampa 4-2. Columbus is up 3-2 against Washington. And Pittsburgh is up 4-1 against Philly. As Seattle loses 6-3. They lose in 6 in round 1. Edmonton gets it done in 7 against Calgary. Pittsburgh gets it done over Philly. And then Columbus and Washington still have their game 7, and then Arizona just took out Winnipeg. And I know it's Phoenix in this, but by now they would have moved, so they're Arizona now. Okay, people, let's not get it twisted. Edmonton now and Anaheim are up against each other. Arizona and Colorado are up against each other. Buffalo and Toronto, and then Pittsburgh and Washington, another bout between them. So far, Pittsburgh obviously has had the upper hand as Edmonton goes up 1-0, and then it's tied. Arizona, Colorado tied. Pittsburgh, Washington. Pittsburgh is up 2-0, and then Toronto is up 2-0 against Buffalo. Now it's 2-1 between Edmonton and Anaheim, 3-1 between Edmonton and Anaheim, 2-2 Arizona and Colorado. Toronto goes up 3-1 against Buffalo, and Pittsburgh sweeps Washington. Crosby over Ovi yet again. Will Ovi get a ring in this? Oh no, I think Ovi has a ring. Wait, let me double check if Ovi has a ring or not. I'm like, actually, I can't. I'm pretty sure he has a ring. Okay. Edmonton wins in 5 over Anaheim. Colorado goes up 3-2 against Arizona. Toronto goes up 4-1 against Buffalo. As we keep simming, trying to wait for the Western Conference. And Western Conference is done in 6, as it's going to be Edmonton and Colorado, and then Toronto and Pittsburgh on the other side. Pittsburgh trying to complete their dynasty. Edmonton just got 1 ring, trying to go back-to-back as they quickly go up 2-0. Pittsburgh goes up 2-0. Pittsburgh going for back-to-back sweeps. Edmonton up 2-1, 3-1. In the East, Pittsburgh swept Toronto. They're up 4-0. Holy shit. Crosby's on a mission for a dynasty. Edmonton, Pittsburgh. Who wins it all? Edmonton wins game 1. Pittsburgh, you know what? Before we sim the rest, let's take a look at these 2 teams. Edmonton and Pittsburgh. Let's take a look at the final 2. And take a pick. I know you guys now know game 1, but still. Taylor Hall, Nuge, Timo Meier, Silverberg, Draisaitl, Yakupov. In this universe, Yakupov still has Cunning, Langenbrunner, David Perron on the third line. This team's deep. Defensively, they don't really have a defense though. And in net, they only have Antiniemi. Ooh, okay. I'm actually kind of like, they have all offense, but that offense isn't going. They're fucked. At least Pittsburgh has Markstrom in net. Offense, McKellar, Crosby, Neal, Brouwer, Malkin, Gerby, also a very deep team, but also gritty. Paul Biz on net. Paul Biz nasty there. And this defense is actually low. Even though they're down 1-0, I'm still taking Pittsburgh. I think they complete the dynasty and get yet another ring. Even though Edmonton is up 1-0, and then Pittsburgh ties it 1-1. Who wins game 3? Edmonton wins it game 3. Holy shit. Pittsburgh ties it back up though. 2-2. Who wins game 5? Pittsburgh goes up 3-2. Can Pittsburgh get it done in game 6 and complete the dynasty? Sidney Crosby, Sid the Kid, better than real life. 3-3. Edmonton trying to go back-to-back like Tampa Bay. Who wins game 7? And the Islanders fire their head coach the day the Edmonton Oilers knock off Pittsburgh. Holy shit. Okay, let's take a look at this. So Edmonton goes back-to-back. Yeah, Ovi did get a ring. Pittsburgh also only at 2 rings. So Pittsburgh is at 2. Washington has 1. Boston has 1. And now Edmonton picks up their 2nd ring. Man, they really said they do not need McDavid. As they also won the President's Trophy, they broke the curse. They truly were the best team in hockey. Art Ross, the Nuge. Hart Memorial, the Nuge. The Norris went to Brent Burns. Lady Bing, the Nuge. Okay, I didn't realize the Nuge was this prolific this year. I would have picked Edmonton to win. As some auto guy, our first auto guy to win Rookie of the Year, Rukinski. Conn Smythe, the Nuge yet again. Shesterkin wins the Vezina. The Jennings goes to Winnipeg. Masterson wins to Carl Alsner in Philly. Jack Adams goes to Phoenix. The Selke goes to Crosby, though he gets his 2nd. The Lindsay goes to the Nuge. And Ovi wins the Maurice Richard. So the Nuge won the Art Ross 1 trophy, the Memorial 2 trophies. The Lady Bang 3 trophies. The Conn Smythe 4 trophies. He also won 1 more, right? The Lindsay, he won 5 trophies on top of the Stanley Cup 6 trophies. The Nuge possibly had the greatest season of all time award-wise. Incredible. That is unbelievable what we just witnessed. Let's sim up to the draft. Who retires after this season? And also the draft lottery results as Florida jumps from 9-1 and Dallas jumps from 8-2. Wow, the opposite of a rigged lottery as LA and New York had 1 and 2 and they both fall. So Marian Hossa retires, Joe Thornton retires, Daniel Alfredson finally retired, Shane Doan retires, Mike Fisher, Michael Ryder, a lot of these vets, Martin Havlat, Burrows, Giunta, Zdeno Chara finally retires on Boston. What a legend. Who else? Kevin Bielska, Nicholas Cronwall, Steven Robida, Eric Nystrom, Travis Moen, Nate Thompson, Jarrett Stoll, Brooks Orpik, Seth Griffith, Billy Lano. Who else do I see? Anyone else that's special? No. Goalies. We haven't really seen many goalies retire. Nabokov, Fast, Zach McIntyre, and Lars Volden. I don't even know who you are at this point. Yeah, it is just not worth our while. Like some of these guys, yeah, we'll see them pop out, but you know, they're still like, they're not real life people at this point. So let's just sim the entire draft now. So your UFAs, we have Cody Hodgson asking for the most money at $10 million. Okay. So forward-wise, overall-wise, Max Pacioretty at 93, Tyler Seguin at 90, Brandon Saad, Cody Hodgson. Let's see where these guys are probably going. So Seguin back to Boston would be nuts. Brandon Saad. Hopefully in real life that doesn't happen. But in this universe where he's a 90 still, I'll take him. Johansson, Kessler, Bozak, Simmons. See, but some of these guys, like, they would be dropping. But because they have, like, a Justin Williams, he just has the X factors holding them up. I'm so happy that has changed. Defensemen. Now you got Drew Doughty, McDonough, Ekman Larson, Thomas Hickey. Hickey, who's going to sign you? Billy's going to sign you. Voinov's coming to Seattle, it looks like. Nick Leddy is going to Montreal, it looks like. Goalies, no one has an offer, but there's a Bishop, Hellebuck, Gibson, and Jimmy Howard, and also Robin Lehner. Any other with like Hodgson? 2 people are going up to 10 mil. LA and Dallas. LA is desperate after last year. Boone Jenner probably going to go to Phoenix. We'll see if he goes there. Trocheck looking to go to Edmonton. And then also anyone else. And then finally, we'll also look at JT Miller. Sure. After, in real life, going to Vancouver, he's going to go to Chicago in this universe at a much more reasonable deal of $3 million. So we will jump to this. All right, boys, we are here at the start of the 7th year, 2020. Here is Seattle's team. They got Jason Zucker, this Per Stallberg. What a name. 19 franchise playmaker they took first overall. Marner, Devin Sediguchi, this Ruskinski guy, Mike Hoffman, Derek Brassard, David Desharnais, Ben Smith, Mikko Koivu, Eric Stahl, and Chris Versteeg on defense. McAvoy, Ekblad, Voinov, DeKaiser, Green, Duke, and Gudas, bro. This Seattle team is loaded. Blackwood and Halak in that. Wait, real quick. I didn't even check this. Are there free agents available at this point in the game? Biggest question. And no, everyone is still getting signed, it looks like. UFAs, RFAs, goalies, everyone. That's actually beautiful to see. I'm so happy because I feel like that never happens in a normal NHL sim. So the fact that that happens with these rosters, I'm happy. Let's take a look at the other teams around the league. Anaheim still rocking Burakovsky, Little, Perry, Hemsky, Gagne, Wayne Simmons. I think last year it was his first. No, he is brand new this year to Anaheim. Anaheim kind of loading up. Getzlaf on the third line. I kind of like Anaheim, even with their not so great defense. Wait, was that no, Lindholm is here. 86? Lindholm is only an 86 overall, and he put up the 92 points. That is insane. I can't believe he did that. Boston, Lucic. They did, in fact, get Tyler Seguin. Bergeron is still here. Louis Eriksson, Griffith, Sharp, Marlowe. Oh, this team's bad. Boston is bad. How much did they? They gave Seguin 9.4. That's worse than Dallas. Defense, Krug, Hamilton, whoever that is, Scandella. Who's in net for them? We still got Tuukka making $7 million. We still got Tuukka. Man, this is a sad sight to see. How much is Bergeron making? Bergeron is making $7 million to be a third line 82 center. Man, Buffalo, Marcus Foligno, McDavid, Kane. Honestly, this team doesn't excite me as much. They added Troy Brouwer to be their second line left winger. Yeah, Buffalo has kind of lost my excitement. Carolina has Khudobin, Tkachuk, Lindholm, Bobby Ryan, Skinner, Aho, Stahl. Have they had Tkachuk? They have. I don't know why I'm just only now remembering that. That's crazy. Yeah, Carolina still like them. Columbus with Marchand, Pettersson, Semin, Parenteau, Lee. You know, they actually got a lot of depth. They just don't have the XO, and then they just lost me on defense. And net, they at least have Braden Holtby. Maybe they got an injury. No, they're just bad on D. Okay. Calgary got Gaudreau, Pajot, who's really good in this universe now, who they just got from New York. What? Oh, this is a different Pajot. Okay, I was just about to be like, what? Because there is, let me just make sure right now that I'm not stupid. Okay, there is a Gene Gate. Okay, I was just about to be like, what the fuck? Okay, Backlund, Camilleri, Monahan, Calvert, Gotch, Booth, Giordano, Fowler. That's actually not bad. They got a lot of X factors. They're not high overalls. They got Soroka in net though. Calgary's not terrible. Chicago has Corey Crawford, Panarin, Taves, Verbata, Killorn. So this is, I feel like, one of the better Chicago Blackhawks rosters we've seen in the last like year or two. Ooh, I didn't even see Alex Tanguay on the second line. They should move JT Miller up there. Colorado, Landeskog, McKinnon, Joffrey Lupul. That's hilarious. I mean, I know they've been have them, but still. Duchesne, O'Reilly, Stastny, Zach Smith, Ben Sherratt. I forgot they have him. Varlamov, Makari Lettinen still rocking it in Dallas. Brandon Dubinsky, Riley Smith, Tyler Bossack, Colin Wilson, Clark MacArthur, Benoit Pouliot, Jason Spezza, Mark-Edward Vlasic, and Alex Goligoski. Not bad. Detroit, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, Drew Doughty. Detroit won the Drew Doughty sweepstakes at 9.5. They got a stud. They actually have is this guy young or old? 23, low elite. If he can grow, like, they have some future here, especially with that two-headed monster and Ben Bishop. Detroit, they got a chance to get better. They're like kind of mid though. Then the reigning two-time champs, Hall, Lanuge, Timo Meyer, Silverberg, Draisaitl, Perron's now on the second line. Tanner Pearson's on the third line. No more Neil Yakupov. Trocheck is still there though. This team is still stacked. Still a little weak on defense though, but hey, Edmonton does not care. Florida with Huberdeau, Barkov, Justin Williams now in Florida. Ryan Clough, Rupe Hintz. Defensively, Mackenzie Weegar, Mark Bain. Goalies, you got Freddie Anderson, Jimmy Howard. LA, the worst team in the league with Johnny Quick, Saad, Kopitar, Toffoli, Eberle, Carter, Gabrick, Mike Richards, Letestu. I don't know if this is enough to be better, especially now with no Drew Doughty. This decor really works weak. How much are you paying Muzzin? Only 4.8. Where's all the money? Where's all the money going? Saad, Kopitar. I mean, where's all the money going? Yeah, like the money, like, I don't think it's really going anywhere. Maybe it's just that spread out. Minnesota, Nina Ryder, Granlund, Bailey, Jokinen, Reinhart, Glenn Cross, Suter, Spurgeon, Brodin. Parise is scratched. They have Carey Price. Damn, Rip Parise has 6 more years left. 6 more years, Minnesota. Don't you worry. Montreal without Carey Price, with Galchenyuk, Tavares, Gallagher, Grabowski, Letty, PK Subban, and John Carlson in his second year here. Holy shit. That is actually kind of stacked. New Jersey, Darcy Kemper, Annette DeBrincat. No way New Jersey's going with a 79. Vinny LeCavier on line 1. I mean, he just put up 64 in Chicago. Bro, what are we doing? 2 million? What are we doing? Johansson, Henrique. Yo, New Jersey's ass. New Jersey, they all like, bro, free Cale Makar. free Mikhail Makar from New Jersey. Cody Hodgson goes to Nashville, so Nashville continues with their mid-centers. The Islanders still rocking Corey Schneider, Pacioretty, Pajot, Okposo, Cam Atkinson, Antoine Roussel in the third line, Hamonic, Pelech, Strawman, a pretty big three. Adam Fox still in New York, Kaprizov, Brock Nelson, Chris Kreider, Matt Reed, Brad Richards at 39 still kicking it, Pavel Buchnevich, Tom Sestito, see Riley Shahan and Emma Stankinov. Ottawa's got Mark Stone, Zibanejad, Pasta, Maroon, Kyle Turris, Rick the Dick with Victor Stahlberg and Marcus Kruger. Okay, that's a fun team. Erik Karlsson still here. I don't know if they're going to be good because they were bad last year. In Philly, you got James Reimer in net, Voracek, Giroux, and Rantanen. That's a pretty big three. They got a really good center core. And they got Dylan Larkin, but don't really have much depth at the winger or D spot. Phoenix, got a pretty mid D core outside of Keith Yandel, but forward-wise, it's pretty mid, honestly, too. You do have a nice big three on the wings. Yeah, you just don't really have centers here in Phoenix. And net, though, you have Hellebuck and Gibson. Okay, you have Max Domi scratched. Okay, Pittsburgh still rocking it with Matt Murray, who has not progressed. But they made it all the way to the Cup last year. And Daniel Sedin, unlike real life, will decide to ring chase in this universe and going to try and win one with Pittsburgh now. Interesting choice. Also interesting choice from Pittsburgh. This is a different guy. Okay. That's what I'd be like. Isn't that forward? San Jose, Jason Garrison, Tyler Myers. Yeah, just like real life, not that good. Forward-wise, Mason Raymond, Couture, Johnson, Pavelski, Hurdle. Actually, on offense, they're not too bad. Mainly just defense. They got Fleury in net still. Brian Elliott in St. Louis on offense. Schwartz back as Kyle Connor. Tarasenko, what's back as his contract? $6 million. Yeah, in real life, he couldn't. If he stayed good, it wouldn't have been that bad. They have Patrick Laine on the fourth line along with JVR. Makes sense. Shattenkirk still with Edler and Pietrangelo. Pretty good big three, but then not a good second half. Tampa Bay, Hedman, and not much else on offense. They got Stamkos and Kucherov and Drouin. And Ryan Callahan still kicking it, but then after that it really drops off. But they do have Vasilevsky in net. Toronto, Peter Mrazek on offense. They got Tatar, Matthews, Kessel, David Clarkson, Tage Thompson, Lars Eller, Kyle Clifford, Colin Greeny on the fourth line, Dion Fagoof with Thomas Chabot. This is actually a nasty decor. Toronto is one of the best decors in the NHL. Vancouver, McDonough, James Wisniewski, Chris Tanev, Eric Gariba, Jamie Benn, Palman P, Jason Robertson, Derek Stepan, Hendrik Sedin sticking it out with Vancouver. I can't believe they separated, man. Bo Horvat. And it's not even like he got signed for much. It was only like $2 million. Like, really just ring chasing. Thatcher Demko's in net. Vegas got Bernier in net still. The Kadri, Eichel, Molson, Kessler, Point, Anisimov, Abelkader, then a bunch of mid with Braun, Barry, CC Klein, Winnipeg, Georges, Bufflin, Niskin and Truba, Ladd, Scheifele, Teravainen, Filppula, Wheeler at center. Interesting. Kane, Helm, Shepard, Dale Weiss, Nick Spaulding as Linus Olmark, and Igor Shesterkin. That's one of the deadliest duos. And then now Washington with Andre Pavlik, the current point leader. Ovi, Backstrom, Tom Wilson, Johansson, Kuz, Ehlers, Perreault, Brian Boyle, March Arcobello, Dmitry Orlov, Mike Green, Derek Savard on defense. And that is all the lines here in 2020. And I will see you guys now at the trade deadline, and we'll see how this actually ends up playing out. I don't think I'm just going to say it now, this might be just a random call up, but Washington, they might actually have the power to top Pittsburgh this time, but we shall see. At the year 7 trade deadline, the year 2020, and at this deadline, you see the top teams. Pittsburgh still there, but let's look at the West first. Chicago still holding on. Winnipeg, Calgary, Nashville, Seattle, San Jose, Edmonton and LA. And then in the East, you got Pittsburgh, Toronto, Philly, Boston, Washington, Tampa, Columbus, and New Jersey. So those are the teams that are currently in the playoffs. Who is in last place? Vegas is in last place in the Pacific. In the Central, Dallas and Minnesota, both under 60 points. In the Atlantic, you got Florida under 60. And in the Metro, you have the Islanders, Rangers, and Hurricanes all under. I guess they're all just losing to the Pittsburgh Penguins. So what can you expect? Sid the Kid acting like he's still a kid. Not a single trade has been made thus far. So let's just head into the trade deadline. Toronto and San Jose just doing like pick swaps, it looks like. Some goalie to Nashville. Vladimir Sobotka to Nashville. Let's see. John Mitchell to the Islanders. Ryan Strome and Matt Stajan to Detroit for Jack Johnson and a pair of thirds. Pittsburgh gets Kari Lettinen. Holy shit. Mark Letestu to Calgary. Joe Pavelski to Toronto and Matt Irwin for just some seconds. That's a huge deal. Pittsburgh, man, I mean, they got to be the cup favorites. Carl Alzner to Buffalo. Let's see. Daniel Winnick to Winnipeg. Ryan Clough to Tampa Bay. Alec Martinez and Matt Pileski to Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay's adding some depth. Dmitry Kulikov to Vegas. Yuri Hoodler to Buffalo, and then it's the Kyle Turris trade. So actually some big moves. Okay, so your playoff teams for the 7th season in 2020. The Blackhawks get the 1st seed. The Jets get the 2nd seed. Then the Flames, Kraken all over 100 points. Then Edmonton, Nashville, Colorado, and then Phoenix sneaks in. LA misses the playoffs. Same with San Jose after selling off Pavelski. Then in the East, you got the Penguins, 133 points, but only 63 wins. Couldn't quite beat Boston's win record. They might have broken the actual win record, though, still. This historical year from Pittsburgh, still 133 points, record-breaking. Toronto, 52, 112 points. Philly, 107. Boston, 107. Washington, 95. Buffalo, 93. Columbus, 92. And then Tampa Bay sneaks in at 87. Can Tampa Bay win it like they did in real life here? And Austin Matthews breaks 70 goals. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I don't think I've ever seen someone break 70 goals. 93 overall, Austin Matthews. Then Connor McJesus in second with 60. Timo Meier, 56. Ovi, 55. Stammer, 51. Rantanen, 48. Malkin, 48. Tavares, 48. Bill the Thrill gets 46, along with James Neal. Kirill Kaprizov up there at 45. Assists, the Nuge, 81 assists. Didn't he have over point? Yep. Man, basically point per game in assists. And then he might get a goal or two to boot a game. Crazy. Zook with 70. Malkin with 69. 68, Johnny Gaudreau. Kessel, 67. Voracek, 63. Saad, 63. Crosby, 63. And it's Ruslan Ponikarovsky, guys, 62. But the point leaders. Insane season from Matthews and Malkin. 118, 117. Kessel, 113. McJesus, 108. Timo, 105. Taylor Hall, who didn't get traded, 101. McKinnon, 98. The Nuge, 96. Gaudreau, 95. Ovi, 94. Tavares, 94. Gensel, 94. Patty Kane, 94. Crosby, 93. Defenseman, Letang, 106 points. While Riley, 104. Yandel, 100. Subban, 86. 85 for Bufflin. Green, 81. Hampus Lindholm up there at 76. Seabrook at 76 in only 70 games. And Pietrangelo at 69. Goalies now. Your wins leader, Corey Crawford. Save percentage leader for our starter, Corey Crawford. Tuukka Rask with 914. Let's see who else. Semyon Varlamov and Carey Price both a 914. Elliott a 913. Bob a 912. Holtby a 911. And Bernier a 910. And now the most important thing, will someone beat 6? I doubt it. 5 from Ilya Sorokin. Ilya Sorokin on the all-time board now, but it does not beat the record. So boys, let's get into the playoff sim. Let's take a look at the past couple champions real quick heading into it, because this is going to be a big postseason for dynasty status. You have Pittsburgh, who now the other one is off the board, but they are sitting at 2 rings. But Edmonton is sitting at 2 rings. Who will get the elusive 3rd ring and hold dynasty status? Seattle, Edmonton, Calgary, Colorado, Boston, Buffalo, Toronto, Columbus, Philly, Washington, and Pittsburgh and Tampa Bay. Game 1, we're going to see Edmonton in round 1, so we're going to see exactly how they're doing. Here, game 1, Seattle's at home. They lose in overtime. Chicago goes up 1-0. Winnipeg up 1-0. Calgary and Colorado are split. Buffalo up 1-0. Toronto is up 2-0, as now it is split as Seattle wins game 2. They lose game 3. Colorado goes up 3-1. Edmonton is up 2-1. Winnipeg's up 2-1. Chicago and Arizona are 2-2. Buffalo is 3-1. We already had a sweep. Yes, Toronto swept Columbus. Tampa knocks out Pittsburgh. Holy shit. Washington is up 3-1 against Philly. And Tampa Bay, the 8th seed, takes out the record breakers just like real life. Seattle and Edmonton are 2-2 and Colorado's 4-1. So Edmonton, they have a clean path to 3 if they can take out Seattle. Can they do it in game 6? They do. They shut out Seattle 1-0 in game 6. So your round 1 winners: Edmonton, Colorado in 5, Winnipeg in 6, Chicago, Phoenix have a game 7, Buffalo wins in 5, Toronto sweeps Columbus, Washington in 6, and Tampa in 5. And your game 7 winner, can Arizona win? Arizona actually knocked out Chicago, so both 1 seeds go down. Winnipeg, Arizona, Toronto, Buffalo, Tampa, Washington, and Colorado and Edmonton. Crazy postseason already. David Desharnais was point per game in the playoffs. That is funny. Toronto goes up 1-0. Colorado and Edmonton are split 1-1. Tampa is split 1-1 with Columbus. Edmonton is up 2-1. Winnipeg's up 2-1. Tampa's up 2-1. Buffalo was up 2-1. Lot of 3-1 Edmonton, 3-1 Winnipeg, 2-2 Toronto and Buffalo, 2-2 Tampa and Washington. The East is competitive, and the West teams are just running through them. But Colorado trying to come back now, 3-2. Same with Arizona, 3-2. Tampa and Toronto takes a 3-2 series lead. And we have a series winner. Washington takes out Tampa Bay. Toronto's tied 3-3 with Buffalo. Winnipeg takes out Arizona. And Colorado battled back down 3-1 against Edmonton. And will they actually win game 7? No, Edmonton gets it done. They do not blow a 3-1 lead. Edmonton, Winnipeg, and then Toronto and Washington. Washington looking for their 2nd ring. And then, of course, the Canadian teams outside of Edmonton looking for their 1st. Winnipeg wins game 1. Toronto wins game 1. Edmonton wins game 2. And then in the East, Toronto's up 2-1. Winnipeg's up 2-1. Will we have a new finals matchup? Entirely new teams. Toronto, Washington 2-2. Edmonton, Winnipeg 2-2. Will we see Ovi? Will we see Phil the Thrill? Toronto's up 3-2. Winnipeg is up 3-2. Who wins? Can we see some game 6s, or are we seeing game 7s? And both game 6s get it done. Winnipeg and Toronto. Toronto, this would be insane. They are in the streets going wild right now. Winnipeg being led by Andrew Ladd, Mark Scheifele, Toivo Teravainen, Dale Weiss, Blake Wheeler, Evander Kane, Darren Helm, James Shepard, Marshall Cizikas, Colton Scissors, Nick Spaulding, and Valtteri Filppula. Defense led by Georges Trouba, Barbario, Nitmaki, Bogosian, Daniel Winnick. They have to have injuries. This defense is shit. Scratch. Yes, Matt Niskanen and Dustin Byfuglien are hurt. But in net, they have Igor Shesterkin, who's been carrying. Toronto has Peter Mrazek in net, but he's been doing good. They have Kyle Clifford out due to injury. But of course, we saw Toronto buy at the deadline. We know why. Thomas Tatar, and they had 70-goal man Austin Matthews, who has 28 points in 17 games. Phil Kessel, a pure playmaker all of a sudden. They added Joe Pavelski at the deadline. They got Tage Thompson, Lars Ellers, Ryan Garbett, Maxime Lapierre, David Clarkson, who in this universe isn't god-awful. We take a look at David Clarkson's stats. He's been a plus player. Oh my God, he was a minus 49 one of these years. Okay, he's had some bad moments, but it wasn't complete disaster. Then on defense, Riley, Franzen, Phaneuf, Chabot, Devin Tays, and they traded for Matt Irwin. I mean, I hate to say it, but Toronto, you might break the curse, and Toronto might win the 2020 Stanley Cup if COVID never happened. I know I said I wouldn't bring it up, but if COVID never happened, Toronto wins the Stanley Cup. Or am I speaking too soon? We shall see. Toronto goes up 1-0. Can they win game 2? They go up 2-0 over Winnipeg. Winnipeg's too banged up on the back end. It's 2-1. Now, Toronto goes up 3-1 against Winnipeg. Are they going to get it done in 5? They do. The Toronto Maple Leafs in 2020. I know it says 2029, but it's 2020 in a resim. And they win the Stanley Cup. I can't believe it. If COVID never happened, confirmed, Toronto wins the Stanley Cup. Insane. I thought Pittsburgh had it when they bought at the deadline and got themselves a franchise goalie, but Tampa took care of them. And now is Seattle going to have their AHL team win the cup over Pittsburgh? Can they do it? Come on, AHL. And they actually do. Pittsburgh's AHL team loses. Toronto Maple Leafs actually win the Stanley Cup in a historic year. I know Austin Matthews is going to bring home some hardware. Let's look at this playoff tree one last time. You had Toronto having to go to 7 with Buffalo, sweeping Columbus, getting Washington done in 6. Winnipeg handled Edmonton in 6, handled Phoenix in 6, and handled Nashville in 6. So every series with Winnipeg ended in 6, just not the way you want it to end in the last round. So Stanley Cup, you now have the Toronto Maple Leafs. So in the 7, we've seen Edmonton twice, Pittsburgh twice, Washington, Boston, and now Toronto. A lot of Eastern Conference outside of Edmonton. President's Trophy, the Pittsburgh Penguins, they get another. Art Ross goes to Matthews. The Hart goes to Matthews. The Norris went to Chris Letang. Hate to see it for Pittsburgh. Lady Byng, Chris Letang. Calder Everett, Conn Smythe Matthews. Vezina, Corey Crawford. William M. Jennings, Shesterkin. Bill Masterson was Markham of Thought. Jack Adams went to Edmonton. Frank J. Selke went to Crosby. And the Lindsay went to Matthews. And the Richard, of course, went to Austin Matthews. Now, yes, Austin Matthews won a cup. Great for him. But Phil the Thrill Kessel, he didn't need Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh said, we didn't need you. And he said, I don't need Pittsburgh. Phil Kessel had 32 points. Yeah, Austin Matthews, 18 goals, 22 games. Yeah, Phil Kessel had 32 points. What a guy. I'm happy Phil still gets a ring. As a Bruins fan, I'm happy my man Phil Kessel still gets a ring. That's all I really care about. Thomas Chabot gets a ring. Pavelski gets a ring. Dion Phaneuf gets a ring. Tage Thompson gets a ring. Marner and Nylander do not get rings. David Clarkson gets a ring. And then in net, Peter Mrazek gets a ring. Insane that Peter Mrazek gets a ring as a starting goalie. Unbelievable. I can't believe Toronto actually ended up winning it. Dallas wins the lottery. St. Louis jumps to 2. Florida goes down to 3. And you got the Islanders, Detroit, Vegas, the Rangers, Montreal, Carolina, Anaheim, Minnesota, Ottawa, New Jersey, Vancouver, San Jose, and LA. As we have Matt Molson retire, damn near point per game during his sim here. Let's go position. Vinny LeCavier retires on New Jersey. Vinny LeCavier was getting second line time, but he has to retire at 76. Chris Kunitz retires. Thomas Vanek retires. Datsuk retires. Brad Boyes retires. Shane Bergenheim retires. Matt Stasian, Lee Stepniak, Antoine Vermette, Alex Tanguay, Pasquale Dupuis, Scotty Upshaw, Maxime Talbot, Daniel Paille, Tom Sestito. Okay, and no champions retired, right? Oh, no, we did have a champion. Maxime Lapierre retired on Toronto. He was like their fourth line guy. So an 84 power forward, Stamkos. Stamkos has a cousin in this universe, Mark Stamkos, going to Dallas. A sniper, 83, an offensive defenseman, 80. They get their next Ekblad. And Seattle is putting all 12 million of their dollars into Aaron Ekblad. I respect it. UFA. Ekblad isn't even a UFA. Jesus Christ. Okay, Ryan O'Reilly, Riley Smith, Joe Pavelski, Patty Maroon. Damn, Pavelski's a pure rental. And Toronto got what they needed. Lars Ellers, Matt Calvert, Jason Pominville. Okay, defenseman, anyone? Orlov, Seabrook, Green. Damn, there's a lot of high-end defensemen. RFA-wise, of course, Ekblad that we just saw, probably going to get signed by Seattle. Sebastian Aho, William Nylander. Elias Pettersson is here. Pajot is here. Goalie, Shesterkin is an RFA. UFAs, you got Corey Crawford, Corey Lettinen, James Reimer. We will see where all these guys go at the start of the next season. Already back, because as I was simming to the regular season, man, trades have been going off. Edmonton just got John Gibson for Jakob Silfverberg. Kevin Shattenkirk and Alex Killorn were swapped. There's some pick swaps with Derek Stevens going to Edmonton and Ellison going to Tampa and Eric Furr to Ottawa. And we might as well just take a look at some of the signings. Any big names signed yet? Dan Girardi goes to St. Louis. Nikolai Koloman goes to Vegas. Emerson Edom's going to Tampa Bay. Carl Alsner to Vancouver. Zach Cassian to New York. Let's see who else. Who else is a big name? Big name. Lars Eller to Vancouver. Let's see. Anyone else? Matt Barkowski to LA. Ryan Strome to Winnipeg. James Reimer to San Jose. P.A. Parenteau to Boston. The Islanders get Tyler Ennis. Torrey Mitchell to Pittsburgh. Colin Greening to New York. Freddie Anderson to Washington. Adam McQuaid to the Islanders. Devin Tays signs up in Washington. Bo Bennett goes a year to Winnipeg. Florida gets Clark MacArthur for a couple years. Let's see, anyone else? Casey Cizikas goes to Vegas. Patrick Berglund goes to Minnesota. Dan Hamhuis to LA. Yuri Hudler to Vancouver. Alexander Semin to Dallas. Let's see, anyone else? Ryan Clough to Calgary. Cody Eakin to Buffalo. Ryan Kessler to Dallas. Mike Smith to Why did Anaheim get so many goalies? Marc-Andre Fleury and Mike Smith. Linus Ullmark to Montreal. Patrick Marleau to Calgary. Corey Crawford to Florida. Mike Richards to St. Louis. New Jersey gets Jacob Markstrom. Justin Williams goes a year to Washington, so he's going home. Justin Folk goes to Detroit. Alec Martinez goes to Philly. And holy shit, New Jersey gets Elias Pettersson from Columbus on an RFA for 4 first-round picks. Holy shit, New Jersey. Nick Spaulding gets Seattle. Vegas gets Daniel Sedin for 2 years. I can't believe it, Daniel Sedin. David Clarkson goes 2 years to Colorado. Joe Pavelski goes to Columbus. Andre Sekura to Ottawa. Martin Hansel to Chicago. Travis Hamonic to Washington. Matt Calvert to Boston. See, Brian Bickle to Montreal. Chris Higgins to Pittsburgh. Brandon Suter to the Rangers. Backus goes a year to the Islanders. Goligoski goes to Buffalo. Toivo Teravainen goes to Carolina. Alexander Steen goes to a year to Nashville. Patrick Sharp, Minnesota. Anders Lee goes to New Jersey. Kari Lettinen, after getting traded to Pittsburgh, goes to Washington. And Tom Wilson goes to Edmonton. Andrew Shaw goes to Toronto. Marcus Johansson goes to Detroit. So many players moving. Brodin to Calgary. Tanev goes long-term to Dallas. David Perron to the Rangers. Pat Maroon to Carolina. Riley Smith goes to Toronto. Johnny Pajot goes 6 years to Calgary. Thomas Hickey goes 3 years to Philly. Sebastian Aho re-signs to Carolina. Ryan O'Reilly goes long-term to Minnesota. Orlov to Vegas. Igor Shesterkin goes to Winnipeg. Aaron Ekblad goes a year to Seattle. Wasn't he an RFA? How did he get signed with no compensation? Corey Fowler to Pittsburgh. Jay Bouwmeester to Anaheim. Sammy Vatanen to LA. Braden McNabb to Montreal. Rupe Hintz to Florida. And then Patrick Laine goes a year to St. Louis. Seattle's going Jason Zucker now. Per Stolberg. Who the fuck? This guy's a stud. Mitch Marner. This is Reed Brindamore. Ron Brindamore's son, I guess, from Norway. Peter Rakinski. Who the fuck? We're getting some randoms now. Mike Hoffman. Emilio Cunham. Derek Brassard. Marcus Kuhlman. Nick Spaulding. Point per game man David Desharnais. Chris Versteeg. Honestly, Seattle's got a nasty team with McAvoy, Ekblad, Voinov, Kaiser, Kyle Quincy, and Radko Gudas. Yo, Seattle might win the cup. With Halak in net, Seattle might genuinely win the cup. We might be actually watching a Stanley Cup team right now. Now let's go check out the other 31 teams in the NHL. Got Burakovsky, Brian Little, Corey Perry, Hemsky, Gagne, Wayne Simmons, Kyle Palmieri, Getzlaf now down here on the fourth line. They couldn't get rid of him and they're suffering. Theodore Lindholm, Gardner, and then they got Marc-Andre Fleury as their starting goalie. Jesus. Boston still rocking with Tuukka Rask, Carter Hart, Lucic, Sagan, Louis Eriksson, David Krejci, P.A. Parenteau. They signed Matt Calvert. They got Bergeron still. Defensively, Krug, Hamilton's, Marco Scandella. It's an interesting squad. You know, it's a playoff team. I don't think they'll win it. Buffalo, the most mid defense I've ever seen, with Rasmus Ristolainen not progressing. Big shocker. You got Foligno, McDavid, Kane, an incredible line one, but then it drops to Troy Brouwer, Carl Soderberg, and Chris Stewart. This team is not good. Rip McDavid. It's worse than what they did to him in real life. Let's see. Philip Gustafson and Jake Ottinger in Carolina, a good 1-2. With Matthew Tkachuk, Elias Lindholm, Bobby Ryan, Toivo, Aho, Jeff Skinner, Patty Maroon, Jordan Staal. Okay. Carolina might win the cup this year. TJ Brody, Nate Schmidt, Ekholm, Slavin. This team is in Stanley Cup window. Columbus, they lost. Elias Pettersson got 4 first-round picks. Brad Marchand and Joe Pavelski are like, what are we doing here? Same with Brent Burns. He's sitting. Oh, and Braden Holtby. I mean, you know, they got a couple stars. Calgary rocking Ilya Sorokin with Goudreau, Pajot, Nyquist, Monahan, Backlund, Camilleri, David Booth, Mark Letestu. Defensively, Giordano, Brodin, DeHaan, Cam Fowler. We go to Chicago, the winning team, the president's side of the West. I know they didn't win the presidents, but they were the number one team in the West. Adding Kevin Shattenkirk, Jalmerson, Keith, Luke Shen. Then on offense, Panarin, Taves, Radim Verbata on line one. Devin Setaguchi, Jared Toulouse, JT Miller, Eric Howlett, Martin Hansel. Why are they going Radim Verbata on line one? And they got Philip Grubauer in net. Colorado still locking Semyon Varlamov with Landeskog, McKinnon, Lupul, Raquel, Duchesne, Stastny, David Clarkson. They got Hendrik Sedin on the fourth line. Colorado's got a good squad. Ben Sherratt, who is not a bum in this universe. Next team, we're going to Dallas. See, this team is not good. Dallas is, they were the first overall pick for a reason, I guess. Was he a first? He was third. Do they have their first overall pick playing? I don't think they do. Okay, so not playing your first overall pick, but the team, and Tyler Ballsack is your best player. You can't have a Ballsack being your best player. Ben Bishop in Detroit with Matthew Barzell, Jesper Bratt, Michael Grabner, Zetterberg is still there. This team is bad. Edmonton, Hall, Nuge, Timo Meyer, Tom Wilson, Draisaitl, Trocheck, Pearson. Too bad they didn't get the Draisaitl of real life, man, because if they got real life Draisaitl, he's still being point per game, though, on a second line basis, so that's actually still really good. Mike Green, Justin Schultz, and Oscar Clefbaum. This team could win it all, especially now that John Gibson is in net. Crazy. Corey Crawford and Tristan Jarry in Florida with Huberto, Barkov, UC Jokin, and Clark MacArthur. Let's see, Rupe Hintz is now on the third line with Nick Bjugstad. Defensively, Uyghur, Eric Johnson, Mark Fain. In LA, Jake Muzzin, Sammy Vatanen, Dan Hamhuis, Barkowski down there. Saad, Kopitar, Eberle on line 1. Toffoli, Carter, Parenteau on line 3. You got Marian Gaborik on the 4th line down here. Dustin Brown and Yannick Hansen are still there. Minnesota. Oh, we didn't see who their goalie was. Is it Quick still? Yeah, Jonathan Quick is still there. He signed only one more year. He's 34. Carey Price in Minnesota, and this team's kind of low. Oh, maybe not with Sharp on their first line. O'Reilly, Niederreiter, Josh Bailey, Michael Granlund, Patrick Berglund, Sam Reinhart. Outside of left wing, this team is loaded. Defensively, Suter, Spurgeon, Dumba. Yeah, they got a pretty good D. Montreal with no Carey Price. Still got PK Subban, John Carlson, though. Got Nick Leddy, Galchenyuk, Tavares, Grabowski. They traded for Kyle Turris. Team is still looking pretty solid, and they got Linus Ulmark in net. Next team, New Jersey, Darcy Kemper, Markstrom, and of course now Elias Pettersson with Bodker DeBrincat. Look at that, 6 years, 9.6. Henrique, Johansson, Lee, Hagelin, Zajac, Leclerc, Coyle on the 4th line, Cogliano. Okay, this team is Mikhail Makar, Dumoulin, Larson, Hanifin. Okay, New Jersey was ready to win it. They are loaded. Nashville, that big 4, Yossi, Weber, Ellis, Seth Jones, still holding it down. Forwards, Forsberg and Andre Loktuanov is a first-line center. I think I mentioned earlier how this has happened before. How he becomes a first-line. He's not good enough to be a first-line center, though. Third-line scorer, and he's being put on line 1. Jesus, Nashville. Goalie still got UC Saros. The Islanders still rocking Corey Schneider. We have Patches, Pajot, Kyle Pozo, Cam Atkinson, Antoine Roussel, David Backus they added for a year. You got Anton Strawman, Pellick, Roman Polak, the definition of a street cone, and Adam McQuaid. The New York Rangers with Adam Fox, Johnny Boychuk is still kicking it there at 36. Kaprizov, Brock Nelson, Perron, Buchnevich, Suter, Kreider. Not a bad top 6. Jonathan Marchessault on the 4th line, and 81 Lundqvist, 82 Ranta. Ottawa's going with Martin Jones in net with Rick the Dick, Mark Stone, and Zibanejad. They're throwing David Pastrnak with 60 faceoff rating on line 2 center. What the fuck are they doing with him? Chris Russell and Erik Karlsson. I mean, I guess that's a pairing. I guess it would actually kind of work. Philly with Chicherin, Hickey, Martinez. Not a bad 3. Voracek, Giroux, Rantanen, Derek Roy, Braden Shen, Dylan Larkin, Sean Couturier. Philly's got a good squad with Robin Lehner in net. They're not bad. Hellebuck over there in Arizona with Andre Palat, Phil Piola, and Zuccarello. Oshie, Nick Foligno. Yo, this team has no centers. Jakob Silverberg there. Pittsburgh, Malkin, Crosby, Neal, McCallick, Jenner, Gensel, Higgins, Beagle, Clifford, Brodziak, Mitchell, whoever that guy is. Defensively, Oli Mata, Chris Letang, Andres Mazzardos, Michael Stone in net. They have Anthony Stolars in net. They'll probably trade for a goalie. Reimer in net for San Jose. Raymond, Couturier, Johnson, Hurdle, Ponkarowski, Lind. It's not a bad team, but I still don't know. It's a mid-defense. They're probably just going to be a fringe playoff team again. St. Louis with Edler, Petrangelo, Dan Girardi on the 3rd line. Schwartz, Mike Richards, Alex Killorn, Tarasenko, some rando, Kyle Connor, Patrick Laine. JVR's on the 4th line. Yo, they need trade some of these wingers for a center. Tampa Bay now, Drouin, Gord, Stamkos, Purcell. Kucherov is also running center as a winger. Ryan Callahan, Emerson Edom, Sabaka, Luke Glendening. Defensively, Hedman, Jamie Oleskiak, Jeff Petrie, Jamie McBain down there. And in net, of course, Andre Vasilevsky. Next team, you got the reigning champion Toronto Maple Leafs with Peter Mrazek in net. You got Thomas Tatar, Matthews, Kessel, adding Riley Smith to this team. Tage, Andrew Shaw, I think is new maybe. Let's see. Defensively, Morgan Riley, Franzen Fagoof, Chabot, Yeah, they traded up. They got stars now on offense, and they kind of gave up all their depth. Vancouver, Jamie Benn, some randoms. Vancouver is not good. They have Jason Robertson and Bo Horvat, though, so that's something. Dunno Wisniewski, they added Carl Alzner. They got Thatcher Demko. Vegas now, Jonathan Bernier. Forwards, Kadri, Eichel, Vladislav Namastankinov on the first line with Daniel Sedin as a 77 on the second line. They gave him 2 years. Braden Point, Andrei Anisimov, Casey Cizikas, Justin Abelkader, Orlov, Barry, Braun, Kulikov. Well, they can build a defense a lot better than an offense. Winnipeg, Georges, Bufflin, Trouba, Niskanen, Cohen, Ladd, Scheifele, Kane, Dale Weiss, Wheeler, Ryan Strome. Bro, why wouldn't you just play Ryan Strome? Who has the higher face-off? Bro, play Ryan Strome at center. Dale Winnick, Darren Helm, and then Washington, last team, Ovi, Backstrom, Ehlers, Justin Williams, Evgeny Kuznetsov, Matthew Perreault, Brian Boyle, Dave Boland. Defensively, Devin Tays, Travis Hamonic, David Savard, David Schlemko, and Zach Bogosian in net. You got Kari Lettinen and Freddie Anderson. Not bad, not bad. So take your picks now. Who do you have winning? If I had to pick one, honestly, New Jersey does have a really good team. I might honestly just pick New Jersey. They traded all those first round picks. They are loaded. Who else was also a really good team? Off the top of my head, the Flyers had a really stacked team. I think it's going to be a team, or Carolina. I think a Metro team wins it this year, but we shall see. I will see you guys at the trade deadline. All right, boys, we are here at the trade deadline, taking out the Eastern Conference. You got Pittsburgh at 91 points. They played a lot more games than everyone else. You got Toronto at only 64 games at 89 points. Boston at 89 points. Washington 79, Tampa 77, New York 77, Ottawa 76, Philly 75. Where is New Jersey? Columbus, as of right now, is higher than New Jersey. And Columbus has the next 4 years worth of New Jersey picks. Jesus, New Jersey. Who's in last right now in the Eastern Conference? You might as well check that out real quick. Last place in the East belongs to the Carolina Hurricanes. So the team who I said was really good is really bad. That's funny. Calgary in first, Edmonton, Colorado, Anaheim, Seattle, Winnipeg, LA, Nashville. Minnesota's right on the tails. And there's San Jose, Vegas, Phoenix, Chicago. Dallas is in last place. Was it Dallas? No. Dallas got the first overall pick. I was just about to be like, weren't they good? But no, they weren't. St. Louis is done. William Nylander was not signed. That is interesting. So that's the first guy that I've noticed, and I've been doing a really good job at trying to keep track of that. I didn't really do that this season. I kind of forgot. But all the other seasons, I can confirm that there has never been like a big name RFA throughout the year. This is our first one. So to see it 8 years in, I'm honestly kind of impressed. Colin Greening to New Jersey. Let's see, Cal Clutterbuck to Colorado. Richard Panik to Winnipeg. Let's see, Minnesota got a second for that. Cole Lind to Nashville. Okay, let's see, anyone else? Daniel Sedin to Buffalo. Yuri Talusti to Nashville. Let's see, any other trade? Jay Bouwmeester to Carolina. Carolina's trying to get better because like they have a good team on paper. I don't know why they're so bad. Colorado gets Alexander Edler, Nikita Nikkinen to Florida. Let's see, Carl Soderberg is going back to Boston. Riley Nash to Vegas. Andrei Radulov to Columbus. Andrew Cogliano gets traded back to Tampa. I believe he was in Tampa at one point, but leaving New Jersey. Carl Alzner gets traded back to Washington. All these people just want their former players. Matthias Ekholm to Philly, just like real life. And the Johansson trade and the Jack Campbell trade. Okay. So did any teams get good enough to really make a big impact? I don't know. I'm very curious as to see who will actually end up winning it because I have no idea who could win it because all of my picks seem to be missing the playoffs. 3 games in a row again? Why do we keep doing this game? What is that shit? Well, that's some dumbass shit. I don't know why the fuck we were playing 3 games in a row yet again. It doesn't happen throughout any part of the season. It's just been here at the end of the season, which is why it's so confusing to me why it keeps happening. Especially when other teams have games so spread out right now. We're simming so many days ahead to get to the end of the season, but we have finally gotten to the end of the season. Let's take a look at the playoff team. So the Flames with 120 points win the Pacific. Oilers 109, Kraken 103, Ducks 97, Kings 97, all make it from the Pacific. Central, you got the Jets, Avalanche, and Preds making it. The Stars 63 points, worst team currently. Maple Leafs make it with 114, and Boston, Ottawa, and Tampa Bay all make it with over 100 points. And then in the Metro, you got the Penguins, Capitals. The Devils actually turned it around and made the playoffs as the 3rd seed. And Columbus makes it. That's interesting. So my pick for the Devils might actually still come true. I can't believe Columbus made it. They looked like a dog water team to me. But of course, Dallas, the worst team in the NHL again. The second worst team's also from the Central, the Coyotes. They've actually had some playoff runs. They were in the playoffs literally just last year. So sad to see them back out. I feel like they've always been kind of in and out this whole sim, honestly. So Mitch Marner, point per game, baby. Whoa, Slavov Wainov was a point per game defenseman. That's crazy. Okay, entire league now. Forwards, Jake Gensel led the league in points with 116. Your goal scoring leader was Ovi with 58. Matthews comes back down to earth with 54. I actually want to see, what was his shooting percentage last year? 17.5, and he took 400 shots. Damn. Pacioretty got 52, James Neal 51, Hurdle 47, Tage Thompson 47, McKinnon 46, McDavid 46, Robertson 45, Mikko Rantanen 45, Patty Kane 45. Your assist leaders, Riley Smith led the league in assists with 79, Backstrom 78, Gaudreau 77, Gensel 73, Drew 71, Drouin 70. The usual leader, where is the guy who's usually up here, I forget who was it? I don't know. Some guy that's usually up there, though, is not up there this time. I want to say it's like Zuccarello, but I feel like that's a weird-ass answer. Points, Gensel, Gaudreau, Eichel, McDavid, Ovi, Kaprizov, Matthews, Neal, Malkin, all over 100 points. McKinnon on the brink at 99. Defenseman-wise, Morgan Riley had 116, Erik Karlsson 105, Letang 99, Pietrangelo 87, Cale Makar 78, Slavov Wainov 77, Lindholm 74, Hedman 72, and Tyson Barrie got up there with 71. Goalies, let's see, your wins leader, Ilya Sorokin. And now let's check out your points leader. Or not your point leader, your save percentage leader for starting goalies. Who was the actual best starting goalie? Martin Jones at an 8.99 and had the second most wins. Tuukka Rask a 9.18. Jonathan Quick a 9.14. Sorokin a 9.12. John Gibson a 9.11. Shesterkin a 9.11. Saros 9.10 and Schneider a 9.10. And your points leader. Do we have a record holder? No, it's Fleury. We have previous winner, Marc-Andre Fleury, wins it again. The Edmonton Oilers and Kraken face off in round 1 again. You got Calgary and LA, Boston, Ottawa, Toronto, Columbus, Washington, New Jersey, a rematch of Tampa and Pittsburgh. You got Colorado and Nashville, Winnipeg and Anaheim. Gonna be a fun postseason. Who do you guys have? I mean, I kind of got to stick with who I originally said in New Jersey, I guess. Let's see, but Seattle's my other team I'm pulling for, as Seattle's now 1-1. Calgary and LA is 1-1, as LA goes up 2-1 now. Edmonton goes up 2-1. Colorado goes up 2-1 over Nashville. Anaheim has a 3-0 stranglehold on Winnipeg. Boston's up 2-1. Toronto is up 3-0. Washington's up 2-1. And Tampa Bay's up 2-1. Or is Tampa Bay going to take out the number 1 team in Pittsburgh again? That would be crazy. As Seattle loses to Edmonton again in 5. LA's up 3-2 against Calgary. Boston's up 3-2 against Ottawa. Toronto sweeps Columbus. Washington's up 3-2 against New Jersey. Tampa's up 3-2 against Pittsburgh. And Colorado and Anaheim get their series done in 5 games and 4 games, respectively. There's a Game 7 forced between LA and Calgary, Washington, New Jersey, Pittsburgh, Tampa. And nope, Boston gets it done. They win in 6 against Ottawa. And now all the game 7s being played. Edmonton, so Calgary won their game 7. They're up against Edmonton, Battle of Alberta in round 2. Anaheim and Colorado, we know that matchup for a while. Boston and Toronto, a historic rivalry that we haven't really seen in this universe too much. And then Pittsburgh, Washington. Pittsburgh came back down 3-2, took out Tampa Bay. Washington takes out New Jersey. Holy shit. That's been a classic matchup we've seen a lot, and Pittsburgh's won it a lot. Let's see. Edmonton's up 1-0. Colorado's up 1-0. Toronto's up 1-0, and Pittsburgh is up 1-0. As now Edmonton ties the series. It is 1-1, 2-1 Calgary, 2-1 Colorado, 2-1 Toronto, and 2-1 Pittsburgh. Are we going to see a Western Conference team finally win it? Not named Edmonton, as Calgary's up 3-1, Colorado's up 3-1, Boston, Toronto are 2-2, and Pittsburgh and Washington are 2-2. Calgary goes up 3-2. The AHL playoffs are done. Let's see, Colorado's up 3-2, Boston's up 3-2, and Washington is up 3-2. Will past champions be gone? Yes, Calgary takes out Edmonton, a 2-time past champ. Anaheim and Colorado go to a game 7. Boston, Toronto go to a game 7. And Washington takes out the 2-time champ Pittsburgh Penguins. As now we go to the next round, and we got Calgary and Colorado, and Boston takes off the recent champs. Toronto's out of here. Boston gets it done in game 7. Washington also, of course, we knew was waiting for Boston. So let's see, Calgary, Colorado, Boston, Washington. An East representative will be the same as the previous one. The West, I think it's all new unless Colorado's made it. As Colorado ties the series 1-1. Boston is up 2-0. Boston's looking to get their second ring of the sim. Calgary goes up 2-0. Boston is up 3-0 against Alexander Ovechkin. Colorado makes it 2-2. In the East, Boston sweeps Washington, and we have a big who is going to play Boston in the West, Colorado or Calgary. In real life, Boston would be terrified of the Cups, but here they are. They've won one already. They've made it back to their second, and they're up against the Colorado Avalanche, who, if you remember, they are loaded, especially on that top 6. Let's take a look at the two teams. Boston with Lucic, Sagan, Eriksson, Philip Griffith, Krejci. They traded back for Carl Soderberg. They got Matt Calvert, Bergeron on the third line. It's Ben Smith and P.A. Parenteau. And they also got Damian Brunner down here. And then on defense, Krug, Hamilton, Scandella, bunch of randos. And then goalies, of course, Tuukka Rask, who's having himself a solid series. Then you got the Colorado Avalanche, led by Semyon Varlamov in net. Then Landy McKinnon, Lupul, Raquel, Duchesne, David Clarkson, Cal Clutterbuck. Defense, Sherratt, Seabrook, Edler, Smith, Gunnarsson. Are there injuries on either side? It's hard to... Yes, Henrik Sedin, Paul Stastny, and Tyler Ledoux are all out for Colorado. And then Boston, they have no injuries. Well, it's tough to pick against Colorado, but Boston also very well run. If Colorado can get healthy during the series, I think they win it. If not, I think Boston might actually be able to hold on and get their second ring in this sim. Game 1 goes to the Bruins. They have won, let's see, they won the game 7, then they won 4. They've won 6 in a row now as they go up 2-0 against Colorado. Can they make it 3-0 against Colorado? They do. They've won 7 in a row. No, they've won 8 in a row. Can they make it 9 in a row? No, they can't. They go, Colorado gets 1 back. It's 3-1. Game 6. And the Bruins win it in a gentleman's sweep. The Abbotsford Canucks get the Calder. Colorado goes down. The cup is staying in the Eastern Conference. The Bruins now get their second ring. So now the Bruins, Penguins, and Oilers all have 2 heading into the final 2 seasons. Can one of them capture a third and become a dynasty? Your President's Trophy winner, the Flames. Only team to break the curse is the Oilers. Individual awards, Art Ross goes to Jake Gensel. The Memorial goes to Gensel. The Norris goes to Morgan Riley, giving him back his trophy, basically. Lady Bing, Chris Letang. Calder goes to some guy on Anaheim. David Krejci gets the Conn Smythe. That's funny. Can we see Boston? Like, who won it? Oh, we can't see. Who would have won? I don't remember. Tuukka gets the Vezina, so the Vezina winning goalie gets the cup. Korpisalo and Toronto get the Jennings. Bill Masterson goes to Carl Alzner. Ottawa gets to Jack Adams. Selke goes to Austin Matthews. Lindsay goes to Gensel. Maurice Richard, Ovi. So unlike real life, the Bruins' last push with Bergeron and Krejci actually does get him a ring. Montreal wins the lottery. Carolina jumps to 2. Dallas falls to 3. Phoenix, Islanders, Detroit, St. Louis, Vancouver, Florida twice? No. Vegas, San Jose, Buffalo, Chicago, Minnesota, Philly, and the Rangers. So we keep simming, and then we are going to go see retirements. I'm guessing the Bruins are going to have a couple. I could see Bergeron retiring now, especially because he's like a 75, just won the cup. Get out of here, Bergeron, and he does get out of here. Forwards, retirees, Jeff Carter, Michael Grabowski, the 2-time cup-winning Patrice Bergeron, Milan Michalek, Jason Spezza, Brad Richards, Thomas Fleischman, Steen, Ryan Callahan, David Backes, Derek Waugh, Patrick Marleau, Daniel Sedin, Dustin Brown, Mikko Koivu, Brian Bickle, Kyle Brodziak, Colin Greening, Brian Richardson. Who else? Blake Comeau's down here. Jared Boll is down here. Defenseman Dennis Wideman, Trevor Daley, Johnny Boychuk retired, but not as a champ on Boston. Bouwmeester, Brian Lovejoy, Alexander Emlin. That's really all. And then goalies retiring. We have Antti Niemi, Mike Smith, Pekka Rinne, Cam Ward, Craig Anderson, Josh Harding, Chris Johnson, right? Chad Johnson, Al Montoya, Anders Lindback, and Jeff Zakoff. Round 1, you got an 81 sniper Ullman, and 64 high power forward going second in Shannon. That is a bust. Merrick's goes third to Dallas. Then you got Langlois, a couple two-way forwards, another sniper, some more two-way forwards, some more snipers. Okay, let's sim to the end of the draft. I can't believe Carolina just took a high top 6 in the second pick. That's so funny. Krejci had 27 points, Eriksson 18, Sagan 18. This Griffith guy had 16. Carl Soderberg, what a crazy acquisition. A 78, put up 14 points in 18 games. Lucic only had 13. Goalies, then Tuukka Rask, only a 9-10. His save percentage went way down, actually, in the cup. Forwards, the best forwards, Alexander Ovechkin could see a new home. Sean Couturier, Gabriel Landeskog, Zibanejad, Backlund, JT Miller, Boone Jenner, Kyle Palmieri, Draisaitl, Reinhart, Setaguchi. A lot of new players are going to be in different places. Defenseman-wise, Wisniewski, Sekera, Ristolainen, not many defensemen. Goalies, Igor, Tuukka. Is Tuukka and Igor going back to their teams? Tuukka might be going to New York. Damn, Linus Ullmark's down here. RFAs now. Anyone special? No. Defenseman Aaron Ekblad is available. Will we see another RFA get signed? And forwards, we see Stallberg, McFarland. Okay, some randos. Patrick Laine is here at the start of the 9th season, 2021 to 2022. Seattle's got a squad. Marner, Stallberg, Zucker, Desharnais, Brassard, Rusinski, Versteeg, Winnick, Kuhlman, Condor, Raffle. Defensively, McAvoy, Voinov, Gudis, De Kaiser, Jordy Ben, Brett Bellemare, and in net, you still got Yaroslav Halak. And guys, I also looked at free agency. Everyone did get signed except one RFA, but he was like an 82, asking for like $6 million. So I was like, well, you're not going to get signed for that. So I was okay with it. So feeling good. That means Nylander got signed somewhere at least. Anaheim, Burakovsky, Little, Perry, Simmons, Gagne, Hodgson. Let's see, Getzlaf is still in the third line. Is that an 86 Craig Smith on the fourth line? What are we doing? Defense, Lindholm, Theodore, Gardner, Barkowski, and in net you got, holy shit, Junior Nightingale, some guy they took back in 2023, so that would be like year 1. So this is someone they took in like 2014. Okay. And Boston now going Carter Hart full-time with Tuukka Rask gone. Lucic, Sagan, Griffith, they got Henrik Zetterberg, Krejci, Soderberg, Marcel Gotch. Where's the money? Krugen, is this where all the money is? They're not even getting paid that much. Bro, where's all the money on this team? It's just in Sagan, I guess. Like, this doesn't make sense why they're such a bad team. But hey, they won the cup last year, so what do I know? Foligno, McDavid, Kane, Stewart, Bauer, and a bunch of shit. Defensively, McCabe, Ekblad, Golgoski. They got Dion Fagoof back there, hoping to bring a winning culture with Bobrovsky in net, Ottinger in Carolina. Tkachuk, Lindholm, Bobby Ryan, Teravainen, Aho, Skinner, Stahl, Couturier. They have loaded Abelgator, Johnny Mitchell, Matt Nieto. Bro, if this team doesn't at least make the playoffs, this team is cursed. If this team doesn't at least make the playoffs, Brody, Schmidt, Kulikov, Slavin, Holden, this team is loaded. Columbus, a surprise playoff team last year with Marchand, Langen, Bruner, Pavelski, Colin Wilson. Defensively, Werenski, Brent Burns is regressing, Colin Murphy, Ryan Murray. They have Holtby and net, who I guess has just been carrying them. Calgary with Ilya Sorokin, Johnny Gaudreau, Gustav Nyquist is on line 1 at 89, Monahan, Ryan Clough, Dwight King, Emerson Edom, Franz Nielsen, Mark Giordano, Jonas Brodin. They add Cam Fowler from Anaheim. Chicago, Jalmerson, Shattenkirk, Niskanen, Shen, Keith. Honestly, their defense looks improved. Panarin, Tazoff, Pozo, Purcell, Hansel, Hoffman, Roussel, Holla, Erickson. This team is a lot better. From a first liner to fourth line for Verbata. Chicago might be back in the playoffs, also adding Peter Mrazek, Stanley Cup champion. Now you got Varlamov in net for Colorado, Lupul, McKinnon, Raquel, Backlund, Duchesne, Stastny. Where is Landeskog? So Landeskog is on a new team. This defense is a lot worse. Yeah, we're not seeing Colorado. Is that Chuck Kobasu? No, it's Chuck Kobasu's son, Cole Kobasu. I'm gonna say, no way he's in here. He'd be like 50. The worst team in the NHL, no surprise. And you got Tyler Balsack still as your line 1 center. What are we doing over here in Dallas? I don't get it. They get Jonathan Quick, though. Ben Bishop still in Detroit. Even strength, you got Barzell, Bratt, Johansson, Jaden Schwartz, Nick Spaulding. Detroit, oh, never mind. I was just about to say they look similar, but they loaded up on defense with Ekman Larson, Drew Doughty, 290-plus defensemen looking to get them over the hump. Edmonton with Hall, Ovi, and they added Alexander Ovechkin. And I just remember from earlier, the point per game assist guy that wasn't there last year. It was Nugent Hopkins, trying to get him back up to point per game assist wise. And getting him Ovi might do just that. I cannot believe it. Alexander Ovechkin put up 472 goals in the 8 years we've done so far. And now he is going to Edmonton. Tom Wilson's going with him. He brought Tom Wilson along. Timo Meyer's on the fourth line. They have no defense. They invested everything into the offense. Holy, and John Gibson. I mean, Edmonton's a good team. Igor's in Florida with Huberdeau, Barkov, MacArthur, Sharp, Rupe Hintz. Is that 94 on the third line? They have a 94 guy that I'm guessing they drafted. They drafted first overall. He's 20 years old, third line, 94. That's wild. Uyghur, Eric Johnson, Nick Kinnan. Florida's not a terrible squad. LA, you got Muzzin, Vatanen, bunch of dog shit. Offense, you got Saad, Kopitar, Eberle, Toffoli, Locktonov, Parenteau, Mason Raymond in net. You got Tuukka Rask. They get Tuukka Rask to replace Jonathan Quick. Minnesota still rocking with Carey Price. Couldn't get him moved, but they do sign Leon Draisaitl. You got Ryan O'Reilly, Josh Bailey on the first line. It's not a bad top six, just the bottom six is shit. And defensively, they're also shit outside of Jared Spurgeon. Montreal, PK, John Carlson, Delzato, Leddy, Galchenyuk, Tavares, and then a bunch of shit. They do have Kyle Turris, Vladislav Niskanen. They have no goalies. They're going with Earl Carlos, a 75 guy they drafted in the third round recently. Jesus. New Jersey's going Kemper this year with hopefully their franchise savior Pettersson. They're waiting. DeBrincat, Gallagher, Bodker, Lee, Henrique, Boyle. Bro, why is Henrique not center? And why is Lee with his 37 faceoffs playing center? What are we doing? Nashville, Philip Forsberg, Toulouse, Hornqvist, Nylander, Bonino, JVR, Hagelin, Pouliot. Nashville does look a lot better this year with their big four still intact. They have Parenteau scratched, Corey Crawford in net. Islanders with Corey Schneider, Patches. Let's see, Palmieri, Atkinson. This team is actually a lot of auto-generated guys. The Islanders, unlike a real-life, being at the forefront of getting the young guys with Ekholm, Pelech, Strawman, George is a very veteran back end on defense. The Rangers are led by Adam Fox and Matthew Dumba. Forward-wise, Kirill Kaprizov, Brock Nelson, Chris Kreider, David Perron, Pavel Buchnevich, David Booth in net. You got Robin Lehner, Jack Campbell. Ottawa rocking with Martin Jones and Jake Allen. You got 37-year-old Rick the Dick. Why is Pasta still playing center? Yeah, they have just, this is not our Pasta. Mark Stone, Palm and P. They got Sid the Kid. Sid the Kid is in Ottawa now. What are we? Oh, this is not Sid the Kid. Okay. I was just about to be like, what are we doing? No, it's Stu Crosby. And Mikko Rantanen has gone to Philadelphia. We are still looking for Landeskog, but Mikko Rantanen is in Philly. Braden Shen, Dylan Larkin, or has he been in Philly? Wait. Oh, he's been in Philly. We're still just looking for Gabriel Landeskog then. Chicherin, Hickey, Alec Martinez, Sakura. Goalies, Stuart Skinner is now in net for Philadelphia. Phoenix is rocking Connor Hellebuck with Oshie, Reinhart, Zuccarello, Silverberg, Filppula, Palat, Nick Foligno, Max Domi, Riley Shahan. Defense, they got Keith Yandel, Scott Mayfield, Jeff Petrie. Pittsburgh is running Oli Mata, Chris Letang, Anton Mazzardos, Gensel. There we go. Crosby's still there, 34.96. That's another thing. I was about to be like, how has he dropped so much? James Neal, Evgeny Malkin, Chris Higgins, Charlie Coyle on the third line. This team is still, with UC Saros now in net, this team is trying to be the team with 3 rings. And they might just be the team that gets 3 rings. San Jose, Hurdle, Couture, Zabinajad, Johnson, Nino Niederreiter on the 4th line, Jason Garrison, Tyler Myers, and Jason Demers leading the defense with James Reimer in net. Man, doesn't that sound familiar, San Jose? Philip Grubauer over there in St. Louis, Kyle Connor, Mike Camilleri, Vladdy Tarasenko, Killorn, Richards, Line Smith. It's not a terrible put-together team, I'm not going to lie, but they just can't sim well together. Not a great defense, though. Tampa Bay with Hedman, Olesiak, and a bunch of bums. And on offense, you got Kucherov, and Landeskog chose to go to Tampa Bay. Man, Tampa Bay is loaded. They could go on a cup run. Like, they've been in the hunt. They've been a playoff team the last couple of years, but now I feel like they could really actually get a quick cup and try and match what they did in real life. Toronto still got Tatar, Matthews, Phil the Thrill, Smith, Thompson, Shaw, Tangradi, Korpikoski, Curtis Glencross, Morgan Riley, Ristolainen, Thomas Chabot, Cody Franson. Wait, is this the Curtis Glencross? Like, 40 goal scorer Curtis Glencross, 50 goal scorer Curtis Glencross on the 4th line for Toronto, with Ben Scrivens in net. Interesting, Jerry, but Ben Scrivens is so funny. Vancouver, it's got Thatcher Demko still on offense. You got Jamie Benn, Derek Stepan, a shitty Yeri Hudler, Lars Eller, who's an 86 in this, Jason Robertson, Bo Horvat. You know they're going to be bad. They got McDonough and literally nothing else. Vegas snagged Orlov a couple years ago with Barry, Braun, Polak, CC, John Moore, a bunch of pylons. You got Kadri, Eichel, and Nisimov. Oh yeah, Kadri was the other RFA. Justin Williams, Braden Point, Andrew Cogliano, Matt Calvert, Yannick Hansen, Casey Cizikas, Nikolai Kulemin, and net you got Jonathan Bernier. Winnipeg, you got Brian Elliott and Hendrik Lundqvist. On offense, you got Ladd, Scheifele, Wheeler, Hemsky, Ryan Strome, Kane, Darren Helm, Bo Bennett. Defensively, Scandella, Jacob Trouba, Jared Cohen, Dustin Byfuglien. And finally, Washington, you got Alzner, Hamonic, David Savard, David Schlemko, Devin Tays. And on offense, you got Ehlers, Backstrom, JT Miller there to replace Ovi, Perreault, Kuznetsov, Boone Jenner, Maroon. Again, I think Washington, even though they got a pretty good squad, Kari Letton and Freddie Anderson, I think they might be the ones to miss out just because they have no Ovi. But give me your picks. I'm not even going to try picking because half the time, like, bro, the way this sim has been, some of the teams that end up being good, I'm like, what are you doing being good? But we'll see. I'll see you guys at the trade deadline. All right, boys, well, would you take a look at that? Seattle's actually on top of the Western Conference here. And you go Nashville, Edmonton, Minnesota, Chicago, San Jose, LA, and Winnipeg. Remember, I said look out for Nashville this year now with Nylander back. And just that whole squad just being better, actually having a center. And in last place, surprise or surprise, Tyler Balsack and the Dallas Stars are in last place yet again. In the East, you got Toronto in the 1 seed, Florida, Pittsburgh, Tampa, Washington, Buffalo, Philly, New Jersey. And what I said Boston would fall out, and they fell. They're all the way down in 12th. And Carolina's still not good enough to make the playoffs or even be close to being a playoff team. Patty Kane is on the block from Buffalo. Jonathan Quick is on the block. Voracek, Trouba, Subban's on the block. Zibanejad, Tarasenko, Braden Holtby, JT Miller, Alex Killorn, Sergei Vanderkane, Stepan, Perry, Eller, Sean Monahan, Nito Niederreiter, Chris Tanev, Matthew Perreault, and Alex Berg, Andre Burakovsky. Will anyone big get traded at this deadline? We only got 2 more chances for teams to win a cup till we are caught up to present day. Who do you guys think is going to win the cup in real life? I think like Carolina feels like they should be breaking through, but also just feels like they're just staying the same too much. So maybe they might never be able to break through. I don't know. But trade alert, Washington gets Sergei Bobrovsky, JT Miller to Buffalo. That's a huge one. Cody Franzen to Vancouver, Lars Eller to Toronto. That's a huge one. Zibanejad to Montreal. San Jose gets PK Subban. A lot of stars getting swapped around. Let's take a look at it all. But I think Colorado's got a good chance. Tampa, I think they're just aging out of it. I think low-key Toronto's kind of got a chance, but I think they're not good enough. I'd pick Carolina before them. New Jersey might have a shot. Dallas has a shot. I've seen a lot of people pick Dallas to lose. Not very many picking them to win it, though. Now in this, Martin Jones, as we saw, goes to Philly. Calvin DeHaan to Carolina. Jason Demers to Toronto. A lot of pick swaps going around. Jake Gardner to Vegas. Ryan Strome to Nashville. Nashville gets another center. The Zibanejad trade. Wayne Simmons to LA. James Wisniewski to Calgary. Okay, Andre Burakovsky does get moved and goes to LA. They're trying to buy as they're a bottom seed right now, like 8th seed. Scandella to Edmonton. Troy Brouwer and Goligoski go to the Rangers for Robin Lehner. Okay, Philip Grubauer and Anton Khudobin, both goalies, get traded to Nashville. A Calvin DeHaan trade, and Andrew Ladd gets sent to New Jersey. So this was probably one of the most active deadlines. Maybe not one of the most active, but like biggest names getting moved. You know, we've had other deadlines where a lot of smaller names are getting moved around. This time is a lot of bigger names. But like not many were like West. You got the Sharks, Oilers, Kraken, Kings in the Pacific. Central, you got the Preds, Blackhawks, Wilds, Jets in it. Atlantic, you got Toronto, Florida, Tampa Bay, and Buffalo. And in the Metro, you got Pittsburgh, Washington, New York Rangers, and the Devils. The Hurricanes come in 7th out of 8 with 78 points. Jesus. The worst team in the league was not the Stars. It was actually the Avalanche, who were just in the Cup Finals from second to worst. Couldn't even be first to worst. Eagles is Austin Matthews had another historical goal scoring year, 65 this time around. Ovi at 57 in Edmonton. I forgot. Yeah, Edmonton's probably my pick to win the cup, actually, with Ovi. McDavid has 56. This Servette guy, I think, yeah, he was like the third liner, I'm pretty sure. He has 54. Pasta at 54. James Neal, 53. Timo Meyer, 51. Marner, 48. And Hoffman, 48. Assist leaders, you have Kuznetsov, 71. Foligno, 71. Kessel, 67. Gunsel, 65. Crosby, 64. Goudreau and Giroux are also 64. The Nuge at 63. Not quite to the numbers they were hoping to get him back up to, but still had a good year, a point per game. Kirill Kaprizov, 63. Your point leaders now. Matthews with 118. Phil Kessel with 112. Kaprizov, 108. Neal, 107. McDavid, 105. Crosby, 103. And Gensel, 101. Kane and Tays barely missing out, both 99 respectively. And then at defense, Morgan Riley had 94 points. No 100-point defenseman this year. Yandel is next highest with 88. Carlson, 85. Lindholm, 82. Hedman, 82. Pietrangelo, 79, but was an even player. Erik Karlsson is actually a -8 as Yossi, 75 points. Voinov, 73. Mike Green, 72. Your wins leader was Corey Crawford. Your points leader, because that's what really matters, is 5 for Sergei Bobrovsky on his new team. And now your save percentage leaders, Corey Crawford an 896. Jesus. Igor Shesterkin, Corey Schneider, Halak, Bishop, Hart, Varlamov. Crazy. Hart actually outperformed Tuukka Rask. Tuukka Rask down there with a 908. So now we can head into the postseason of the 2021-2022 season. And we have Edmonton, Seattle again. Will we finally get a different result? San Jose, LA, Chicago, Minnesota, Nashville, Winnipeg, Florida, Tampa. Wow, that's actually cool. Florida series, don't really see that. Toronto, New Jersey, Washington, New York, and Buffalo and Pittsburgh. If Pittsburgh and Washington win, we get another Pittsburgh-Washington matchup. It'd be crazy because there's no OV this time, as Edmonton goes up a 1-0 quick. Same with Nashville. San Jose sprints to a 2-0 lead. Edmonton quickly up 2-0. Tampa and Florida are 1-1. Buffalo's up 2-1 over Pittsburgh. Toronto's up 2-1. Nashville's up 3-0. Chicago is up 2-0. Man, the West is really running through their series, but Seattle can scavenge for 1. San Jose and LA are tied. Seattle and Edmonton are tied. Pittsburgh, Buffalo are tied. New York's up 3-1. 2-2 between Tampa and Florida. Toronto's up 3-1. Nashville's up 3-1. And Chicago, Minnesota are also tied 2-2 here in round number 1. Edmonton goes up 3-2. San Jose gets it done in 6. Toronto gets it done in 5. Edmonton gets it done in 6. The Rangers take out Washington in 6. Buffalo and Pittsburgh is a game 7. Florida, Tampa is a game 7. Chicago took out Minnesota in 6. And Nashville took out Winnipeg in 5. Crazy to see Chicago back here. A lot quicker rebuild than the real life Blackhawks. So next round, you got San Jose and Edmonton, Nashville, Chicago, Toronto, Tampa Bay, Buffalo, and the Rangers here in round number 2 as Edmonton quickly goes up a 1-0. Then you got 2-0 Edmonton, 2-0 Chicago, 1-1 between Tampa and Toronto, and the Rangers are up 2-0 against Buffalo. Did the Washington Capitals blow a lead? Edmonton up 3-0, Chicago 2-1, Toronto 2-1, and the Rangers 3-0. Are we going to see 2 sweeps here? No, San Jose holds off Edmonton, but New York sweeps Buffalo. 2-2 between Toronto and Tampa. Chicago's up 3-1. Edmonton is up 3-1. Edmonton is the only team left that can be a repeat champ, as they just took out San Jose in 5. Toronto's up 3-0. Toronto can be a repeat champ. They're up 3-2, and then Chicago is up 3-2 over Nashville. We sim a couple more days now. Toronto takes out Tampa Bay, and Nashville takes out Chicago, surprisingly. And it's Edmonton, Nashville, Toronto, New York. In the Eastern and Western Conference Finals, Edmonton goes up a 1-0 quickly. Nashville ties it 1-1, but Toronto takes a 2-0 lead over the Rangers as Nashville now goes up 2-1. Toronto takes a quick 3-0 lead over the Rangers. Are Toronto just going to be sitting in the finals waiting? Nashville goes up 3-1. Toronto sweeps New York. Edmonton trying to come back. They make it a 3-2 series. Can they make it 3-3? No, they cannot. It is Nashville and Toronto here in the Stanley Cup final. Can Toronto get their second ring and match Pittsburgh, Edmonton, and Boston? We'll see. They got the squad: Riley Smith, Austin Matthews, Phil Kessel, Shaw Thompson, Lars Eller, Eric Tangradi, this Klinghammer guy, Rob Klinghammer, Lori Kopikarski, and some bums on the 4th line. Defensively, you got Morgan Riley, Rasmus Ristolainen, Jason Demers, Thomas Chabot, Dennis Pettinger, some guy they drafted. But you do have Thomas Tatar hurt, but not Nashville. They're playing Winnipeg. They're playing Nashville, not Winnipeg. Nashville has no injuries, unlike Toronto, and they got Forsberg, Strome that they traded for, Hornqvist, Nylander, Toulouse, JVR, Hagelin, Bonino, Pouliot, Wingles, Boomer, Reinhart, Yoshi, Ellis, Weber, Jones. I gotta go with Nashville. It's gonna be hard to beat that squad, especially with now that they got Ryan Strome. He's not a great 1C, but he is an improvement. I got my money on Nashville. As game 1 goes to the Predators. as the Stanley Cup Finals are underway. Toronto ties it up 1-1. In real life, this was Colorado's year, but Nashville just goes up 2-1 over Toronto, goes up 3-1 over Toronto, and the Predators win the Stanley Cup. They get their first cup. They shouldn't have traded away all those defensemen. Should have said, fuck it, we'll rock with them, because that just got them a Stanley Cup. And look at that, the Toronto Marlies actually won the Calder, so Toronto almost doubled up on hardware this year. But instead, we have our first Western Conference team not named Edmonton, as the Nashville Predators take out Toronto in 5, took out Edmonton in 6, took out Chicago in 7, took out Winnipeg in 5. There's the AHL schedule if you really want to look at it. So your Stanley Cup champions are the Nashville Predators here in the 2021-2022 season. Your President's Trophy winners, they were the Maple Leafs, so that's why they did not win the cup. Art Ross goes to Matthews, Hart Memorial Matthews. James Norris, just call it the Morgan Riley Award. Lady Bing went to Keith Yandel. Calder went to a Bruins guy. Conn Smythe. William Nylander won the Conn Smythe. How does that feel, Toronto fans? Against Toronto. Vezina Yaroslav Halak. In Seattle, the Jennings went to UC Soros. And Pittsburgh, Chris Tanev won the Bill Masterson. The Sharks coach won the Jack Adams. The Selke went to Mark Scheifele. That's realistic. The first time they had a realistic Selke win. And not that Scheifele is the most realistic, but more realistic than Matthews and Crosby. Ted Lindsay goes to Matthews. And then the Maurice Richard, of course, goes to Matthews. So a lot of hardware for Matthews, but no cup. But unlike real life, he's already got a cup. So, it could be better, but at least you got one. The 2022-2023 season. Colorado wins the lottery, then Islanders, Montreal, Dallas, Calgary, St. Louis, Vancouver, Carolina, Columbus, Detroit, Phoenix, Boston, Anaheim, Ottawa, Philly, and Vegas. Or as Radim Verbata, former first liner as of last year, retires. Joffrey Lupul retires with 600 points since the start. P.A. Parento, Valtteri Filppula, Patrick Sharp, Yuri Hoodler, Marian Gaborik, Les Hemsky, Justin Williams, Hendrik Sedin, Franz Nielsen retires. 50-goal man Curtis Glenn Cross retires. Eric Stahl retires. Let's see, Chris Verteeg, Chris Higgins, Daniel Winnick, Marcel Gotch, Torrey Mitchell, Jay Beagle, Drew Stafford, Joey Mitchell, Trevor Lewis, Derek Dorsett, Brandon Bolig, defensemen that are retiring. Dustin Byfuglien, a big one. Duncan Keith, leader of Chicago. Mazardos, Ehrhoff, Ryan Suter, Dion Phagouf retired. Enstrom, Hamuse. Some goalies that retired. Fleury, Elliott both retire in Winnipeg. Jimmy Howard, Cam Talbot. Kari Rama was still kicking it. That's crazy. So forwards, Nylander was point per game. Hornqvist, Bonino, Forsberg, JVR, Bouliot. Defensemen, Roman Josi, Ryan Ellis, Seth Jones, Shea Weber, absolutely all 4 of them killed it. And they don't have a single goalie stat. So I guess their goalie left. An 81 playmaker, an 80 offensive defenseman, a 77 two-way forward. Just another one too crazy and special. Let's just auto draft the rest. As Kucherov is an FA, Brock Nelson, Hornqvist, Zuccarello, Ovi's back, Bonino, Monahan, Stepan, Nishkinen, Tatar, Killorn, Corey Perry, John Marchessault, Pajot, Lars Eller, defenseman. You got Trouba, Jones, actually, so Nashville might lose a piece. Slavin, Gudis, Dumoulin. Goalies, you got Tuukka Rask, Corey Schneider, Jonathan Quick, Bob Holtby, Grubauer, Mrazek, who won a cup. Top RFAs, Kirill Kaprizov, Patrick Laine is here. So like I said last season, unless there's some crazy trades that make me need to interject, I will see you guys at the start of next season where we see where all of these guys ended up going. All right, boys, we are here. The 10th season, finally, 2022-2023, just last year. But these teams look a lot different than they do right now or even just a year ago in real life. With Rupe Hintz and Mitch Marner leading the way for Seattle, David Desharnais, Paul Byron, Zach Smith. And something I realized was I should have replaced all the teams at the beginning with just replicas, because now the records I want to see, I had to do it with a few teams because the logo changed, Toronto, Phoenix. There might be one or two others.
Like McAvoy is still good defense, but there's one less star now. But the only problem was, I just didn't think of it at the time that I'd want to actually go back and look at every single team and like their top players. So sadly, it's not actually going to be showing that for every team, just a team that I just happened to be subbing out, which kind of sucks, but it's whatever. Like you guys, if you really want, you guys have been able to see every single player that has been kind of doing their thing. So you'll be able to kind of piece together your own stories and everything with everyone. See Buffalo's Marcus Foligno, JT Miller, Kane, Stuart McDavid, Dwight King. Buffalo is still absolutely terrible. They need to save Connor McDavid. Someone just needs to trade for him. Carolina, it doesn't even matter what they do. This team is just cursed. They are just not going to make the playoffs. They are too cursed. Columbus, they added Colin Wilson. Okay, Hornqvist, Marchand's going down. They added Marchessault. Okay, Columbus is trying to be somewhat of a team. Halak is now the backup in Calgary for actually this team is now starting to age out. They're not that as good. It's kind of good that, we're only going 10 years because these guys some of the guys holding it down for the last 10 years, they're starting to age out and we don't have the guys to replace them. At least not the real life guys, so. Like Frolik on the second line in Colorado, what are we doing? I mean, they should go Nishkin and he got an 87. Like, I get there's chemistry, there's a hidden chemistry. I wish you could see the chemistry for the other teams so you could at least get a thinking of bro, why is Tyler Balzac still the line one center in Dallas? What are we doing? Why do they keep on bringing him back? Dallas needs a new GM. They have an 88 goalie though. See, Detroit, anyone special? They got a deep squad, at least deeper than what we've actually been seeing recently. Yeah, Detroit is one of the deeper squads we've seen. Edmonton is still loaded, but they no longer have Alexander Ovechkin now. Igor's in Florida. I think that's new. Corey Perry is now in Florida as well. Ovi's in Florida. Florida's becoming a retirement home. Jesus. With Eric Johnson, too. But I know Eric Johnson's been there. Jake Muzzin, Vatanen holding down LA. Brendan Saad is a 90 overall still. Holy shit. Kopitarov, Zuccarello, Toffoli, Andrei Loktionov back in LA. Was he in LA in this game? Or where did he start? Oh, he started in Carolina. But I know in real life he was in LA to start his career. So that's funny. He's made his way back. Mason Raymond. They got Burakovsky. LA's got a good team. Their defense is weak. Oh, their goalie's even weaker. Never mind. I'm going to say they might make a run, but with how shit that defense and goalie is, I don't see it. Draisaitl line one left wing in Minnesota. Okay, Spurgeon, not much else. Montreal, Letty, Carlson. Subban gone now. Tyler Johnson, John Tavares, Galchenyuk, Zibanejad, Turris. Goalie is going to be Martin Jones, New Jersey, Darcy Kemper. DeBrincat, Peterson, Gallagher, Bodker, Nelson, Leclerc, Henrique, Boyle, Dillon, McCarr, Hannafin. Hey, New Jersey's not that good overall. Nashville, so they had to lose, which one? They lost Seth Jones, but they replaced him with Schmidt, so they kept their same big 4D and said, fuck a third line strategy. They got Nick Bonino, Toulousti's back as their first line center, though, so they lost Ryan Strome. Then in net, they got Anton Forsberg, that's great, and Anton Khudobin. The Islanders went out and got Braden Holtby, and Patches, Palmieri, Zucker, Atkinson, Braden Smith, Matthias Ekholm, and Pellick, Cody Ceci, and Josh Georges. It's great 1-2 pairing on the second line. Fox, Dumba, Erica Branson, a hell of a right side, shitty left side. Kaprizov, Mike Richards is your 1C. David Perron, Matt Reed, Maxwell, Shipley, Pavel Blizneves, Jack Campbell in net. Ottawa, you got Jake Allen, Steve Mason running it with Rick the Dick. Mark Stone, they decided to play center, said fuck it, we'll put Past on the wing this year. And they got literally nothing else. Philly, still pretty loaded team. I think they could make some moves, but they need a new right wing. Tommy Wingles is your second line right winger is unacceptable. Jake Chitcher and Thomas Hickey, Dumoulin, Alec Martinez in net. You got Ville Husso. Phoenix, you got Connor Hellebuck in net with Andre Palat, Sam Reinhart. They get Nikita Kucherov, TJ Sochi, Lars Ellers. See Max Domi on the fourth line. Like, I could see Arizona being a playoff team. I don't think they'll win it all, though. Pittsburgh's defense is dog shit, but their offense is pretty good still. In the net, you got UC Saros. Next, San Jose, you got James Reimer, Thomas Hertel, Couture. Let's see, not much. They have Alex Killorn on the fourth line. Like, what is the, like, I don't care what your chemistry is. No way you're going in a 75 over an 87. Where in the potentials is saying, or in the chemistry is it saying to do that? St. Louis, Connor, Tarasenko, Smithson, Mike Camilleri, Patrick Laine, Brandon Suter, Travis Zajac, Devin Setaguchi, K. Pietrangelo, Mark Stahl. Goalies, you got Philip Grubauer and Markstrom. Tampa Bay, you're still rocking Andre Vasilevsky with Druin, Landeskog, Stammer, Grabner, Gord, this Rome guy, Patrick Berglund, Marcus Kruger, defenseman Victor Hedman, Adam Larson, Mark Stone, Alexander Edler. Toronto, got Riley and Ristolainen. Offense, Riley Smith, Matthews, Kessel, Shaw, Thompson. They got Carl Soderberg now. They got Bobby Ryan on the fourth line. Or no, that's a new Ryan. That's Brock Ryan. They got Karel Vejamelka. I'm pretty sure that's the Arizona goalie now, kicking as their goalie. And Vancouver, you got Thatcher Demko in net with Jamie Benn, Joe Pavelski, Jason Robertson, Bo Horvat, Andrew Ladd. Defense got McDonough and Cody Franzen. Now Vegas, you got Orlov Berry, Justin Braun on the third line, Tatar, Eichel's a 96, Braden Point, Steve Downey, Kadri on the second line, Anisimov, Andrew Cogliano, Ryan Clough. It's honestly a very well-rounded squad with Bernier and Anderson in net. Last two teams, Winnipeg is the team that got Jonathan Quick at 36 years old, Kane, Scheifele, Wheeler, Stepan, Sabatka, Bo Bennett in front of him, Lind, Danny DeKaiser, Mark Giordano in front of him, Eric Gryba, that's something. And Washington, Devin Tays is on their first line, Hamnick, Savard, Alzner's dropped, and he's getting paid $4 million. And on offense, you know, there's no Ovi Ellers, Kuznetsov, Boone Jenner. They got Ryan Strome. I think they got him in real life too. Baxter, Monahan, McGinn, and in net, who do they have? Corey Schneider and Tuukka Rask. What are we doing? Why do you have both of them? Okay. There's no point for them to have both, but it's Washington Strat. Okay. Now, something I wanted to actually see, because it's the final year, let's take a look at the highest paid players, because we know in real life it's like McKinnon. I think Matthews might have the highest AAV now. If not, it's got to be like McKinnon. So let's take a look at the highest money makers in the NHL. Forwards, and also who has like the highest potential, who's leading it. So potential-wise, let's see. Anyone like kind of young. Well, I guess this doesn't really matter because it's not going to show anyone real. True. So the highest overall players in year 10, Eichel, McKinnon, Barkov, Stamkos, Crosby, the Severek guy, Tavares. Isn't this guy in Boston? Yeah. Oh, whoa. How'd they get... Wait. How the hell did they get him? 7 years, $12 million. They must have done RFA. Holy shit, Boston. That might be the highest guy paid player. Tavares, Goudreau, Mitchell, Marner, Malkin, Stahlberg, and then on defense, you got Hedman, Doughty, McCarr, Fox, Carlson, Pietrangelo, Ekblad, Spurgeon, Yossi. So let's take a look at the highest paid forwards in the NHL. Kirill Kaprizov is the highest paid forward at 12.6, and the Severek guy at 12, 11.6 for Cooch, 10 million for Matthews, 10 million for Kane. Then on defense, your highest paid players, 12.4 for Ekblad, 12.3 for O'Reilly, 11.5 for Carlson, 10 for Hedman, 10 for Trouba, 10 for Ekman Larson, 10 for Pietrangelo, 9.5 for Doughty, 9.5 for Subban. And your highest paid goalies are Igor Shesterkin at 8 mil, Bishop at 7, Schneider at 7, Sorokin at 6.5, Hellebuck at 6, Bassi at 6, Saros at 6, Tuukka at 5.7. Crazy. So now with that, take your picks, boys, and I will see you at the trade deadline of the 2022-2023 season. All right, guys, we are here at the trade deadline of the 2022-2023 season. Your playoff teams right now are the Oilers, Kings, Sharks, Canucks, Ducks just outside the Flames. As you can see, the Kraken completely fell off this year. Not going to see them back in it. So all their playoff times, the 3 times we saw them, just got kicked in the ass by Edmonton every time.
Speaking of, are they even in us? Oh yeah, they were first. Duh. Okay, Central, you got the Blues finally being a good team again. The Blackhawks, the reigning champs, the Preds, and the Wild. The Stars is still bad, but they're not dead last this time. In the Atlantic, you got Tampa, Toronto, Ottawa, Buffalo, Florida, Boston, just outside Boston. Probably could sneak in over Florida because Florida has so many more games played. Same with Detroit, and there's Montreal. In the Metro, you got Washington, New York, Pittsburgh in it. You got Columbus and Philly looking on the outside in. And in New Jersey right now. New Jersey's usually had a good second half to the seasons. And then Carolina, the most cursed team in the league, just sitting down there with 52 points in 60 games. Just keep whatever Seattle's got. Let's enter the deadline and see who's available here in the final season. Real life, we saw guys like Tyler Bertuzzi get moved, Dmitry Orlov. Who else was a big name? Ryan O'Reilly got moved. Speaking of, here's Ryan O'Reilly now. McDonough. Orlov is also here. Quick, he got moved in real life. He's here. Trouba, Hornqvist, Carlson, Braden Shen, Josh Bailey. Braden Shen should have been traded. Marchand, Tuca, Zuccarello, Nightingale, Barry, Suman, Wilson. Hey, that's funny. San Jose still got their Eric Carlson. They got PK. Alex Kaloran, Johansson. Okay, Nashville does a big trade right before we get out. And they trade Shea Weber for Max Domi and TJ Oshie. What is Nashville cooking? What are they doing? I don't know why they would do that. Let's see. Adam Henrique to Ottawa for a second. Jake McCabe to Carolina. Jacob Silverberg to Buffalo. Boston, Ottawa just pick swapping. Same with Buffalo's just pick swapping. Tommy Wingles to Montreal. See, Chris Stewart to Ottawa. Shea Theodore to Pittsburgh. James Neal to Anaheim. Paul Stastny to Chicago. Casey Cizikas to Ottawa. Alec Martinez to Ottawa. Let's see who else. Andre Loktuonov to Detroit. Okay, Martin Frolik and Surrey to Phoenix. Scott Mayfield to Colorado. Tommy Korpkovsky to Vancouver. Brandon McNabb to Washington. Let's see, Max, and then the Max Domi TJOC for Shea Weber trade. I just need to see these two teams now because, like, what are they thinking? I don't get what either team was thinking in that situation. Let's take a look at Phoenix and Nashville. Phoenix dead last, and then Nashville in a playoff spot. And Nashville, we'll see. All right, let's take a look at Phoenix real quick. So Phoenix, still a bad team. I mean, they have Kucherov, they have Reinhart. They trade. Oh, shit. I didn't realize how much Shea Weber has dropped. He's down to an 84 now. Okay, wait a minute. For 4 years at $8 million, Nashville actually finessed the shit out of him because they get TJ Oshie going on the second line for him. He's only signed 1 year. They also got, who's the other one they got? Is he scratched? And then they got Max Domi just scratched. Okay, I feel like they should play Max Domi. But like contract-wise and future-wise is the right move. But since it's the last year and they should just be going for it all, but they don't know it's the last year. But, oh well. Yeah, it's sad. Connor McDavid's career wasted even more in this franchise than they were in real life. And the fact that Edmonton, hey, they're getting it done. If they can win it now, like they won it without McDavid, but they still had Draisaitl. If they win it without Draisaitl and McDavid for this third ring, that would be absolutely incredible. I would be so shocked. In the West, you got Chicago, LA, Edmonton, Vancouver, San Jose. I'm surprised Vancouver made it. San Jose, Anaheim, St. Louis, Minnesota, Nashville, the reigning champs, and we're just in a playoff spot. Fall off, barely miss out. Same with Calgary, Vegas, then Phoenix. Dallas completely fell off. I was saying they were finally good again. Colorado, Winnipeg, and then Seattle rounds it out with 62 points. In the East, you got Tampa, Toronto, Boston, Washington, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Ottawa, and the Rangers, with Columbus just missing out, Florida, Philly, New Jersey. Man, it sucks for New Jersey trading those first round picks just to be one of the worst teams in the league. Montreal, New York rounding it out. Austin Matthews has yet another 70-goal season. He has 2 now in this sim. Damn, 700 points in 556 games. He's going for historical paces. Timo Meier had 63. Pasta at 59. Simon Severett at 54. Stamkos 53. Jason Robertson 52. Phil the Thrill 48. Kaprizov 47. Kyle Connor 46. And Gustav Nyquist at 45 and Nylander at 43. Assist leaders, the Nuge is back up to his more normal total, 73. Kuznetsov 68. Phil the Thrill 68 assists on top of his 48 goals, insane. Barkov 66, Derek Stepan 66, Riley Smith 66, Voracek and Ladd both have 64, Tavares 63. So your point leaders now. Last year, not a lot of 100 guys. This year, different. Matthews 120, 73-47. Pasta 116 with 59-57. Kessel 116. Timo Meier 104. Nylander 100. Tavares 100. Stamkos 99. Connor 99. Goudreau 98. Ehlers 97. Severett 93. Gensel 92. McKinnon 91. Defenseman, you got Morgan Riley again at 112. Carlson 111. Pietrangelo 88. Adam Fox 79. Krug 78. I haven't seen him up here a lot, honestly. Hedman 76. Lindholm 74. Radko Gudas. Defensive defenseman Radko Gudas got 72 points. Okay. I don't know how that happens. Then let's hang him Buenov 72-71. Goalies, your win leader is Andrei Vasilevsky. Your point leader is 7 going to be the record. Oh, we have a tie for the record. Ilya Sorokin ties it at 7. That is incredible. I did not think we'd see another 7. That is insane. Save percentage leader for the final year was Jake Ottinger. Next was Vasilevsky. Well, Ottinger is a 919. Then we got Vasilevsky 914, Quick 913, Schneider 913, Hart a 912, Mrazek 911, Sergei Bobrovsky 911, and then Junior Nightingale and anyone else, Andre Pavlik and Carey Price, all 909s. Okay, the Edmonton Oilers and Vancouver Canucks, the Kings and Sharks, Toronto, Boston, Tampa, Ottawa, Pittsburgh, the Rangers, Washington, Buffalo, St. Louis, Minnesota, and then Chicago, Anaheim. A lot of matchups that we've seen before, some rivalries that have been brewed or just kind of continued from real life as Edmonton goes up 1-0, LA, San Jose 1-1, Minnesota goes up 1-0, Chicago's up 2-0, Toronto's 1-0, Tampa and Ottawa are 1-1, the Rangers are up 1-0, and then Washington and Buffalo are 1-1. Edmonton, Vancouver are now tied as LA takes a 2-1 lead, as Edmonton takes a 2-1 lead. St. Louis has a 2-1 lead. Chicago has a 2-1 lead. Boston is now up 2-1. Tampa's now up 2-1. Pittsburgh's up 2-1. And then Washington is also up 2-1 as LA now goes up 3-1. Edmonton now goes up 3-1. 3-2 between LA and San Jose. St. Louis is up 3-1 over Minnesota. Anaheim has now come back and are now up 3-2 over Chicago. Boston's up 3-1. Ottawa's up 3-2. Pittsburgh's up 3-1, and then Washington is up 3-2 as Edmonton takes care of business, takes out Vancouver. LA takes out San Jose. Chicago, Anaheim out of Game 7. St. Louis has handled Minnesota 4-1. Boston handled Toronto 4-1. Tampa, Ottawa has a Game 7. Pittsburgh's up 3-2 over the Rangers, and Washington, Buffalo have a Game 7. A lot of Game 7s as LA takes out their opponent in the Sharks. They go up against Edmonton. Chicago gets it done against Anaheim. They're up against St. Louis. Tampa gets it done over Ottawa, up against Boston. And then Buffalo actually upset Washington. McDavid getting it done and will take on Sid the Kid. Hey, McDavid versus Crosby in a playoff series. That's pretty sick. That'd be a hype matchup. As Edmonton goes up 1-0, Chicago goes up 1-0. Then in the East, we got a 1-1 series between Tampa and Boston, 1-1 Buffalo and Pittsburgh, 2-0 Edmonton over LA. Edmonton is on a vengeance, it seems like. Chicago and St. Louis are still a tied series. Edmonton is now 2-1. Tampa Bay is up 2-1. Pittsburgh is up 2-1. And Chicago is up 2-1. No 3-0 series, as now LA's 2-2 with Edmonton. Chicago and St. Louis are 2-2. Tampa, Boston are 2-2. And Buffalo, Pittsburgh are 2-2. All of these series will go to at least a Game 6 here in round 2 of the final year. Edmonton goes up 3-2. Chicago goes up 3-2. Boston goes up 3-2. And Buffalo goes up 3-2. Will the teams be able to get it done? Edmonton gets it done. Chicago gets it done. Tampa forces a Game 7 and Buffalo gets it done. Tampa was the only team to force a Game 7. Will forcing the Game 7 matter? No, it does not. It is Boston and Buffalo. McDavid took out Sid the Kid. And then we got Edmonton with Nugent Hopkins, no OV this year, taking on the Chicago Blackhawks. Now, Edmonton goes up 1-0 over Chicago. Boston goes down 1-0 to Buffalo. Edmonton now up 2-0 against Chicago. It is their series as they go up 3-0. Boston has come back though, and now they are up 2-1. Edmonton can't get it done. It's 3-1, and then Buffalo ties the series up at 2-2. Can Edmonton get it done? They do. Edmonton is in the Stanley Cup final looking to get their third ring. Buffalo goes up 3-2 against Boston. Can Boston force a Game 7? Game 7 inbound? No. And Sid, and is there a better way to end this series, end this video? Edmonton Oilers looking to become a dynasty with 3 Stanley Cup rings. And then you got Connor McJesus, who has been fucking handicapped by a shitty team. But he is here anyway in the Stanley Cup final to try and take out the team that drafted him in real life. So Buffalo is led by Marcus Foligno, JT Miller, Patrick Kane, Jakob Silfverberg, Connor McJesus, and Dwight King. And then they just go, fuck it. We're going to have a bunch of scrubs on the back end. Then on defense, you got Jamie Oleksiak, Aaron Ekblad, 70-point man Radko Gudas, Philip Larson, some bums. Then in net, you got Robin Lehner, who's been a bum himself. So I'm guessing McDavid's doing it all. Oh my God. McDavid is carrying 25 points through 19 games. And he has put up some historical stat lines in the past. He has been good. He's always just had a shit team around him. And he is taking on the Edmonton Oilers with Timo Meier, the Nuge, Tom Wilson, Nail Yakupov, Vincent Trocheck, Eric Holla, Richard Panik, Braden Peacock, and some bums. Defense, you got Clefbaum, Schultz, Green, Scandella, Jared Bowen, Fedorov. Scratch, do you have any injuries? Taylor Hall is hurt, who has been incredibly over point per game. Then you got John Gibson in net, who's been solid. Does Buffalo have any injuries going into this final? They have one injury to one of their scrubs, so really, it doesn't really affect them. And honestly, even with Taylor Hall being out for Edmonton, Edmonton's the much better team. All Buffalo has is Connor McDavid and Patrick Kane. That is why they are here. So we'll see if they can get it done. Edmonton goes up 1-0. I'm rooting for you, McDavid. 1-1 Buffalo. Come on, McDavid. 2-1 Edmonton. Jesus, is Edmonton going to be a dynasty as they go up 3-1? The Oilers are going to be a dynasty led by Ryan Nugent Hopkins as Edmonton goes up 3-1. And there you have it. The 2022-2023 world champion Edmonton Oilers. They get it done again. Let's sim up here now to when we can see the rewards. Stanley Cup champion, the Edmonton Oilers. So the Oilers are officially a dynasty. They won 3, including a pair back-to-back. During this 10-year stretch, they just took out Buffalo in 5, took out Chicago in 5, took out LA in 6, and took out Vancouver in 5. Not a single team really pushed them to the brink of anything. Absolutely incredible. So it has been a couple years. It's been 3 years since they're back-to-back, but they still got 3 cups in how many? In 6 years, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 3 cups in 6 years for Edmonton. It's hard to argue them not being a dynasty. The President Trophy winner, Tampa Bay Lightning. Your Art Ross, Austin Matthews again. The Memorial, Austin Matthews again. James Norris wins to Erik Karlsson. Wow, I'm surprised. Usually just some leading point man. It's been Morgan Riley. Lady Bing went to Phil Kessel, a forward. Okay. Calder, some guy on Buffalo. Conn Smythe, Timo Meier, Vezina, Andre Vasilevsky. The Jennings went to Corey Schneider and Tuukka Rask. What a shock when you have 2 starters and there's a couple teams that don't even have a 1. Well, there's no team that's truly missing guys, but still. Bill Masterson, Danny DeKaiser, Jack Adams goes as a Sharks coach. Wasn't it Buffalo last year? Did he switch teams and win Coach of the Year again? Selke went to Elias Pettersson, 4 first-round picks. Ted Lindsay, Austin Matthews, and then Maurice Richard, Austin Matthews. Let's check out the player sets for Edmonton and their dynasty led by Timo Meier and Nugent Hopkins. I can't believe it that became a dynasty for Edmonton. So Timo Meier, did they draft him? Yeah, a guy they drafted 10th overall all the way back. Is that year 1 or 2? I don't know, but crazy. Then you got Nugent Hopkins, Vincent Trocheck, who I think they had to have gotten recently, right? Oh no, they've had him for a few years, huh? Okay. Trocheck, Tom Wilson, Nail Yakupov, Prosser, Peacock, Eric Howell got a ring, Richard Panik got a ring, Taylor Hall got a ring, didn't play, but he deserves a ring. I'm happy Taylor Hall, part of a dynasty. Clefbaum, Green, Schultz, goalies, John Gibson, way to be. So let's do a real final wrap-up, see the record book, see if anything got broken. Probably not in the past 10 years, but it'll be cool to see. So, career-wise, Anaheim, let's see if any team got a record broken. Oh, no one will get it for a career. Yeah, and this is this for active leaders? Oh, this does have active leaders. So we'll be able to at least see the current guys on the team and see the kind of numbers they're putting up. So currently, Lindholm and Getzlaf, the big guys in Anaheim. Boston, David Krejci, Milan Lucic leading the way. Carter Hart, big-time goalie stepping up there. Buffalo, McJesus, and Marcus Foligno. Marcus Foligno has actually been a dog for Buffalo. Calgary, it's been all Johnny Gaudreau. That's all they've had. Carolina, Jeff Skinner, Jordan Saul, Matthew Tkachuk. I mean, a stacked squad that could just never do anything. Chicago, all Jonathan Toews, Sergei Bobrovsky in his first year. Colorado, Nathan McKinnon, Semyon Varlamov, Duchesne is up there. I don't know who Tyler Ludduck is. Columbus, Brad Marchand is their best player. Hasn't been there the longest, though Zach Werenski is. See, Brent Burns is their leading assist man. Jeremy, I didn't even realize that. They also have Jeremy Swayman, who was their most winningest goalie this year at 16. Dallas, Benoit Pouliot is their most tenured player. Tyler Balzac is their best assist man. Shows how bad they are. Detroit, now it's the Matthew Barzal show. I was hoping it was going to maybe show Datsuk or something, but nope. Datsuk and Zetterberg just gone. Edmonton, it's been Taylor Hall's been their best player outside of Nugent Hopkins being an assist. Just God. Timo Meier's been there. Huberdeau, Barkov, and Igor Shesterkin leading the way in Florida. LA, it's been all Anze Kopitar there. Andrew Doughty till he got traded or moved to Florida. Then you got Minnesota, Jared Spurgeon, Zach Parise leading the way. Carey Price been there in net. Michael Granlund has been their leading goal scorer. That's kind of sad. Montreal, Galchenyuk. Well, they might have had someone leave recently. Now I think about John Tavares. Nashville, all these stats that Yossi has, I bet there's a good chance Shea Weber was a major contributor or part of it until he got moved. Philip Forsberg, goals. New Jersey, Alex DeBrinket's up there. Michael Bodker's been their assist man. That's crazy. Let's see. The Islanders, this Orlando Carpenter guy that they drafted, like the one auto-generate guy that really has just been dominating outside of the new guy in Boston. The Rangers, Chris Kreider and Kirill Kaprizov leading the way as the leaders of that squad. Ottawa, Erik Karlsson, David Pastrnak, Mark Stone, the big three there in Ottawa. Philly, Claude Giroux, Jacob Voracek, Braden Shen. They honestly had a really good team. Mikko Rantanen just could never really get shit done, and then they made the playoffs. Couldn't really get far in them. Phoenix, Keithy is the Keith Yandel show. You see on the right, Kyle Chipchurros killing it with penalty minutes at one point. Mike Smith there. Pittsburgh, Crosby and Malkin, of course. You see Soros now there. San Jose, all Logan Couture now that Joe Thornton and Marleau were gone. Seattle, Mitch Marner really led the way. Gudas had the penalty minutes. Too bad he didn't stick around this year too, or he would have also had the points. St. Louis, Alex Pietrangelo, big time leader here. Kyle Connor there. And you got Steven Stamkos leading the way for Tampa Bay. And Yanni Gord actually getting up there in penalty minutes. Okay, Yanni Gord. Toronto, Phil Kessel, Phil the Thrill. The most points, not the most goals, and not the most assists, but the most points. Morgan Rielly is up there for assists. David Clarkson is the all-time penalty minute during this sim at 421 for Toronto. Good to see. Vancouver, currently being led by Jamie Benn and Bo Horvat, Jason Robertson. Vegas, Kadri, the original RFA signing that we saw. Crazy that he was, not only the fact that he was the first one, the fact that he was one of them that we saw go for 4 years, 4 first-round picks in RFA, but he's actually been very productive there. Washington, all led by Nicholas Backstrom now that Ovi's gone outside of goals, which Kuznetsov. And Winnipeg, you got Mark Scheifele, Blake Wheeler leading the way. You got Jonathan Quickshot having an appearance, same with Evander Kane. Okay, now season. Let's see if any season records got broken during this sim for any teams. Yeah, and then we'll go rookie in game. Perfect. So, Anaheim, all-time franchise records. Any get broken? Yes, Hampus Lindholm, most assists in a season, just broke it with 70. Way to be, Hampus Lindholm. See, Boston, did anyone break a record? No. I see, like, this is where I really fucked up, and I should have just substituted all the teams out. But we'll see a couple of them to see who actually led a whole teams. It would have been cool to see, like, just, like, everyone for this time, but oh well. Let's see. You can see the current leaders, too, I guess, but I think that's just for this past season. Or unless that's just for maybe their all-time highs. I don't know. Let's just keep going. Carolina, anyone that we see? No. All-time, no. Well, let me see. Antoine goals, Taves. Okay, so this is definitely just... Oh, so this is just current players, too. Okay. So that's nice. Yeah, because McKinnon... Who do I know just had, like... I need to find someone... Washington. Oh, Toronto. That's the easiest. Oh, but then I can't. Yeah. All right, never mind. Let's just keep going. All right, Boston. Buffalo. Connor McDavid couldn't break any records, but he's had some incredible seasons. 64 goals, 128 points for his all-time highs. Let's see. Calgary, anyone? Nope. Carolina, anyone? No. Chicago, any records broken? Duncan Keith actually broke their assist record when he had 96 way back in year 1 of this sim. Crazy at a 96 assist season. Let's keep going now. Colorado, no. Columbus, anyone? Yes. Brent Burns, 102 points, broke their points record and their assist record at 83 in 2027. So I think that's like year 5 or 6. So around 2019, 2020 probably. I think. Dallas, anyone? No, no one special for Dallas. Detroit, anyone? No. Edmonton, anyone? No. Florida, yes, actually all of them. Except for games played, but you can't break that one. So shutouts went to Igor with 7 now. Corey Perry's 92 penalty minutes is their all-time leader. And then Simon Severette, who they ended up letting go to Boston for those RFAs, I'm assuming. And is their all-time goal leader at 54 and point leader at 86. Barkov has their assist leader at 66, and Igor has their wins leader. Okay. LA is rocking any records? Nope. Minnesota? Nope. Montreal? No. Nashville had William Nylander. His 100-point season is the best season in Nashville Predators history, so congrats, William Nylander. Michael Bodker has the most assists from a Devil. Just a couple years ago, too. That's very recent for Michael Bodker. Really late bloomer. Well, not really a late bloomer, but the fact that he's been able to hold on for this long is just insanely impressive. Ottawa has some record breaking. So Antti Ranta's 5 broke the season record. Okay. Patty Maroon's penalty minutes of 191 did. Pasta's 59 goals and 116 points was also record breaking. And Erik Karlsson's 90 assists of that same season, also record breaking. And Martin Jones' 34 wins a couple years ago, also record breaking for them. Philadelphia, anyone? Nope. Phoenix, yes. Mike Smith holding down all the records there. Kyle Shipchura getting the penalty minutes. Keith Yandle's 100 points. A defenseman has their point record and their assist record. Yandle had 89 assists that year. He had 100 points. Pittsburgh,
Nope, no one special. San Jose, no. Seattle, all these guys should be for the most part. Yep, Halak's 4 shutouts. Gudas is 116 penalty minutes, 48 for Marner's goals, but then his points from a few years before that, 94, holds a record. Slavov Wainov in 2029 got the assist. And then the wins, Linus Olmar, or no, is held by Yaroslav Halak. St. Louis, no. Tampa Bay, yes. Vasilevsky's 9 shutouts just a couple years ago was actually very big. It was more in like year 5 or year 6, around 2020, 2021. Yeah. Toronto, anyone? There's a Hannenborg guy in 2024. I can't believe he's there. Colton Orr has the penalty minutes of 140. That's beautiful. Austin Matthews, 73 goals and 120 points. Historic. And then Morgan Riley's 92 assists was also very historic. Hoover, no one special. Vegas, Jack Eichel, just basically beating out his own shit. And then John Scott had 191 penalty minutes. Love to see John Scott sighting. Nicholas Backstrom broke, probably, it might be his own assist record. I don't know if he has it for Washington in real life, but he got 78 in this sim. Ovi got the goals of 68 goals. Absolutely incredible. And then Winnipeg, Anthony Niemi, 7 shutouts was a historic season for them. Dustin Buffalo's 72 assists was also historic. You could see all the stats on the left if that's what you wanted to see. Rookies, let's quickly zoom through, see if any rookies did anything historic for these franchises. Connor McDavid's 55 assists as a rookie was pretty historic, and 53 goals especially. Total 108 points. Very historic rookie season for McDavid. Sorokin's 3 shutouts was good for Calgary. Chicago. Let's see. Oh, 2022, that would be year 1. So Brandon Saad's 55 assists. Well, that doesn't really count. Yeah, if it's 2022, it can't count because that was just the first year and everyone was technically considered a rookie. So if it's 2022, we're just going to quickly zoom by it. I don't expect too many people to honestly have records. Oh, Simon Servette with 32 goals and Tristan Jarry's 10 wins. All it took was 10 wins? Okay. Philip Grubauer's 6 shutouts in his rookie year. That's a pretty good rookie year. Darcy Kemper with his 3 shutouts in his rookie year the very next season after year 1. Anyone else? Ottawa has some. Connor Ingram with his shutouts and just wins. I guess Ottawa's never had a rookie goalie. And then Pasternak's 40 goals as a rookie broke their team record. Way to go for them. Let's keep going. Phoenix's Philip Gustafsson had 2 shutouts, and then some guy named Langlois had 21 goals in 2030. That's very recently. So it doesn't really matter. Same Tate Graham, 14 wins. Who cares? It's some rando. Let's keep going. San Jose, no. Seattle, Peter Raskinski with 48 assists in 2027. Isaiah Sutton with his 18 goals in 2031. And Peter Raskinski again with his 63 points in 2027. So those are just more autos. Andrei Vasilevsky with his 15 wins broke the record there for Tampa. Toronto's Austin Matthews, 63 goals and 99 points as a rookie was incredible for them. Vancouver, no one. Vegas, Braden Point with his 16 goals in 2016. Incredible. 2024. Like in the sim, but it was like 2016. Connor Hellebuck with shutouts 2025 and wins. He had a great rookie year. Okay, now we go to game records. Any game records get broken. Anaheim Ducks points broke at 6 from Corey Perry. Boston, no. Buffalo had Christian Ehrhoff get the most assists, 6 assists in 2024 in 1 game. Calgary, no. Carolina, no. Chicago, I'm going to expect there's probably a goal one with like Austin Matthews, not going to lie. A 6 assists for Maxim Komutov, no idea who that is. Alex Goligoski had the 6 assists in 2025. Let's see, no goals yet. It's only been assists that have been able to get broken. Sekera with assists with 4. Huberto with points with 5. Okay, and then Richard Bachman with saves with 46 saves. Richard Bachman had 46 saves. Okay, Richard Bachman. That's Kevin Fiala. No, okay. Let's keep going.
Keep going. Islanders, no. Rangers, no. Ottawa does. Antti Raanta had 49 saves in 2026. Mark Stone had 5 assists in 2029. And Pasta had 6 points, 5 goals in 2025. It's probably the same game. I'm going to guess 5 goals, 1 assist. Phoenix, Mike Smith, 45 wins. Shane Doan, 4 points. Bodker, 5. And in goals, Dwight Minyard. Random ass for 4. Let's keep going. San Jose, no. Seattle, Igor Plasienko had 48. Chris Butler had 4 assists. Igor had 48 saves. Datsuk had 5 points at one point, and then Aaron Ekblad had a 4-goal game in 2027. Historic game for Aaron Ekblad. Tampa Bay, no one. Toronto, Robin Lehner had 43 saves. Morgan Riley had 6 assists and 7 points. And Austin Matthews had 5 goals in 2025. Vegas, Braden Point had 6 points in 2030. And Matt Molson had 4 goals in 2023, year 1, way back in 2013. And that is all for that. And then is there any more? Nope. So now let's just go NHL record real quick. Rookie records, Austin Matthews now second on the leaderboard, and rookie goals is 63. McDavid is 4th with 53. Assists, anyone make the list? That's 2022, doesn't count. Let's see, Connor McDavid made points, coming in 3rd with 108. Wins, no one there. Tony Esposito with shutouts, no one there in the shutout category. Okay, so now season. Let's see, most goals, anyone in a season get on the list? No. Assists, no one's on the list. It's going to be hard to get on the list of some of these, I'm not going to lie. Wins, maybe? No, okay. And then career numbers, we know there's not going to be anyone here because we had auto-created players. So, that is it for a 10-year resim. And man, it's been a crazy resim. Edmonton becomes a dynasty with 3 Stanley Cups. Boston gets 2. Pittsburgh gets 2. Ovi was still able to get his 1 ring. Nashville with Shea Weber and Roman Josi and those guys, Seth Jones, all got rings. A lot of guys now, though, missed out on rings. You know, Colorado didn't get any rings. Tampa Bay didn't get any rings. LA didn't get any rings. Completely different set. But until next time, if you enjoyed it, if you somehow made it this far, I never do this and it's going to sound grimy, but give it a like, right? Like, this is like a 4-hour video probably at this point. I've been filming for hours. This has taken me weeks to film, and it's going to take me a lot longer to edit probably, but I hope you guys enjoyed. I honestly had a blast going through this. Again, shout out, I'll leave his name plastered on the screen right now. Shout out to the guy who made these rosters so I could actually do this sim, because I was not going to go through and remake everyone, because this guy, if you remember, like, there's a good amount of draft picks for multiple years made. Every NHL and AHL team wasn't done. Like, there's no rosters, there's not a single roster that I found that replicates any of it. And you guys gotta admit, overall, the product that we got for like how teams built and everything, and like free agents, like, he made this very franchise friendly. So big shout out to him. And I'm just, hey, it was a great time. So till next time, boys, take it easy. Have a good one.